How you doing? What's up, Gabby? What's up, everyone joining in? We're getting everything set up here on the YouTube stream and here on TikTok. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Let me get everything set up real quick. How's everybody doing? What's up, Carmen? What's up, Astrid? What's up, Nina? What's up, Colleen? How you doing? What's up, Sophia? What's up, Witch Queen? How you doing? What's up, Mila? What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Rox? What's up, Krista? What's up, Alien Cat? How you doing? Agent, what's up? What's up, Christine? What's up, Sarah? What's up, Lynn? What's up, Katie? How you doing? What's up, David? What's up, Sammy? What's up, Green? What's up, Alistra? How you doing? We're gonna start getting people up here in a quick second. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up, Midlife Maddie? Thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Good to see you as always. We're going to start getting people up here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're going to start getting people up here very, very soon. What's up, everyone, though, joining in? What's up, Aaron? What's up, Vivian? What's up, Skylar? What's up, Betty? What's up, Alan? What's up, Haley? What's up, Odysseus? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Marley? What's up, Ashley? How you doing? What's up, Kenny? Victoria, how you doing? What's up, Cody? What's up, Brenda? We're going to start getting people up here in a quick second. Only again, send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're going to start getting up people in a quick second. What's up, Keonan? How you doing? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It really helps push it out to more people. If you're on TikTok here, tap that screen. That is honestly the best way to help push out the stream here on TikTok. I can't speak on TikTok. Oh my gosh. Alrighty. We're going to start getting debates up here in a quick second, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter. You meet that criteria on the screen. You're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates. I think I've got everything set up now. Alrighty, let's go on to the first person for today, everybody. Give me 1 second. Let's get someone up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
47.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I support him. He's my. Why do you support Harris?
Thank you for the galaxies, by the way. Thank you. Well, I think she's a preferable alternative to Trump because she advocates for providing basic access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, right, and plenty of policies that are beneficial to the middle class. Expanding tax credits for working class people in terms of the earned income tax credit, in terms of the expansion of the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 per month cap on insulin for everybody. I think that those policies actually meaningfully address the lack of affordability of things like healthcare in this country, which is the number one cause cause of death that people are dealing with in this country. 130 million Americans are dealing with medical debt. There are 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. That could be zero if we actually had preventative access to healthcare. And the systems all around the world that have universal access to healthcare, they have nearly half as much per capita cost as we do in terms of healthcare expenditure, and they have better average health outcomes. So what we're doing right now is incredibly inefficient, and the bloat is just going to the stockholders of these particular insurance companies, of the bloat and the bureaucracy of our current private model, because that inevitably will yield more profits for the system.
Is that it? Wow, that's a long list. That sounds really, really good, except for my problem with that is, we don't have endless money. The fact that we're in trillions of debt. Do you think it's smart? Let's talk about some of the policy that the borders are, basically opening the border, green lighting the border. Would you agree that that administration greenlit the border?
I don't think that they greenlit open border policy. They actually tried to pass a bipartisan border bill that would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker.
Hold on.
But
I'm
during what
sorry.
Donald Trump, hold up,
Before
sir.
you,
Hold up, sir.
oh, you're going to go on with those. I'm not interested in that kind of debate. If you want to have a decent debate, I think it's before you go, you're kind of reading off the internet right now. I
I
just want to
am.
have like a good faith debate.
How am I reading off the
So
internet?
like, well, because when I said that, I mean, we can just get down to the fact. I mean, here, how do you defend the fact? Are you saying that this administration didn't greenlight the border? You don't, I mean,
No,
just simply,
no.
you know,
I
okay. So,
I think that
so
Donald
do you
Trump
know
did more
what,
to
do you,
uphold the border crisis that he said that he
what was
disagreed
Joe
with.
Biden's, what was Joe Biden's first executive order when it his first day? Do you know what it was?
Well, I don't think executive order is going to be the basis of immigration
Well,
policy. I
hold
think the
on,
basis of
hold on. He
immigration
wrote five
policy, at
executive
least
orders.
as defined by the Biden administration, was that they wanted executive long-term policy relating to immigration to provide quicker legal pathway and to secure the border, which is what the bipartisan border bill would have
Well,
done. But
I
Donald
would
Trump
disagree with
called for
you.
people in
When
Congress to undermine that very
okay,
bill because he cared more about running on mass deportation being an issue
okay,
than he actually cared
you're
about
not
providing
tracking. You're
solutions for
not
the matter.
following. You're not following. I
I am
think it's
following. I think you're
totally.
just trying to
It's well.
deflect.
Hold on. Well, you might want to learn then. Do you know what Biden's first executive order was?
No, I do not know what his first one was. What was it?
It was to defund the border wall, and he wrote four other in that
Can
same
you
day.
tell me
He
what
wrote
executive
four
order
other.
number it was?
No, I couldn't. If you're gonna challenge me to that, that's pretty
No,
weak.
no, I was just asking.
That's pretty weak. You could
Because I'm
just
trying to look it up. Do
Google
you
it.
remember what it was
It's
called
pretty
so I can
weak.
look it up?
But I mean, it just completely goes against your whole narrative. You know, it's interesting what
Can
the
I have any
Democrats do.
information about the executive order so that I could look it up?
You know, the whole conversation becomes really, really boring because it's
Biden
you're actually the
defund
party.
border
You're the
wall
party that has opened the border and has been about open borders, but all of a
January
sudden you're saying
20th,
that you did a good job on the border. It doesn't
2021.
make sense.
Here, proclamation of emergency with respect to the southern border of the United States and redirection of funds diverted to border wall construction. So they're just saying, oh, there's better ways we could address immigration, and I would rather instead of putting funds into the border wall, put funds into other things. I think that's totally reasonable. There's no issue with that. I mean, Trump
Of
already
course,
thinks that
it's
there's this.
reasonable when you have
Think
20
about this.
million
Think
people
about
coming
this.
over the border.
Watch this.
Totally
Watch
reasonable.
this. Think of this.
Totally reasonable.
Think of this.
Yeah.
You guys said
But
that
I
in
mean,
order.
it's not
MAGA
fiscally
said,
responsible.
"Can I
You know,
please
you
speak?
talk about all this
Can I
free
please
money.
speak?"
You started telling us
Okay,
why.
I'm just gonna mute you. Okay, so when MAGA was first coming into office, they said that we need a border wall in order for there to be a secure. He just left because I wanted him to stop speaking. Okay, you can cry and run away. You can kind of run away, but like now they think the border is secure without there being a full border wall. Also, if he wants a border wall, why doesn't he support the bipartisan border bill? But yeah, he just crashed out and ran away simply just because I wanted to be able to have him not cut me off. So he couldn't get his way, so he had to run away because he can't intellectually engage with other people's positions. Thomas, that was embarrassing. If you want to come back and debate me, you might be able to get a little bit of your dignity back, but that was embarrassing. That was a
Parker, where do
crash
you
out.
get your shirts from?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I honestly have no clue where I got this shirt from, to be honest. Like, I've had this shirt since I was, like, in high school. I think my mom got this for me. It's like a pajama shirt I've had for a while. I have no clue where I got this shirt. This is one I've had since high school. It's just a gray shirt. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
And do you support Trump?
I'm to be perfectly honest. I used to. I wouldn't say I do as much anymore.
If the election were held
I would
today,
say a
Harris
little
versus
bit,
Trump,
yeah.
who would you rather vote for?
That would be a hard one.
Or you could choose not to vote as well.
Honestly, I will be. I probably just wouldn't vote.
Okay,
Overall.
okay, for sure. I'm going to go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if in that context you would vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Dude, that's actually still so funny that that guy just like ran away. You know, what's up? How old are you?
18,
What's your birth year?
2008,
What month?
January,
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump,
I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everybody, we are just looking for debates.
Here
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
my birthday is 10/12/77, and I'm not Trump supporter, but I'm supporting you. I'll go for Kamala Harris.
Oh, based. Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for debates with people who support Trump. Appreciate you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Parker!
Evil Dean. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, farm sim.
Oh my gosh. Farm Sim Kid is learning Evil Dean's terminologies. What? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18 now. I'm born in 2007.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Vote for you, Parker. I love you so much.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Okay, it looks like he's back from his little tantrum. Hey, Thomas, you're back from from running away?
Just a warning, I don't deal with the muting. If you lose in round one, just accept it, okay?
Hey,
We
dude.
started with round one. You didn't know what you were talking about, okay? You went and did some research, and then you tried to dance around it. And when you couldn't dance around it, you muted me. Try not to do that. Look, it's time to take responsibility for the border, okay? Just say that it was a mistake. Most of you are saying that. Anyone with any, mind at all is admitting to it. So the border, you guys have been horrible on. Hey, we accept responsibility. We could have done better. Say what you got to say. Quit lying, though, please.
I don't think I'm lying. And by the way, I just want to clarify, I was still speaking, so I was just trying to continue speaking after still speaking. So, like, you were cutting me off. That's why the only reason I muted you there, just letting you know. But the point that I was making was that MAGA thinks that at least prior when Trump was originally running, that you needed a border wall to secure the border. Now they think that the border wall or the border is secure without there being a border wall. So the point that Biden's making there of redirecting funds specifically from the border wall to addressing security of the border in other ways, I think is something that anyone could agree with, and that's totally reasonable. Again, a border wall isn't something that they think is positive, something that they would just compromise on in the context of a border bill, which, by the way, the bipartisan border bill did that.
Okay, I think that if the book gets again, let's say that time for you to
You're cutting out.
cut your losses. You guys made a big mistake.
Did you get Trump Mobile, sir? It seems like you're cutting out.
Cut your losses. You guys fuck. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
I'll come back up.
Well, no, you're fine. I
Oh.
hear you now completely.
Okay. Here, it's a real simple one. The border, you guys fucked up. Okay. Just admit to it. Most people, like I said, people with half a brain are saying, you know what, we fucked up the border. We got to take the L. Why aren't you willing to do that so you can move on to the next debate?
Well, I mean,
Like,
okay.
how do you argue the border? How do you argue the border? How are you coming up with this word salad? You guys opened the fucking border. 20 million people came in. Biden lit the green light. That's it. You guys fucked up. Okay. We could start with there. Yeah, we made a mistake. Okay. Now we can go to, now do you have a big, huge mistake that the Republican Party do? We'll talk about it. What bigger mistake can you make than allowing 20 fucking million people undocumented to come in the country? Name a bigger mistake that the Republican Party did.
It wasn't 20 million. According to Pew Research, there was less than
There
a
we
4
go.
million
Here we are. Now we're
increase
manipulating.
in
We're
the
back to
undocumented
manipulating.
immigrant population. So I would love to see where you got 20 million from. Can you give me any
Well,
source for
this
that?
is a form of gaslighting. Now you're
Asking
trying to,
for a source is a form of gaslighting?
whether it's 12 million, 15 million, or 20 million.
What's
would you
a
agree
source
that's-
for your number for 20 million undocumented immigrants coming to the country? You're gaslighting me for asking for a source.
This is a rabbit hole. This is a rabbit hole.
That's what you just did, bro. Can you give me an actual source? What's your
did a
source
bad
for
job on the
20
border. I
million?
think it was a bad idea.
I
think
gave
that
you
it
a
should be
source. Pew
bipartisan.
Research, less than
The
4
border.
million came into the country under the Biden-Harris administration.
I don't believe that. Where's your source?
Pew Research.
Pew Research. Okay.
Pew,
And I wonder how they
PEW
can
Research.
research. How can we rely on those numbers? You know.
Pew Research is a credible institution specifically for data. It's not partisan.
Okay. Well, some people say 15 million. People some say 20 million.
Yeah,
But
Trump.
the point is that if you have a border problem and you build a wall, you don't defund the wall. Okay. You don't do 4 other executive orders to greenlight the border, to say, hey, come on over. And that's why they came over. So you're negating the fact that that Biden greenlit the border, right? And caused all that illegal immigration. You can't just say, yeah, that was a mistake. I think that's something we have to own up to. You can't do it?
That's not defunding border security, sir. It's just defunding the wall. right? It still addresses border
Well,
security.
here,
It's diverting funds
okay,
from
so
wall
you
to
can't.
other
Just say
forms of
you
border
can't. Just say
security
you
that are
can't do
deemed
it.
by the
Just say you
administration
can't do
to
it.
be more effective ways of
It's okay,
actually
bro. It's
addressing
okay, bro.
security of the border.
It's okay. You can't do it. Just say you can't do it. You're not able to admit it. You're not able to admit mistakes. Just say it.
I
It's
think
not
you're
a
just
mistake you're willing to
dishonest and you're
admit.
misunderstanding my position, sir.
No, most people are starting to admit that mistake now.
I mean, I
Not
provided a
not the guys
source
on
and reason to
TikTok,
believe what I'm
right?
saying, and you just said it was gaslighting when I asked you for a source.
I
Like,
told you that whether it's 4 million, I don't trust that source. And so I said
of
that some
course you
say
don't. So
12,
what
some
source
say
do you trust?
15.
Tell me.
The source that says anything over, let's say, 1 million, that to me is now we have a serious problem, whether it's 4 million or 10 million or 12 million or 20 million. And maybe it's not 20 million, but I think it is something like 10 to 15. But you're saying
What's the
4.
source?
But regardless if it's 4 or 10, it's still he still greenlit the border,
That's
right?
not
When we had a
greenlighting the
problem,
border.
of course it is. When
No, it's
you
not.
make an executive action to stop the funding of the border wall, that says, hey, we're gonna, and 4 other executive orders to say, hey, come on over illegal. And then once everyone comes over, you have one statement: do not come, do not come. Remember that? That was our borders are. Who you guys say is not our borders are. See, these are petty arguments. I mean, it's easier to just move past it, say, you know what, that we should have just been nonpartisan about that.
She was never deemed by the
But
administration to be a border czar, and also when it comes to the immigration policy, she had the authority to raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity. This whole idea that she had complete authority over the border is ridiculous. Okay, now your argument now that you're making prior as well is that the border wall is necessary for border security, which isn't true because you think the border wall is secure right now without there being a full border wall. So the argument that you were making that we're diverting border wall funds in order to other forms of border security is completely reasonable because it's not limiting the level of border security. It's actually, under this view, increasing the level of border security because they think the border wall is not as a sufficient source to be able to provide security of the border in terms of the funding for that comparative to other things. Everyone has known that the wall is a joke. No one has thought the wall is serious. That's why it's still not done to this day.
that's a lie. That's
Why
a
is it not
lie.
done?
You're lying. You're flat out lying.
Have they
The
been putting funds
experts
into
down
it
there
under
say
Trump's
that
administration? Where are they?
the actual immigration experts down there say that it's the most powerful piece, the tool that they have. But of course, it's a
How large is
petty,
the wall?
stupid, boring argument. It's a
How
boring
large is the
argument
wall?
to say that a wall wouldn't help a border. Are
Sir,
you
how
fucking?
large is the wall?
I
Like in length?
See, this is what I'm saying. This is a boring conversation. I mean, you're
How?
negating the simple fact. Look, you guys, look, your policies, and it's weird
If
because
you don't
you're
know, it's
now
okay.
saying,
I'm
no,
not.
no,
It's
we were
not like
good on
a
the
hyper
border.
specific. Like I need you to know the specific level. The
You're
reason why I'm
pretending
asking
that you did a good
is
job
because
on the
I'm
border,
getting you
bro.
to
But at the same
I'm
time,
trying to get you to realize it was less than 22% refurbishment of the wall that happened under Trump's administration. Less than 22%. Okay, they haven't even got
you're
nearly.
into
They haven't even
petty
got 30 to
conversations, bro.
40% done.
This is gaslighting. You're not. This is
This is
you're getting off
gaslighting. How?
topic.
How is this
Yeah.
gaslighting?
This
This
is a
just sounds
simple.
like you're a
This is a simple
snowflake.
thing.
You just call
You're in
everything
denial.
gaslighting. You make up terms that you don't even understand. You don't even know what gaslighting means. What do you think gaslighting means?
Hey, look over here. That's what it look. That's what you're trying to get.
That's not
us
what
to look at
gaslighting
some
is, bro. That's not what gaslighting is. What are
You're-
you talking about? You're just making up your
This is
own
a
understanding of
simple
gaslighting that
conversation.
no one else has ever used. Gaslighting is not look over
What
here,
is
everybody.
your definition of gaslighting? What's your definition of gaslighting, buddy?
Yeah, it's when you lie in order to manipulate someone into believing that they're wrong when they're actually right about a state
Is
of
that what
affairs
it
that just
says?
happened.
Let's look up the definition. Now let's see who
Yeah,
was
I mean,
closer.
go ahead, look it up. Do it.
Pull it up.
How I just
You're
used
the
it is
one
the
that set
typical
up
way
with
that
it.
people are using it.
What's the definition? Who was closer? You said that it was a lie. I don't think it's going to say lie in there. Look up the definition. You said lie. Go ahead.
I want you to look
Let's
it up
see
so you
how
can see
well
it
you're so
yourself.
fucking. You're such an expert. You're such an expert with your computer. Go look it up.
Okay, let's look it up.
Does it say lie?
Yeah.
You said the word lie, and I bet you it doesn't say that. And I don't have a
Really?
computer. in
How
front of
much
me.
would you want to bet?
What does it say?
Okay, well, it says the practice of
Gaslighting.
psychologically manipulating someone into questioning their own sanity, memory, or powers of reasoning.
Thank you. That's exactly what you're doing. So it's very simple. We can go back to the basics. Does your party support open borders?
I think that's my definition completely
Yes.
made sense there, and also the
Yes.
way that you
The
used it made
answer
no
is
sense.
yes. Let's keep it simple. The answer is yes. You do believe in open borders. So why are you arguing what works and what doesn't? And why do you argue that? Why don't you just stick with the plan, which is we want open borders? Then we'll get to the next question. How many fucking people do you think we should allow? And you couldn't give me a number because you're fucking master. You don't have a leader. You don't have some tell you this is the number that we can allow. So you're just lost in the sauce. How many people, Parker, how many people should we allow to come in undocumented? Because now you're in a bit of a pickle, aren't you? You're saying that you guys are doing a good job. They're all here, but you have to reverse a lot of comments like, no one's illegal and things like that. Which one is it, buddy? Are you about border security or are you not? Pick one. To keep it simple so we don't gaslight.
Yeah, I'm about border security. I just think that in order to secure the border, you don't have to fund the border wall. And I also think that in terms of border security, I think that there's actually like a legitimate basis for doing so. It's just we should focus on those that have committed violent and serious offenses that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population. It just shouldn't be people that are coming to this country for a better life. We need to facilitate a quicker legal process for people to go through in terms of immigration. And I think that a pathway for citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent or serious offense would be the best way to ensure that the most amount of people are vetted within our country, the most amount of people are incentivized to go through the legal process, because the legal process of immigration is amazing. Immigration is a great part of our economy, of our society. It makes our society better in almost every measurable way possible.
You hear that, Democrats? The legal immigration is beautiful, guys. So just come here legal. Just listen to Parker, guys.
But we need a quicker legal pathway. I understand why people came here undocumented, and I want to provide a pathway to
everyone in your
citizenship.
party. Now we're bipartisan. I mean, you're still
Okay, if you
still
want to agree on
avoiding
what I just said, let's go for
you're
it.
still avoiding on everything that you guys just ruined. You
How?
totally went against, you believe in legal immigration, but yet you allowed a bunch of illegal immigration, and now you're gaslighting, right? You
That's
are
not true, sir.
gaslighting, isn't it?
It takes
Yeah.
time in order to get bills done, negotiation. We haven't had a border bill in like 30 years or so. The Democrats and Republicans in Congress are willing to work on that. The person who undermined that was Donald Trump, because it wouldn't have helped him politically.
Now I know that you're an
So he
expert in
extended the
border
border
walls.
crisis under your own view.
I know
A
you're
border
an
crisis
expert
that
in
you
border
thought was
walls.
detrimental to this nation because he wanted to make himself look better. That's it. That's the only reason. Like, so you can sit there and you can cope
No,
all
it's
you
not that
want
he
and
wants
say
to look
Democrats are
better,
at
it's
fault
that you
and
look so
Republicans are not at
bad,
fault at all.
Parker.
But Donald Trump,
Parker,
in the
it's that
middle
you
of
look
what
so
he deemed
bad.
to
It's
be a
not that
border
anyone's trying
crisis,
to look
listen,
better.
let me please finish. In the middle of what Donald Trump
You're
deemed to be
talking
a
a
border
lot.
crisis, he decided to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have addressed the security needs at the border to a greater extent. And he chose not to do that because it would have made him look worse.
This is more gaslighting, folks.
This is all every single time you say facts, Parker, that's called gaslighting. Actually, it's when you speak facts, Parker, that's called gaslighting. Actually,
the
okay?
Definition.
Because I don't want to
Everything that comes
accept
out
it.
of your
Okay.
mouth is gaslighting. And if you want to see a
Mm-hmm.
liar, we can watch you gaslight all day. If you want a liar, let me ask you a simple question.
Mm-hmm.
Is it true or is it not true that by way of executive order that he greenlit the border, that Biden greenlit the border? In other words, if he makes his first executive action, do you think that sends a message? And let's be results oriented and say that you say 4 million, some say 12, some say 50, but you have admitted that a huge amount of people came. Would you have to admit that by doing so that he greenlit the border? Is that considered greenlighting the border?
No, I just told you it's actually addressing security needs of the border to a greater
Now you're
extent because
lying.
it's divesting
you're
funds
lying.
so that you can put it into other things for needs for border security. That's what the executive order did. You haven't read
What
the
about his
executive
other
order.
four
You know nothing
executive
about the
orders?
executive
What
order.
about his
You're just
other four
assuming
executive
that
orders?
this executive order means that they somehow greenlit the border to be open. Like you have the most basic rudimentary understanding of
Why did he get
the
rid of
border
stay
security.
in Mexico policy? Why did
That's
he
a
get rid
horrible.
of
That's for
stay
the
in
asylum
Mexico
process. That's a legal
policy?
process of immigration. That affects a legal process of
So
immigration. That has nothing to do with undocumented
how about the
immigration.
other three executive orders? How about the other three executive orders? So 5 executive orders that would
Which
only
ones?
help the illegal, right? Can you admit to that, or are you going to lie and gaslight
What
us
other
around
executive orders?
that the fact that if he makes those executive orders, you can go look them up. I don't have them in front of me. You have the computer in front of you. There's did five executive orders right away.
Parker, look up my argument
I
for
think it was
me.
like 3 in the first hour.
Parker, please look up my argument
I
for
said
me,
5
please.
executive orders. Do I have to bring up the executive orders? Hey, the number one you've already stipulated to, right? So
You got
he
Trump mobile,
greenlit
bro.
the border. We can agree to that.
You're lagging a little bit, bro. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. You there? Do you hear me?
Yeah, I think, like I said, in order, you spend a lot of time spinning wheels on here. I think that you should just, concede to the fact that you guys made the big mistake, and that's what's hurt your party. Your credibility is so bad. But I'd like to move to like another topic.
I'm sorry
like
that it hurts
racial
your
division.
feelings that like I disagree with you and that you can't understand that some people can disagree with you. And also like I'm not the DNC or the Democratic Party. I'm just telling you my thoughts and opinions on who I think is preferable in the scenario. And you think I'm like a part of the DNC or something? What do you mean, you guys? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
When
You act
you're
like I'm a part
talking
of the
points and
structured
you're-
system that caused all of these things. I'm some random fucking kid on TikTok, bro.
No, you've got a computer screen in front of you, and you read out DNC talking points.
DNC
and
talking points,
manipulation and
actually. That's what you
gaslighting.
got. You got DNC
Gaslight
talking
for a
points. Do I get them
living,
from the
Parker.
DNC too?
You literally make money off of gaslighting, bro.
I
and
make money off
convincing your
gaslighting.
fucking
Name one
flying
gaslight.
monkeys, yeah.
Name one gaslight, bro.
You've been doing it. You've been doing it all day. You've been telling us how the border hasn't been greenlit. You've been twisting your words
Wait,
backwards.
so because I
and
didn't
upwards
accept
and
your
everything.
argument, that means I'm gaslighting you.
No, you just have never taken responsibility. At the end, I said, "Can
That's
you
not
do
me
it?"
not
You
taking
can't.
responsibility. That's,
You can't do
By the way,
it,
I didn't do
Parker.
anything. This isn't me. What are you talking about? I'm not the DNC. Take responsibility for what? I'm talking about my opinions on whether or not I think that they're responsible for it. It's not me taking responsibility.
Here,
What the hell
here
are
he
you
is
talking about?
Here he is disassociating with every fucking talking point and every DNC
Yeah, am I
fucking
a
talking
part of the
point.
administration?
Go ahead and
Was I a
disassociate.
part of the
and
Biden
tell us-
administration, sir?
Tell us you're not part of that.
Yeah, I wasn't part of the Biden administration. Hello?
And where
My
do you
name is
get your
Parker.
talking
Get a
points?
job. I'm on TikTok. I debate people. You think I'm a member of the Biden administration?
You don't debate people. You gaslight all day and manipulate.
Name one gaslight.
You've been doing it all morning. You've been doing it this whole conversation. What are you talking about? You're trying to avoid the basics, and these are basic. You have to gaslight when it's so obvious. You have to do it.
What gaslight? Name one. Just one. If I do it all the time,
Everything
you
that's
should be
come
able to
out of
name
your
at least
mouth,
one, right?
Everything that's come out of your mouth, instead of saying, you know what, yeah, we fucked up the border. You can't do it.
Anything?
It's very narcissistic.
Anything. Can you name one? Because I can name one of Trump. I can name a gaslight that Trump engages in.
Is my mic not working or something?
No, I hear you. I haven't heard a single time you're naming that like I gaslit.
You have not. It's very simple. You have not admitted to the fact that you guys opened the border. You had to
We
gaslight
didn't.
to get out
That's
of that.
not true. There was deportations under the Biden administration. Are you lying? Yes, you are. It actually
More
sounds like you're the one
gaslighting.
gaslighting. You're the one saying that
This
there was
is
an open border
gaslighting.
when there
He
wasn't an
brings
open
up a
border.
random-
Wait,
he brings
actually,
up a
ironically
random- a
enough,
random
bro is
fact.
literally gaslighting me and trying to say that I'm the one gaslighting. He's saying, dude, you won't accept that there was an open border. There wasn't an open
It's
border.
literally the definition of gaslighting.
Can you define an
Look,
open
the result,
border? Define
we
an
can
open
just be
border.
results oriented. Did a lot
Define
of people
open border.
cross the border under Biden?
Sir,
Did a lot of
define
people
open
cross the
border.
Did a lot of people cross over the border illegally?
That's not what open
under
border
Biden?
means. I could say that is true under Trump's
We could
first
just be
administration.
results oriented.
Wait,
But,
sir,
in order for you to try to win the debate, which you can't win because you guys already lost. It's time for you to admit it and watch you try to weasel your way out of it by gaslighting. By bringing up gaslighting is when you bring up, and I'll give you your example. Here it is. When you bring up the fact that Biden deported people. Look, he deported people. That's like saying you beat a bunch of kids up, but you gave that kid ice cream. You know, you beat a bunch of children, but you gave one child an ice cream. That's gaslighting.
What is this guy saying? So when you say
And now
open,
you're playing stupid.
No, when you say open border, I'm thinking unrestricted, no restrictions on the border at all. Okay, that's
Well,
not.
now that's more
not
gaslighting.
It seems like
now,
we have a different
that's called
understanding,
black
sir.
and white thinking.
Sir,
that's
it
called
seems-
black and white
so-
thinking.
no,
That's
listen,
a manipulative.
Listen,
tactic.
how is that a manipulative? When I hear
Black and
open
white
border, that's
thinking.
what I think. Is that not a genuine understanding of like what someone would think when
Why
someone
don't you
says
just,
that term?
Hey, Parker.
Is it they're
Parker,
completely
you know,
open
maybe,
border?
Maybe not this
What
year.
the fuck
maybe
does
next
open
year.
border mean to you?
Maybe next year you can admit that mistake.
So, sir,
and
can
then
you define
and then we
open
can have
border?
a bipartisan conversation.
Sir,
Yeah, then we can move
I would
past
love an
that.
answer to my question. Can you define open border?
You could define it any way you want. To ask that question would be gaslighting. It'd be manipulative to ask that question.
Everything I'm doing is gaslighting, chat.
Absolutely. It's what you do for a living.
Yes,
It's how you get
it's true.
paid. It's the
I love
only
gaslighting.
way.
You know,
It's
W
the only way
gaslighting
that you
everybody.
could
You know,
take
just
it- it's
W
the only
getting
way
W
you could take
gaslighting like
such an obvious
W
risk.
actually. You know, it means, you know, gaslighting means you're winning debates. That's what it means apparently to this guy. Because can you define any of
You've
these
never
terms?
won a debate in your life. You read off the computer, dude.
Well, you know, I'm reading off my phone right now, right? And it says, Lexi, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much for the gaslighting.
Oh gosh.
I
here we
appreciate
go.
you. Thank you so much,
Here we
Lexi.
go.
Stacy,
Here
thank
we
you for the
go.
$10 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, he's a grown man.
You know you're
that is
beating him when
throwing
they
a
start
temper
thanking.
tantrum. That's what
This
he's
is what
doing,
Dean did
actually.
on his channel. He
Thank you
was
so much. I
thanking
really
all of us.
appreciate it. Fossey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
good
Thank
one.
you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. He's gonna run away. Joe Shot, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Margaret, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much, Margaret. I appreciate it. Thank you. DJ, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube super chat, by the way. For here's the 100 to kick him. You know, I knew right away when I started thanking people, he was inevitably just gonna leave himself. So I didn't even have to kick him. He just left and ran away himself. Rebel, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the gaslighting, buddy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, everything I do is gaslighting. Look at that. Gaslight there, gaslight everywhere. I gaslight all the time. That's all I do, actually. Alien Cat, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much for, damn it, Parker, you keep gaslighting me into donating again. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know, it's just what I do. What can I say? What I do. It's what I do. 10,000 seconds. Thank you for the $20. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Kata, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why he's misusing the term so much. He just sounds like a snowflake. I promise you, if someone were doing the same thing to him, he'd be like, you're such a liberal snowflake. I promise you. That's exactly what his response would be. It's honestly fucking hilarious. Watch, he's gonna come back in like 30 minutes from now and throw another temper tantrum. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's funny. That's funny. Patricia, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was actually embarrassing. He built like nothing of the wall, and then like they're trying to act like the border is secure now, and literally there's no wall. So it's like they think the border is secure without a wall. So they proved the liberals right without realizing it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Sorry, I just had to write down a thing. All right, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
You're good, don't worry. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Judy, thank you for the $10 for the gaslighting. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Like, literally, dude, that guy, like, actually literally said everything I was doing was gaslighting. That was, like, fucking nuts, right? That was crazy, dude. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. He just learned the word. You're right. You're right, actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
What'd you say?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
If what about Kamala Harris?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, my ass smells like chili and.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me okay?
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 33. I kind of support Trump.
Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I guess probably Trump. I have a question. He says about pure.
Is there a way you can go to an area with a little less background noise? It's a little hard to hear you.
I'm sorry. Maybe can you hear me better now?
The background noise is really loud. Are you driving?
No, I was in a bus. I was in the queue, but you took too long to select me. But the bus has stopped now. You said Pew Search was your source on how many migrants came in. Can you
Yeah,
pull that
Pew
up,
Research.
please? Yeah.
Yeah,
You pull it up?
I just no. You have to look it up yourself. Look up Pew
No,
Research.
so you can't substantiate your claim.
What?
The burden of proof is on you, so you just made it up.
No, Pew Research. PEW Research.
Pew,
Look up
right.
Pew
Right. Can you pull it up?
Research. Amount of undocumented immigrant population by year, and you'll
Yeah,
see
pull it
the
up.
increase. It went
Yeah.
it
pull
went
it
from
up.
like 10.5 million to 14
Hey,
million.
Pull it up, please. Can you prove it? Substantiate your claim, please.
Holy shit, you're annoying.
I'm sorry. This is how what you leftists do.
I'm giving you the
do
source.
to us.
I'm telling you the source.
No, you need to show me the source. That's
I don't
how
have to
you
show
do
you the source on stream for you to look it up. Everyone,
Yeah.
when I ask them
Yeah.
for a source,
You're not gonna-
I
you
ask
can't
them for like a
substantiate your
title or
claim
something to
because you're
look up so
lying.
that I can
So I made
verify
clear
it.
that you've been caught
Okay, I
lying.
just told you what
So
to
we're on
look
the
up.
same page. Okay, that's crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna show you on the screen right now. You're gonna look really fucking stupid.
Okay, well hurry up then. And what is this source supposed to prove exactly? That was only 4 million, right?
The undocumented immigrant population, that it's less than 4 million increase.
Right. So you admit that it is 4 million. That's a lot of people still, though, right?
Not as many as he said. He said 20 million. So.
Well, but the thing is that like 4 million. Are you okay with that? Are you happy with that number?
Well, I think that these are things that happen due to the economic insecurity that existed all around the world. You're saying it's Biden's administration? I don't think so.
14 million.
Dude, that's the total undocumented
this is
immigrant
14
population.
million
Look at the
per
years at the bottom, sir.
Yeah, that's a problem, don't you think?
What?
That looks like more than 4 million to me.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
that's
10
a
point.
problem.
Wait, do 14 minus 10.5. What is that? What is that?
It says 14 million on top. So
Yes, sir. What is
that the number of
14
millions of
minus
people?
10.5?
It says 14 million. That's what I'm reading.
Yeah, I know that, sir. What is 14 minus 10.5?
That's not what the graph says. It just says 14.
It is
on the
literally
top.
what it says, sir.
But where
So
does
what
it
is
say it,
14
sir?
minus
Because I'm looking-
10.5?
I'm
Can you do
reading
that
the
math for
graph.
me, sir? What is 14
You
minus
had to call- Are you
10.5?
assuming my pronouns?
What is 14 minus 10.5?
Hold on a second. Did you just assume my pronouns?
What is 14 minus... What are your pronouns?
Okay, Z Sam. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll use those pronouns for the rest of the stream. So,
Okay, cool. So the graph
can you
says
tell me the
14
answer?
million. Well, the answer is the graph shows 14.
So what is 14 minus 10.5?
You said you're going to show me an article. You showed me a graph. Can you pull it up? Can you pull it up again?
Yeah, so can you tell me
You said you were
14
gonna
minus
show an article,
10.5?
You showed some random graph. I asked
I'm
for
not
an
going to show you
article.
anything until you answer my question, sir.
No, you don't get to.
Very
make the
simple
notes.
question.
You just found out
14
about
minus
mine.
10.5.
Your
Can you give us the
source-
answer?
Your graph says 14 million.
Okay, here,
You're
do you
never
just...
good at this, are you?
Like, why are you acting like a child? I'm just asking you a basic question. What is
I'm not
14
gonna
minus
bluff this.
10.5? If,
I think this is what you call.
if you can't answer the question, I'll answer it. Is that okay? Like, I'll answer if you don't know.
Demand. You showed a graph. It says 14. So I take that as there are 14 million illegals, assuming the 14 represents each. I assume it means 14 million. I could be wrong, but that's the impression I get from that graph. I asked for an article. You showed a random graph. I thought you were going to show up an article that like cites the numbers that like, oh, we did research and there were 4 million, which by the way, 4 million in of itself is an admission of guilt because 4 million is still way too many. So the best case scenario, you still lose at the best case scenario, which you haven't even proven it yet. But the best case scenario, you still lose because 4 million is way too many to let people in. Yeah, I see 14. So
Yeah, he
what
can't
am I
read a
supposed to
graph.
take away from that number at the far right?
He can't read a graph, chat.
I did. It says
You can't read
14.
graphs, dude. You
The
can't read
graph
graphs.
keeps going up, sir.
Yeah, and you can't read a graph. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
I did.
total
You can't
undocumented
read
immigrant
a graph,
population in
and
the
you just
country, sir.
defeated yourself. So
This is the total
You just
undocumented
defeated
immigrant
yourself.
population in the country. You can't read graphs. You're
I
getting
just
mad
did.
at me because
What
you
does
can't read
that
a
number
graph.
say
This
at
is
the
MAGA
far
math,
right?
everybody. He can't read the graph.
What does it say? Can you
Yeah,
tell me?
it says it went
At
from the
2023, what does it
10.5
say? Is
million
it going
to
up?
14 million.
Going up or is it going down?
Yeah, it went up from 10.5
So there's
million to 14 million.
illegals in America.
So I just want to let you know, I'm going to mute you because your background noise is really annoying. You're failing 6th grade, if not earlier, math. Okay, 6th graders can read graphs.
You know, you just outed yourself. You admitted that there are 14 million illegals under Biden.
Yeah,
You accept
total in the
that? You
country.
see that?
Total in the country.
Total in the country, right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Right. You think that's a problem? 14 million, is that close to 20 million or is it closer to 4 million?
That's about 3.5 million, sir.
So which is it? Is it 14 million now total, or is it 3.5 million total? Which is it?
Sir, it's 14 million total, 3.5 million difference.
So you were lying earlier when you said it was only 4 million.
Less than
I was trying to
4
make
million
it
people
clear. You
came
were
to the
lying
country.
earlier.
Wow, dude, this guy is
How
like
many- Wow, you're
really
bad
smart.
at this. Thank you.
Wow, I've
Thank
never
you. I
talked
am
to a smart. Wow, this
I
is
got you to out
this is
yourself.
quite literally the smartest Trump supporter I've ever
This
talked
is
to.
funny. So you admit that there were 14
This guy is
million
so smart.
illegals
This guy is so
in-
smart.
I am
And
smart.
just an
You
intellectual
proved my point
genius.
for me.
Your IQ is
So they
definitely
were
at
not
least
4
160.
million. There were 14 million, right?
Wow, bro. Wow, this is incredible.
Wow, this is
Give me another
incredible.
point. What were you
Yes.
saying, sir?
Yeah, you just used the wrong pronouns again. That was very transphobic.
Oh,
Do you remember
I'm sorry.
pronouns?
I'm sorry. My bad. That's
You
my
should check
issue.
your privilege.
I'm sorry. I really should. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you
You
answer
should
my
check your
question now?
privilege. So that was very transphobic. You know that, like trans people
Can you
unalive
give me an
themselves
actual
because of
response?
transphobia.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You don't
you
give a
should
shit
be
about
censored for
transphobia,
hate
and also
speech.
you're just doing this because those aren't your actual pronouns. You're just doing this because you're bullshitting. I was making a joke about that, but shut the fuck up. Don't actually act like it's at a point. Okay, that's not a point. You're just being ridiculous. Okay, how about you unmute yourself and actually engage with the point? Stop distracting yourself.
You admit that there are 14 million illegals in America under Biden, not 4 million.
What? Say that again.
You admit that there were 14 million illegals under Biden, not 4 million.
Yeah, you understand that I was saying that less than 4
Right.
million people came to the country undocumented under Biden's administration. So if the population went from 10.5 million, listen, just listen, please
We
listen.
agree upon that?
Please listen. Please listen.
No. I need you to please listen. Can you check your privilege?
No, I'll just mute you. So if the population went from 10.5 million,
Here's this white male. Check your privilege. It's 14 million.
if it went from
It's
10.5
million
okay,
total. Right?
let me know when you're done crashing out. Because I'll just mute you
I'll
until
let
you're
you know
done.
when I'm-
I'll mute you until you're done.
It's 14 million.
I'll mute you until you're done. How long will he go?
Did you just silence it?
You want to keep doing this forever? Is this fun for you? You want the baby bottle to keep being put in your mouth?
You're a Nazi.
You called me a Nazi? Nice job. I doubt you could define that.
So there are 14 million.
So do you wanna
You're-
tell me when you're done? Tell me when you're done, because I'm gonna finish my point
So
regardless.
you proved me right.
I'm gonna finish my point regardless. So
You-
tell me when you're
you-
done.
You don't get to prove your point.
Tell me when you're done.
You're a
I'll
Nazi
take you out of
transphobe.
timeout. Tell me when you're done.
There are 14 million,
Tell me when you're done, and I'll
You're
take you out of
Biden.
timeout.
and you're being very silly right now. Assuming there are 14 million under Biden total.
Tell me when you're done.
Country. You said walls
Okay,
don't work.
this guy won't stop. He's just like,
Come
he
they
can't
have
do
their-
it.
they have
Literally
theirs in the
zero
White House.
self-control, dude. Zero
Yeah,
self-control.
there's no
Your
work.
cortisol maxing, my guy. You have zero
Totally
self-control.
understand.
I'm trying to
Walls
explain
don't
it to you.
work.
It's basic math.
How can they have walls?
You know what? Here's what we do. We just gotta let him get it out.
White House. Yeah. Are you in the spectrum? I'm just curious.
Don't ever fucking use that as an insult. That's a disgusting thing to say. Go fuck
Or
yourself.
Don't swear at me.
That's a
very
disgusting thing to say. I don't know, to be honest, but like that's a disgusting thing to bring up as an insult. Go fuck yourself.
fair.
Can you like actually like just be a fucking human being like that's actually genuine, please? You have zero self-control. I'm trying to explain this basic concept to you, and all you've done on the stream
So
is
I
just
thought
be
you
fucked
truly
up for no
explained
fucking reason.
Walls don't work, but they have a barrier around the White House. Am I correct?
What's up?
Walls don't work, right? That's for the border, right? Walls don't work. Why do they have a barrier around the White House? Why do they have barriers around gated communities? Why do they have a barrier around military bases, stateside or wherever else? If barriers don't work.
Oftentimes you'll have like fences, walls. We have a fence still at the border. We just don't need a wall. You know that, right? Like that's just like I don't know what you're saying. Also, like I don't think we treat.
It's still a physical
I don't think we
barrier.
treat
Why
our
would you be
border.
against that?
Listen,
It's
sir.
a fence.
Can I
Okay,
please
it's a
finish without you
fence.
cutting me off one time? I don't think we treat the border the same as we treat private property. Okay, I think that's ridiculous. Now let me explain my point. Please let me
So we
explain.
should not protect the border.
Please let me explain. Okay, the population went from 10.5 million undocumented immigrants to 14 million undocumented immigrants. That means the change over the Biden administration was 3.5 million, which is less than 4 million.
But that's still a problem. Right?
Wait, so was my statement correct?
No, it wasn't. Because you said
You're
it
not
was
answering
4
my
million
question.
in total. No, I just answered your question. But
No, you're not.
is that a problem though?
Can you engage with my question? If not, I'm just gonna kick you.
I already answered your.
You're a waste of
I already
time.
answered your question, unless I'm mishearing you. Can you say it again? I already answered it. Is that a problem to have almost 14 million people in a country illegally?
The problem to address would then be that we provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent or
No,
serious
how about
offense.
we kick them out?
No, I'm good. I would rather not.
What would happen? I have a question, sir. What would happen to you if you illegally entered Mexico?
I don't think we judge our laws based upon what other countries' laws are
No,
necessarily.
You're deflecting. You're deflecting. Because you know the answer to the question.
Well, I mean, you'd probably be deported if there's a process for that. I don't understand the complete process of how it works there.
My father used to live in Mexico. He came there legally, though. He's not illegal. He legally entered Mexico. But he was saying, if you illegally enter into Mexico, they throw you in jail. They don't play around.
Oh, okay. So I don't know what the point is supposed to be here.
I have a question. Can you point on a map in the world where it's legal to illegally trespass into someone's country? Can you point on a map where that's lawful?
So I'm just saying there should be a pathway to citizenship, and you're like crashing out and saying like, where else do you consider this lawful? Where else around the world? Can you name me one place around the world that, wait, watch this.
To enter their territory.
Watch this. Okay, I'll just mute you. Can you name one place around the world that has a system that's not predicated off of universal healthcare, that has better healthcare access or better healthcare outcomes comparative to us?
Deflecting. How old are you?
Well, you would make the claim that just because you can't provide another example doesn't mean that you have a system that needs to operate in that specific way, right? I think that there can be a process of amnesty that's existed. Shut the fuck up, okay? There can be a process of amnesty that exists. We've had processes of amnesty that have existed historically, right? And we've had processes that have been beneficial through the context of amnesty. Okay, I'm just gonna kick you. Go fuck yourself. You're a waste of time to talk to. Your background noise is so annoying anyway. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. You're a waste of time to talk to. You cannot have a conversation. What a child. Like, genuinely, like, let me speak, bro. Shut the fuck up. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
Actually, I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist.
Okay. You guys also are fucking so weird. Like, just honestly do something productive with your life. Like, I don't understand how you find that entertaining. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
Parker, you're a nigger, bro. Fuck yourself.
You're disgusting. Morgan, thank you so much for the bouquet. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Sammy, thank you for the dining as well. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up, how old are you? Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I would love to believe that.
How old are you?
I still do.
Okay. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Helps get it out to more people, as always. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Because he is the best for capital owners. Like
capital owners?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that your only concern?
Because I'm a capitalist. I own capital.
Okay, so you're just self-interested yourself? You don't care about others?
I think it's just the culture of the world we live in, so we kind of have to be that way.
Now, is he better for the overall economy? Can you name like one economic metric he's made better off since he got in office?
So you could say tariffs, and that was bad for people that don't own capital. But most corporations are getting their refunds, and they're not going to pass that down to the consumer, meaning it's a profit for them.
So I'm waiting. I'm waiting to hear the response. So can you name one economic metric that Trump made better off since he got in office?
Yeah, he made capital owners richer.
That's not an economic metric that he made better off.
That's an
like I'm asking for GDP.
Metric?
Like I'm asking you GDP growth. I'm asking you unemployment. I'm asking you for inflation. I'm asking for those macro indicators.
Well, you're
name
saying
a macro
like
indicator that Trump made better off.
Unemployment, for like example, like if you're a company owner, if you lay off people, you're going to make more money, right? Yes or no? I mean, you could make more money laying people off, right?
Yes.
So it's good for those people that own the companies, that own shares in that company, but it's bad for the worker.
You're not really like answering my question.
That's what I'm saying. It's good for if you own capital. If you own capital, then it's good for you. If you don't own capital, it's bad.
Are you like trolling?
I swear I'm not. I think it's just the system we live in.
So I'm asking you a direct question and you're not answering the question. Is there some sort of comprehension issue here with the question, or like are you misunderstanding my question somehow?
No, I mean you asked for like how has it made things better? How has he made things better?
Yeah, I'm asking for a macro indicator that he made better off since he got in office.
I would say zero on the grand scheme of things, like zero. But that's only bad for a worker that doesn't own capital. It's good for people that own capital in a capitalist system.
So it's better for people who own capital for the GDP to grow at a lower rate?
It depends. I mean, if you're
for there to be massive inflation, is that better for everyone?
For everyone, no, but for capital owners who are making record
consumers have less
profits,
confidence and they can't buy as much, is that better for capital owners?
Yes, because those people will end up being more.
If consumers can't buy, you're telling me then that would be better for capital owners? Do you not think capital owners are selling products to consumers?
In this system, what else can people rely on besides corporations?
I'm sure capital owners. Well, those are for the things that they rely on, and they were already established that prior, but they were buying things on top of that more, which provides more profits and more capital to those that have capital in the first place. So what you're not understanding is that if there's lower consumer confidence, if there's less people engaging in the context of the market because it's growing at a lower rate, well then wouldn't that then mean that it's worse for capital owners as well?
Well, okay, so let's go with your logic and say that it is worse for capital owners, but then we could ask, why is every single capital owner going for something like this? Why is every single billionaire, any person that's trying to grow a company...
Every billionaire isn't, but like that doesn't change anything.
Not every billionaire, but most billionaires, the richest of the rich.
That doesn't change anything.
Regardless
of whether or not that's true, that doesn't mean that the impact is that way.
Are you saying Elon Musk's interest is not self-growth and profit?
Are you saying that their interests are perfectly understood? Right? Like, do you think that they are completely rational with fulfilling their purposes?
0%, but I do think they're rational.
So they're not completely rational with fulfilling their purpose. So they thought Trump was going to be very beneficial to them, but seemingly if he makes the economy worse off, inevitably it still hurts them in the long run.
I mean, I don't necessarily think so. So let's say like
that makes
Elon
zero
Musk.
Fucking sense. It's just that they were short-sighted.
I don't think they were short-sighted. I think they were trying
That's exactly what it was. They were like, I'm going to get a tax break when Donald Trump's in office. They didn't consider the fact that he would start a war with Iran. They didn't consider the fact that he would impose tariffs that would disenfranchise everyone. They thought maybe his tariffs wouldn't be as bad.
2025. They did anticipate these things. Everyone could have read these things fucking 3 years ago. They did see these things. They knew the exact plan. They're probably profiting off of the war profiteering. Like the insider trading going on is
there are a huge percentage of individuals who are, but what you're not understanding is that's not everyone specifically who's a capital owner.
It doesn't have to be everyone. It's never been everyone in America.
Wait. You said you care about what's beneficial to capital owners, and I'm telling you, this is overall not even beneficial to capital owners because it inevitably still is worse for our economy as a whole. Our economy doing better is better for capital owners. It's better for everyone.
Not necessarily. Not if people on the bottom are gaining more capital as well. There's only a limited.
Wait, you understand that? You understand that inevitably that does help out the richest Americans as well. Because those individuals who are consumers, with those individuals who are consumers, inevitably buy the products that the billionaires and millionaires are making. Right?
Wait, say that one more time, sorry?
Yeah, the consumers buy the products that the billionaires and the millionaires are making, right? The ones that become so wealthy?
Yes.
Okay. So inevitably there's a trickle-up element within the economy. There is a lack of a trickle-down element. So why would you want a system specifically that's going to ending up throttling itself because it has no mechanism to keep it going forward.
So I kind of want to explain this in like a terms of like wealth status. So like, let's say Elon Musk becomes the first trillionaire, right? And then let's say in the next year he has $5 trillion. The regulations he would have to have dismantled to do that allow him to essentially like buy anything he wants, right? But there are regulations surrounding him that he can't buy people, he can't buy land, he can't buy certain states, he can't buy politicians, right? But if you elect someone that gets rid of those guardrails, your money goes further. Say you could have 1 trillion or 5 trillion, you still can't buy as much as you would like unless you have a president that's willing to get rid of the regulations and laws to let you buy into more things, use your money to gain more power.
I'm waiting for a response to anything I just said. It sounds like you're
Does that
trolling at
make
this
sense?
point.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no.
If you're a billionaire,
not at all.
if you're a billionaire,
If you don't give me a response to the things I'm saying, I'm going to kick you. You are wasting my fucking time.
I'll respond.
Genuinely, like what is wrong with you?
I'm just explaining what you asked why I support Donald Trump.
I want a direct answer to my questions. If you can't do that, I'm going to kick you and go to the next person. It's not complicated to answer my questions and engage in a conversation with me directly. You're just speaking nonsense on the stream right now. You are literally yapping.
I'm trying to answer you, I promise.
No, you're not.
Okay, I'll ask again, and I'll try my best.
If you're trying to answer, that is honestly insane.
Okay, I'll try my best. Ask one more time. Sorry.
Do you remember at all what we were talking about?
Like economic metrics and what Trump has done and what he hasn't done for billionaires, and why why billionaires are actually losing out because they were short-sighted.
I'm saying for capital owners, not just billionaires, capital owners themselves are losing out because of the fact that they were the capital owners were short-sighted in thinking that Donald Trump was going to benefit them. Inevitably speaking, it harms long-term profits.
Long-term profits, but not long-term ownership, and there is a difference. Long-term profit is like it's more so like, you know, how much money, like in a dollar amount and percentage you're making, a profit margin. But like if you own more now of certain states, of certain industries, of certain things, I'm sure these people would rather lose money and own more of the market in general than own more money and not own more of the market. Does that make sense? I'm sorry if I'm being confusing.
So when you say like we're not just talking about the very richest. What's beneficial for the very richest individuals is not what's beneficial to the rest of society. It's not what's beneficial to capital owners as a whole. You understand that you were bringing up. Can you listen to what I'm saying right now?
Yeah.
You were bringing up that you wanted what's in benefit of capital owners. You're not talking right now about all capital owners. You're talking about hyper-specific capital owners. So which is it?
You're right.
Is it all capital owners, or is it some specific capital owners controlling everything? Answer the questions. You're not directly responding with anything I'm saying.
Yeah, you're actually right. It's actually like it's actually just the richest capital owner. So not every
You're not the richest capital owner. So this is not that you're trolling me. Get off the stream. No, seriously.
Do we live in a capitalist system? Yes.
Are you serious? Like you're not
capitalist
responding.
System? Yes or no?
Why would you only want what's in benefit of the very richest capital owners when that's not you?
Because we live in a capitalist system. It has to be that way.
You don't even have the argument that it's in benefit of you specifically.
How is
so this is what I'm saying. You're a troll because you're trying to brand all capitalist systems to just operate that way. That's why I'm saying you're a troll. So can you admit you're a troll so I can kick you and fucking move on? Like genuinely, like stop wasting my time. Like what benefit does what you're doing right now provide to society if you're a left-wing person? Like it's so weird that people do this. Genuinely, what is wrong with you?
I'm genuinely not trying to troll. I'm just, if we live in a capitalist
answer any of my
society,
questions.
I am trying to, man. Like I can't really even get much out before you interrupt. I'm genuinely trying to have a conversation. If we have a capitalist system, eventually the people that own capital will buy up the other companies that don't own enough capital. That's just inevitable. It's mathematics. Yes or no? Unless you have regulations.
Because you can have a capitalist structure. Yes, you can have regulations. That's what I'm advocating for.
Yes, but if you have someone who breaks down those regulations.
Sure, you can have regulations within a capitalist framework.
Yes, you can, but those are more social programs, correct? Those would be
a regulation isn't necessarily a social program. What the fuck are you talking about?
A tax system, for example, that's a social program. That's something. If you tax
a
billionaires,
social program is like Medicaid or Medicare, like providing a service, a social program for people. Taxes are how you fund those social programs.
Where would that come from?
The taxes are what fund those programs, is what I said.
They're okay, I used the wrong terminology then. I use the wrong terminology then. What I mean more so of is, if you're
what you're doing right now. Like
I'm trying to explain the motives of a capitalist, of the highest billionaires.
Dude, I have an economics degree. I think I understand the motives of capitalism a lot better than you do. Why the fuck are you trying to explain these things to me?
I think you do.
Why are you trying to explain this to me? What relevance does this provide to the conversation?
I'm just saying that. Okay, would you rather have a capitalist system or a socialist system? Can I ask you that?
Capitalist.
You'd rather have a capitalist system?
Yes, I want a liberal framework.
Do you
This
think
is why
it
I
would
think
end
you're a socialist.
any way differently than what we're in now? Then do you think it would end any?
Do you see what I mean? You're just go fuck yourself. Honestly, go fuck yourself. I hate you. Like, why are you lying? Why are you literally gaslighting me just to be able to do this on the stream and to have that conversation? It's so fucking annoying. Genuinely, go fuck yourself. Yo, what's how old are you?
I've never seen your cortisol that high before.
How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, honestly, I'd say so.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm not trolling today, sorry.
Thank you. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2008, April 16th.
What state do you live in?
California, Oakland.
What time is it?
It's 24 past 10.
Okay, can you name 3 states that border California?
Nevada. Of course, what's another one? I believe Arizona also. Also one, but and then Washington is a state above one, but that's it.
Nope.
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Honestly, what a degenerate. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Okay.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
60.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Kamala.
Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter if you'd rather vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Trump is better for the country, economy, all around, just better.
Okay, and what makes you think that?
Well, he's dealing with our enemies all around the world. You know, you got China. China is absolutely creeping in on our economy. Iran was building a nuclear weapon. He dealt with that. I don't think Kamala Harris would have had the backbone to do so.
Okay, if we want to reference the JCPOA that existed previously, that's the type of deal that Kamala Harris would have wanted to get done. Now, Donald Trump's in a position where he might be in a situation where he'll get either a watered-down version of the JCPOA or something just like the JCPOA. And inevitably speaking, he's in kind of a worse situation for that bargaining because of the Strait of Hormuz and because they would want that open. So there's actually kind of a worse situation for bargaining on behalf of the of Trump right now than what we existed 10 years ago when we did the JCPOA, which, by the way, would still be in place for preventing the enrichment of uranium through 2030. And it capped it at 3.67%. So I think that Donald Trump got Iran closer to a nuclear weapon than the Democrats did. And I think that Democrats were trying their hardest to prevent that from happening. It's not like anyone wants Iran to get a nuclear weapon. It's just that Trump's ways of trying to prevent them from getting it inevitably put us in a worse position and got them closer to getting it in the first place.
Did did Obama not send billions to Iran though?
I mean, actually, Trump's going to have to do that. He's actually have to give more money than Obama ever gave. The amount that Obama gave, the 1.7 billion that you're referencing, is actually just money that we stole from them originally plus interest. So we actually originally back then stole a bunch of arms from them, which totaled to 400 million at the time, and accounting for inflation, that was how much it was. So that was good faith in order to be able to get them to negotiate. So I think it was worth it, and that's a lot less costly than the war that we've engaged in.
But as a wartime president, is war not does it not come forefront ahead of cost? As a wartime president, right?
Well, we weren't at war at that time, but we were trying to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon.
Right. So today we prevented present day, we destroyed their nuclear abilities. As a
About a year
president.
ago, we destroyed it, but it's still higher in terms of enrichment than what it was prior. They can go back and get it and then start trying to build it up again. We destroyed the program as of now, but then they can build it up in the long run, right? That was through Operation Midnight Hammer. That didn't start a war about a year ago. It wasn't the war that prevented that. It was the Operation Midnight Hammer.
Right, but we're still in an active war with them, correct? Still keeping them from gaining a nuclear weapon. Is that not more important than...
How are we right now preventing them from getting a nuke?
We are actively at war with them.
That doesn't mean we're preventing them from getting a nuke.
Yeah, we are.
We're not boots on the ground.
How is that not... No boots on the ground? Do you want boots on the ground? I think we're doing a pretty good job of keeping them from gaining a nuke without...
I don't see how right now we're preventing them from doing so.
You think Kamala Harris would have done a better job at this?
Yeah.
How so?
The Democrats proved that through the context of the JCPOA.
What's that?
They already proved that through the JCPOA. Democrats have done that.
Through writing something on paper rather than actively going after our enemies.
We had an agreement where we had surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities to unprecedented degrees that no one's ever seen before.
Did they not still enrich?
Where they gave up their enriched uranium to Russia.
Sites? Right, but they still enriched nuclear materials. Correct?
They enriched uranium up to 3.67%, which is for nuclear power.
Yeah, under
that's within civilian usage.
So, okay, but they could still build a nuke. So is that not still a threat to
You have
America?
to have enrichment of uranium at 90% in order to weaponize it.
So we destroyed their sites for no reason. You're saying they couldn't build.
That made sense now, but this is years after Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. So they had been building up their nuclear program prior to the strike of Midnight Hammer.
Right. So what did the agreement do? If they were still building it up, what was the point of the agreement?
Dude, it's like he's not listening. Trump pulled us out of the agreement, and then they started building it up. Donald Trump is the one who ended the agreement in 2018.
The agreement was bullshit, though.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
What about it was bullshit?
Everything about it.
What about it? Be specific.
They were still building nukes in secret sites.
Nope, that's not true. No source for that. If you'd like to provide a source for that, I'd love to see.
Okay. You're gonna sit here and you're gonna sit here and tell me they were not building nukes. It's just like what about
under the JCPOA? Yeah, we had surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities through the IAEA.
Okay. See, you're citing things that nobody's gonna go and follow a fucking agreement that doesn't matter. They were still building nukes. Trump took them out. I think Kamala wouldn't have done that.
Kamala?
I think he has absolutely done better for the country in that sense as a wartime president.
Yeah, but you can't name
Can
anything
you
specific.
say Kamala would have been a better
Kamala.
wartime
Can you just say
president?
Harris?
Harris, whatever.
Kamala.
Kamala, whatever, same thing. Sure,
Just say Harris.
Harris. Could you really sit there and say she would have been a better wartime president?
We wouldn't have been at war.
You don't think we would have been at war?
Nope.
So she would have just let our enemies build nukes then? I don't understand.
No, she would have got negotiation done
okay,
just like
so
how Obama did,
what do you
because
think?
what was impeding upon that negotiation was Donald Trump.
What do you think about Maduro? Do you think
Why
that
are we
he
pivoting?
shouldn't have been removed?
I mean, I think that actually there was an arrest warrant even under Biden's administration, but what you're not understanding is that this doesn't actually like create better conditions for the Venezuelan people. He didn't like change the regime. So that's
You
no
don't
different than
think?
just letting the
Okay,
ICC or ICJ like go ahead with the arrest warrant. But why would he do
so
that with
you think
Maduro and not Putin?
so you think Trump should have done more in Venezuela after he arrested Maduro? He should have went in and changed more things. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
So,
saying that
okay.
there's a misconception that people have that like he like freed Venezuelan people from oppression or something.
Well, he definitely lifted them from a dictator. Now,
They have the same party.
whether another
The same
dictator
party is
was
still
put
in
in place
office.
after,
It's just the vice president stepped
so
up.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So he should have done more, correct?
I mean, that's your argument, right?
Do you think Kamala would have had the backbone to even
Kamala.
remove Maduro in the first place?
I don't know what would have happened in terms of that. I'm not familiar with what her policy plans or positions are on Maduro.
I think that,
But like there
you
was
know,
an arrest warrant out for Maduro under the Biden-Harris administration. So
right, but they never did anything about it. So that's my point. At least Trump has the backbone to do things that need to be
he
done,
claimed no new wars, and then he started a
even when
war,
a
and
lot
then
of
you're
people
like
don't
saying
like
that's a
it.
W. He's also like literally like blockading Cuba and like harming the civilian population there, where they have to deal with constant fucking power outages because
Now,
of the
see,
blockade that the U.S.
that's
has.
something. What do you think about? I don't know if you ever heard about this. Have you ever heard about when they talked about invading? It was like 8 countries. It would have been Syria, North Korea, Cuba, all the countries that aren't part of the central bank system. What do you think about that?
Are you invading those countries?
Yeah, so
I
a
disagree
while
with this
back,
like going to perpetual war. I think this has
well,
caused us
no,
to go into
I do
massive
as well.
levels of debt, and I think that you guys are literally the reason why we keep
So
why
I'm
our
asking you,
like can't even finish.
I'm
You're the reason why
I'm
our
asking,
country might fucking fail.
okay, so I'm asking you basically, as you know, there's certain people that control every central bank of every country in the world, the last couple that are left. If you go back
What certain
10
people?
years ago, what's that?
What certain people?
So there's wealthy people that control every central bank of every country, and
Okay.
it's
What
well
specific
known,
wealthy
right?
people?
Bank of England, Federal Reserves. There's only a few countries left with no Federal Reserves. That would be North
So a
Korea,
Federal Reserve is a
Iran,
central bank,
and
sir.
Cuba. Right, central banks. There's only a few countries left with no central bank that still
Right.
run
You don't think there should be a central bank?
so I don't think that there should be a central bank of every country on earth that runs every system of wealth. No, I don't
A
think
central
that's a
bank is
good
really
idea.
important. It's really important for uh, being able to prevent the economy from going into very, very bad recession.
I understand that, But my point being is there's only a few left. There's Cuba, there's North Korea, there's Iran. So do you not think that, I guess my point would be is I feel like we're targeting those countries, no matter who the president is, whether Harris would have been elected, Trump, either way, that's what's happening. And eventually the end game is for them to control every central bank of every country on earth. And
You're just yapping, bro.
I'm not yapping. I'm picking your brain, bud.
What are you asking me?
I'm asking you if you think it would be a good idea for every country to be controlled by a central bank that
There's not
is
one specific
connected.
central bank that controls every country. There's not an international central bank that controls everything aspect of our society. Now, if you want to talk about the U.S. central bank, should there be a central bank? Absolutely. We need a Federal Reserve. We need a central bank to ensure that we don't go into vast
So
levels
you
of
you don't believe that there's
depression because we
people,
can have counter-cyclical monetary policy.
you don't think there's people who make decisions that affect the entire world? The people at the very top, you don't think that exists?
You see people at the very top, you're just like doing a fucking conspiracy bullshit.
No,
There's a
no,
Federal Reserve that
hey,
influences the market and the
I'm just
economy
asking,
and the
I'm
money
just
supply, and
asking
we
your
need
opinion.
something like that to exist. It's not good to just leave it up to chance.
So you don't think that exists? You don't think there's people that
I don't
pull the
believe in the
strings?
Illuminati, no.
Okay. All right. Well,
I don't believe the Illuminati controls all, like, through... Like, do you believe we landed on the moon?
um, I'm not sure, bro, because there's a lot. See
Do you think the Earth is flat?
no, I don't think the Earth is flat per se, but I don't. There was a lot of reason to fake it. NASA, how much money does NASA make a day? I think it's 300 million a day. There's a lot of reasons to put that money elsewhere.
Yeah,
I'm not
we
saying
make
like I
money off
don't
the money that we
believe
put
that we
into
did, but
NASA.
I'm
There's
not
been a lot
sure,
of
bro. I've
scientific
never been.
advances and technological advancements from the money that we put into NASA. And also, like, you have to
Yeah,
understand...
for sure.
You have to understand that the Soviet Union, our adversaries, literally confirmed we made it to the moon when they had the incentive to say that we didn't make it there.
Well, uh, what do you think about the UFO thing that's been going on? I mean, do you
What about
believe
it?
in UFOs?
I mean, obviously there are unidentified aerial phenomena.
What do you think it is?
I don't know.
I, I don't know either. That's my point. I've never been to space. I've never looked at the Earth. I'm the type of person that I have a lot of reason not to believe the government because the government has lied about a lot of things. I don't trust the government. Um, I think Trump is better than Kamala. I think Kamala would be
Kamala.
more controlled,
Just say
but
Harris, bro. And you say that she'll be more controlled. What evidence do you have to believe that?
she's just I mean, I don't have a ton of evidence. I just can look at her as a
So this
person
is what I
and
mean. Like, you can't just
can
say, "Oh, I have
see.
vibes, bro. My vibes." I just, I have the
Well,
vibes
you
that
know,
she's just gonna be
I'm
more
a
controlled.
human being. I have eyes, ears, and I can look at people. I mean, I'm sure you can too. Via look at a liar, and you know somebody's lying to your
Yeah,
face,
Trump is
or
the liar.
somebody's not real or true, or they're
Trump is the
not.
liar.
I mean, you could say that at least he says things that people don't like. Kamala said, I feel like Kamala
Dude,
said
just say
more things
Harris.
that
Just
people
say
want to
Harris, man.
hear, right?
Just say Harris.
Okay, Harris. Harris says more things that people want to hear. Trump says things that people didn't want to hear, even if they didn't like them. That's my point. I feel like he was a more real person in
Really?
my eyes. That's all. Yeah,
In what way
100%.
in what way is he more real? Like, I can mention to you like 20 lies that he's engaged
because
in right
because
now.
it's
You
easier
can't
to
mention to me
say
two
things
that she's engaged in.
because it's easier to say things that people want to hear than it is to say things that people don't want to hear and to say the truth. And that,
What
I
even is
mean,
that supposed to mean? I'm the one saying the truth. You're the one providing no evidence for what you believe and just saying what you feel like based
Greg,
on your vibes and emotions.
you've not, yeah, that's evidence. I'm a person. That's what I'm saying. You've not provided any evidence. It's a conversation. I'm picking your
I
brain
haven't
as a
provided
person,
any
not
evidence,
as
really?
I'm not picking your brain as somebody who is a college graduate,
You know
had
what? I
this
feel like
degree,
you're
this
wrong.
degree.
That's my
We're both
evidence.
human
My
beings.
evidence is I feel like you're wrong.
Well, that's my whole point. You'll say that to 100 people on here a day, but you have no evidence to say otherwise,
I do have
except
evidence,
for,
and I
oh,
provide evidence when I make
no,
points.
you don't.
I do.
You don't,
Can you
though.
name one point that
You
I
block,
made that I didn't
you
provide
block
evidence
people
for?
as soon as they disagree with you.
Name one point that I made that I didn't provide evidence for.
The last dude that was on, you blocked him as soon as he was like had any argument against you.
Dude,
You
the
do
last
it
guy
all
I
day
kicked from the
long,
stream because he was a socialist trolling me.
It might have been a couple back. There was one dude that you talked to for like 5 minutes. He made some good points. You made
He
some
ran
good
away.
points, and then as soon as he started talking, you kicked him. You called him an asshole, and then you fucking sent him on his way.
That was
All
the
I'm
last
saying
person.
is,
The last person is who I called the asshole, and that person was a socialist who was
I'm
trolling me,
I'm
who was
not talking
gaslighting me.
about that person. I'm talking about the last person that you actually had a conversation with.
Yeah.
You could be very, very rude too. You also like that's what I'm trying to say. I don't disrespect your opinion. Your opinion is yours. You know, my dad's very opinionated. Me and him argue all the time, but I don't tell him he's a fucking dumb moron. You do that all the time, bro. It's not a good look, bud. Everybody's got their opinions.
I don't
Everybody
care.
feels different ways. Yeah.
I don't
Of
care if
course
you
you
think
don't.
it's a good look. I
Of course you
honestly
don't.
could care
Of
less,
course
to
you
be
don't.
honest with you.
Yeah, because that's how you make your money.
No, it's
That's how
because
you
I'm
make
I'm
your
being
money.
real with someone when I can
No,
actually
no,
say
you're
things that I
not
actually
real.
believe.
You just
I do think that about those people specifically. All of those things that I said,
yeah,
that's what I do think. Yes. I absolutely think. So
bro.
what
You
happened to like,
block
oh, I'm
people
being real.
constantly.
You want people to be real with you. You want me not to be real with you?
I'm being as real as I can with you. I'm
I'm
just
being as real as
a
possible. I'm
human
fucking
being
owning
talking
my
to you.
behavior and I'm saying, yeah, grab a fucking tissue.
I, hey, listen, that's you. If you want to be a dick to people and be rude,
Hey,
that's
if
on you,
people
bud.
deserve it, then I'm totally fine with it.
What makes them deserve it? Because they have a different opinion than you, though.
If they
That's
have
what
insane
makes people
opinions or they
deserve
have
it.
crazy views or they don't want to like
No, they
benefit
don't
this
have
country in any
crazy
meaningful
views.
way
People
and they
grow up
do
in
things to
different
actively harm this country,
circumstances.
like promote a guy that was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman,
People grow up in different
yeah, there are
circumstances. They
absolutely
have different
conditions that will then
opinions.
justify me being rude to
You
them.
make money off of making people who think different than you feel like shit. That's what you do.
Yeah,
And
good.
it's
I'm
fucking
debunking them. If it makes you feel like
it's
shit, cope.
it don't
Yeah,
you ain't gonna
I
make me
debunk
feel
people.
like
I
shit.
provide evidence for why they're wrong. If
I'm a
it makes
good
you feel
person
like
at the end
shit,
of the day.
reevaluate
I
your
don't treat people
opinions.
like you do. I know you don't believe in God, but hey,
Reevaluate your opinions. That's the goal of my
one
stream.
day,
Mission
bud,
accomplished.
you'll you'll get to feel the way you made everybody else feel.
What is
Every
that supposed to
person
mean?
you've ever talked to, like, oh, I know you don't believe in God, but when you die and you go before God, you're gonna feel the way you made everybody else feel. Every person you ever fucking talked to like shit, made them feel like shit.
Yeah, and you're gonna feel the pain of every single person that didn't get access to the basic necessities they needed and they died because
Like
they didn't get
what?
access to the
Like
USAID
what?
funding, the
That
specific funding that will lead to 14 million
USAID? Are you
people
talking
not
about?
dying by
Are you talking about
2030.
all the
So
wasted
14
money?
million more people will die by 2030 because the
Wait,
fact that
so
Donald Trump undermined the USAID funding. Let me please finish. Secondly, you're
because
gonna
he
feel every
audited it,
single
how much?
time. You're going to feel every single time that there was a child forced to go through a pregnancy because they couldn't get access to an abortion because of Donald Trump overturning Roe versus Wade. You're going to feel every single person affected by greater pollution because of the rolled back standards of the EPA. You're going to feel every person who had a lack of access to health care that was bankrupt because they couldn't afford their medical payments because of our system right now where they're cut off their access to Medicaid, why they're not expanded access to health insurance because they don't have a universal health care system in this country because Republicans won't vote for it and Democrats are the only ones advocating for it. You're going to feel every single time a trans person was disenfranchised in our system by people like Donald Trump who perpetuate harm towards them. You're going to feel every single time specifically someone who was assaulted, right, who is disenfranchised to a greater extent because of the culture that Donald Trump created and normalizing people who have assaulted people, been held civilly liable of doing so by an entire unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury, and still held accountable for that, and still are put in a position of power like the presidency. Him normalizing that type of behavior causes more harm in our society. So you're going to feel every single one of those things. So you can sit there and you can say that all you want just because I'm an atheist. I don't believe in that. I don't think that that's going to happen. I'm an agnostic atheist. But if you want to say that to yourself, how about you apply that to your own fucking views for once? Because your views cause significantly more harm on our society. You have to acknowledge that. Oh, don't forget all the people who he's threatened to kill, by the way. And he was glad that they died, you know.
Things that weren't like they found a bunch of shit that money didn't need to be going to. Are you kidding me? You're telling me they didn't find any wasted money when they did the audit? There's plenty of things that you just said that are absolutely valid. People need money for things. We fund a lot of great things across the world, but there's also a lot of wasted money. Are you gonna sit there and say that there's not any wasted money that they found?
Proportionally, it's very low. They didn't go after the wasted money. They just specifically went after policies that would literally reduce the amount of people who are dying. That's why a Lancet study came out and indicated that literally 14 million people will die by 2030 due to easily preventable death that would have otherwise been prevented if the USAID funding was continued.
Okay, all right. And what do you think about people here in the United States? Do you not think that money should be going to our homeless veterans? I go
Yeah,
outside
and
every
Democrats
day
advocate for that.
see
Where's
homeless
Republicans?
people.
Trump said he was going to get rid of homelessness for veterans. Where's that? Has he even talked about that
I'm
policy
not
since he
well
started
versed on
office?
that, but I can say that I don't see Democrats doing anything about it either. Every day, look at Democrat cities. Why do they have the most homeless people?
Name one big Republican city.
One big Republican city. I don't know. They're all Democrat cities, but why are they
Exactly. So
all filled with
maybe
homeless
you're
people?
just talking about something that's an issue in big cities and not
But
specifically
you
just
don't see
Democrat areas.
homelessness outside of the cities, though.
Secondly, name one policy that Republicans have provided at all to address access to housing in this country.
You don't see okay. I don't know about the policies like that with the Republicans.
That's fair. That's fair. Now I'll tell you,
But
there's nothing. There's
let's
nothing.
be fair. Okay, let's be
Democrats do
fair
support
here.
housing policies. There's policies
Yeah,
for
but
housing.
why is every city Democrat controlled and they have the most homelessness? You don't see homelessness out in the suburbs anywhere else besides the cities. Why is
So
that? What's
because
your theory on that?
people go to the cities because there's greater access to resources and necessities, right, and support. That's why.
I understand that, but why is it still feel like if you guys are can you at least admit like all right, California, they put all this money into homelessness. Do you not admit that there's could be fraud going on, like where people don't want the homelessness issue to go away because they're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year
Yeah, and we need
to
to regulate
prevent
that. There needs to be
homelessness?
more oversight for that. I don't dispute that.
I agree.
But
I
that doesn't
agree.
mean that doesn't mean we should support Republicans who are doing jack shit nothing.
Okay, and
Democrats,
neither
you're
are
actually giving an example
Democrats.
how Democrats are doing stuff. They're providing the funds, and
But
just that
they're not.
maybe you're saying
Democrat
those funds are being
cities are
mismanaged, so
filled
maybe we
with
can
homeless
reallocate
people.
those funds in a different way to ensure.
It's not a Democrat Republican thing. It's a greed thing. It's a human nature thing. My point being is you sit on here all day and you disagree with people and you call them pieces of shit. It's a human nature thing. People are greedy, people are shitty, and it's not just because you grew up a different way and have a different fucking way of seeing the world doesn't make the people you're talking to pieces of shit. That's all I'm saying, bro. I know you make money off of it, but it's, you know,
It's embarrassing that
I
you
don't
think
hate
the
you, bro.
only
I
reason
don't
I'm
hate you.
going to call people names is simply because I want to make money off of it, and not because I actively think that these are accurate descriptions of them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a sad fucking thing to see. You shouldn't hate half the country because they see a
I don't hate
different
half the country,
way
but
of
I'm going to
liking.
call out horrible views when they're horrible views, and I am
Well,
going to be rude
well,
to the people that
okay,
deserve to be rude,
so here
that
goes
deserve it,
the
honestly.
homeless thing. So the homeless thing. Why are Democrat cities filled with homeless people that are not? If Democrats were doing so much for homeless people, you'd think you'd see some of them off the street. There's nothing actively being done.
Sir, it's because people go to those areas to be able to get more resources and support. I
Okay,
already
and what
addressed this.
resources do they get when they get there? They don't
There are
get any.
housing policies. There are policies specifically
Bro,
for,
what are you? Okay, I
can I
just
please
seen
speak?
something. They built what $100 million of apartments in California. It was like what, maybe 40 apartments. What the fuck? It like, bro,
What are
you
you
can make
talking about,
tiny
dude? I
homes.
see apartment buildings being constructed everywhere in Los Angeles. Do you live in California?
They just built
Do you
one
live in
that was
California?
$100 million that housed 40
Do you
people.
live in California?
I don't live in California,
Then
no,
shut the
but
fuck up.
I see. What are you talking,
Then
bro?
shut the fuck
There's
up. You have
no
no clue what you're
argument
talking about.
against
I
what's
live in
going on.
California. I see the
They're
construction
not
of these houses all the time. I see the housing policies specifically that are changing the
I'm
communities. I've been
talking
living
about.
here for over a decade, and I've
So
seen the.
you don't see a
Shut the
bunch of
fuck. Be
people on the
quiet.
sides of the
Listen, I'm
street.
trying to speak right now.
Okay,
I'm
go ahead.
explaining to you right now. Do you want to listen? Do you want to hear my position or not?
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen the change of these policies to ensure that people have a greater access to housing. Now, has it completely got rid of homelessness in the state? No, but there are actively things that they're doing to address it. There are actively housing policies they're putting funding and money into to be able to ensure people have housing. There are better ways, more efficient ways we can address it by ensuring people stay in their houses in the very first place, right? Because it's a significantly more cost-effective way to reduce the likelihood of people being homeless in the first place. We also have to engage, right, in support across the entire nation because, inevitably speaking, people are going to be going from different areas around the entire U.S. and they're going to be going to democratically run areas, or they're going to be going to the nicer, better areas to live in terms of weather, like Southern California specifically. Why? Because there's greater access to resources, there's better weather, right? There's better treatment, right? And you don't get the treatment like you get all around the world, where they're just inevitably around the U.S., where they're just going to end up busing you back to California in the very first place. So you understand that there are systems set up around the entire state, around the entire federal system, in order to reinforce that very system that you're then blaming on Democrats, which isn't inevitably caused by Democratic policy in the first place. It's Democrats cleaning out for the Republicans constantly, right, in terms of policy.
I don't see it. Florida is just as nice, just as warm. There's not a shit ton of homeless in Florida. And bro, there's people that are less fortunate there. They have plenty of places to stay. You just don't see it. California is filled with homeless people. It's same as Florida. I'm just saying,
What
the
Democratic
money
policy
doesn't
leads
go
to
to.
homelessness increasing?
It's human greed, brother. Democrats. I'm not even saying it's just Democrats. It's human greed. People are stealing the money. That needs to stop. So whether it's Democrats that do it or Republicans that do it, it needs to
What
stop.
Democratic policy
The money
increased
being stolen.
homelessness?
What's that?
What Democratic policy increased homelessness?
I can't. No policy has, but your cities are overrun with them. If you look at anywhere else.
Dude, he just keeps
I mean,
repeating
you
the same
see,
point I've
you
already
guys,
responded to.
no,
Are
no,
you listening to me at all?
Your policy doesn't take homelessness away. It encourages it.
Okay, really?
That's
So you
why
think trying to house people encourages homelessness?
nobody's housing people though. It would be different
They
if the
are.
money was going
You're
where it was
wrong.
supposed to go.
There
No, I'm
is
not
housing
wrong.
of people. I've actively seen it. What are you talking about? If
A
there's not
little
housing.
bit, not. You're not going to sit here and tell me that the money doesn't get stolen.
There is some
That
of
the
it that
money
is,
doesn't.
but you have to acknowledge that there is money specifically that is going to communities that need it and providing more access to housing. Okay. Now, can you name a
little
single?
bit,
You
but
can't name a
most
single
of it's
Democratic
getting
policy.
stolen.
You can't name a single Democratic policy that contributes to this, and you can only mention Democratic policies that will address this. There's not a Republican policy to address it, but there are Republican policies that lead to it.
There's Republican policies that house plenty of people. I don't understand. You
Name
don't
one.
see mass homelessness.
Name one
And
Republican
I don't have to
policy
name
to address
policies. Just
homelessness.
look at the cities, bud.
Name one
It
Republican
doesn't.
policy to address homelessness.
You don't need a policy
Yes,
to
you do.
address it. You just look at the cities.
Okay. Yeah.
LA is filled.
Yeah. Give me
Absolutely
one
filled.
Republican city with no homelessness.
Why is it that Democratic cities that spend the most money on homelessness end up with the most homeless people?
Because homeless people want to go to those areas because they'll actually get support
They're
and
not
resources.
getting housed though. That's the problem.
They
The
are.
money
There's
is getting
actively
stolen.
increase in access to housing in these areas. There are none in the Republican areas.
I'm telling you right now. Why don't, bro? If you went right now and tried to pretend you were homeless and try and get help, you wouldn't get it in California. I'm telling you.
So you think that there's no help for anyone who is homeless in
It's just,
California?
it's logic, common sense. If you look at the most people that are
Sam, do you want to bet?
homeless, they live in Democrat cities.
Sam, you said that you won't get any help if you're homeless in California at all. Like not at all. Like
You
there's
might get a
no
little
system
bit.
at all set up to
You
help
might
you.
could stay in
Let me
a
ask you a
homeless
question.
shelter. You
Are you
might
willing
get
to bet
food
on that?
stamps, shit like that.
Are you willing
Yeah,
to bet
but
on
you
that?
get it anywhere else. Anywhere else in the country, if you're homeless and you apply for food stamps, you're gonna get
I'm not
all the
talking about
aid that
food
you
stamps,
can
sir. I'm
get.
talking about
It's
help
no
from the state of
different,
California.
bro. The problem is California is throwing the most money into it, but it's all getting stolen. Is my
You
point.
said it's all stolen. Can you provide a source for that?
It's a lot of it stolen.
Can you provide a source for that? Like what percent is stolen?
I can't off the top of my head. I'm having a conversation here, but I'm
Yeah,
not throwing out
but like
sources
you're
left
saying
and
you
right.
said all of it was stolen. Now it's not all of it stolen. Now most of it's stolen. Now you don't know the percentage. You can't provide a source. I'll give you time to go find it.
I don't need to find sources. Just look at the
Yes, you
city.
do.
No, I don't.
You need
No, I
evidence for
really
the
don't.
things that you claim. You know that, right?
It's called reality. Look at
Just saying it's
the
reality does
cities.
not make it so.
Look at Skid Row. What are they doing for those people?
Hey,
Nothing.
dude, you keep repeating the same
All
arguments.
all
I've
that
already
money.
responded to, my guy.
All right, what do you want to talk about next?
I want you to respond directly to the points that I've made.
What you're asking me to do is provide sources, which I'm not gonna fucking do. I'm sitting here having a conversation. I'm not speaking on sources. I'm speaking on it's
On
clear
vibes
as
and
day.
feelings and
You
emotions,
just
and my
look at
feelings are over your facts, okay? I'm not
I'm
going to
not
provide a
saying
source.
that.
I'm not
Did
going
I
to
say
provide
that?
evidence. I'm just going to
There
say
you
what I
go.
feel like.
Well, there you go. Doing what you usually do. Trying to
What?
make people feel stupid, but it's clear as day. You
Trying
just
to
look at
make
the
you feel
city.
that way? I don't have to make you feel that way. You've done that yourself.
No, I haven't.
Really? If you haven't done that, well, then maybe I do need to do it.
No, I don't. But I don't know what to tell
If
you.
you don't feel it internally, maybe then I need to invoke that feeling, my guy. Because holy shit, it's true.
I can just look at reality and look at California and
Dude,
say,
this is
holy
why.
shit,
Like, do you want me to
there is
lie
a
to you and be like,
ton
oh, yeah,
of
you know what? You're the
homeless here.
smartest person I've ever You're actually so
Bro,
smart. You're making a really good point right now. Like, do you want me to say that to you? Or do you want me to be the person that's going to come up on the live stream and be like, I care about my country. I don't want to lie to them and tell them that they're fucking literally
Oh, I
making
do
sense
care
when they're
about
not
my
making
country.
sense.
That's why I'm having a conversation with you right now.
So then
I don't
actually engage with my
understand where you're
points.
going.
Actually rely on evidence. When you come up on my live stream, yes, you're going to be
Okay,
questioned
so
for
what
evidence.
evidence have you brought up? That
Name one
Democrat
single
cities,
point you would like me to provide evidence for, and I'll make sure that I provide it.
that money's not getting stolen.
Wait, so
And
that's a negative assertion.
why
So he's like, disprove my claim. Okay, well, I can show
what do
you
you
that.
want me to do? You just asked me to make a point that you could disprove. Why do Democrat cities have the most homelessness and have the most money going towards it? That's what I'm asking you to prove. Why is it that you guys throw
How
the
many
most
times have
money into
what
it
did I say in
and
response to this,
nothing
sir?
ever happens?
What did I say in response to this?
I don't know. It's your response, bud.
What? No. What?
Why
Could
do
you
you
tell
guys
me? What did I say in response to
spend?
that?
Where's the money go?
Because I responded
all
this
I'm
a few
saying.
times. Like, can you answer the question?
Answer what question?
You're not listening.
Answer what question? Answer what question?
Okay.
You want to ask a clear question and I'll answer it. What question?
I asked you what I said in response.
You asked me what you said in response to my question.
To you
So
repeating
you're
the
asking
statement
my
over and
question
over and
with your
over again.
question.
You repeated the
The
statement
fuck are you
over and over
talking
and over again that, oh, why are there so many homeless people in democratically run areas? I've given you a
Yeah, and
response to
you
that multiple
said,
times.
oh,
What was
because
that response?
they come there for resources. But why, when they get there, do they get no resources? Is my question.
You think that they get no
They don't.
resources? Okay, so let me clarify. Do you want to bet?
I think they get the minimum resources, and I think most of the money gets put in people's pockets, not the people it should go to.
So what's your source for that most of the funding is stolen?
I don't know. Millions of dollars go to it every year, and it seems like the homeless problem doesn't go away. I don't know. I think with
So you're just saying
if you
because we
gave
put
me
money into it and it didn't just
if you gave me
immediately go away,
$100 million,
that means that most of it's stolen.
so my point being
Is that really
like
your
I just
argument?
said,
We put money in it and most of
built
it
a
didn't.
luxury condo for homeless people. They housed like 40 people in a giant fucking building that cost $100 million. You could have
I would
built
love to see any sources for any of
way
these claims.
more.
He's just making up numbers. He's just saying things.
I'm not making up numbers.
Yes, you are. You've been fear-mongered about California, and you've bought all the fear-mongering.
No.
You actually have CDS, California Derangement Syndrome.
No, absolutely not. It's not
You
even
have CDS, California Derangement Syndrome.
Portland. It's a lot of places. All
Yeah, of course. Actually, it's
Democrats.
liberal derangement syndrome.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, at least you admit it. At least you admit it. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick. Alex, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe there'd be less homelessness in Democratic cities if Republicans stopped rounding them up by the busload and dropping them off in Democratic areas, specifically so where they get actually access to resources because Republicans won't provide them at all. Maybe if Republicans did something, maybe then we'd actually have something on a federal basis to address homelessness, and it's not just Democrats the only ones doing it. Aaron, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Courtney, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Jose, thank you for the $23. Thank you very much for the rude grift. Thank you so much, Jose. I really appreciate the $23. Thank you very much for supporting me being rude to the guest. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that there are programs to help people, and in some circumstances it does work. Lois, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a real funny one. Sparky is really funny. It's been a really long time since someone called me that. It was really funny. I think that maybe you're pointing back to like one of the old lives where someone did, because I remember my family did for a while after that. It was really funny. Shannon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Seriously though, thank you, Shannon, for the $30. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. W's for Shannon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Melody, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm capped out here on TikTok. I try to get to as many as I possibly can. If I can, I'll try to add you though. I do have some people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat real quick though. Just give me a quick second. I do have to put the support me links in my. Oh, I already did actually. Sorry, I couldn't see it for a second. Let me thank everyone. Again, if you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people as always. Let me thank some people over here on the YouTube, and then we're going to continue on. You know, my TikTok isn't like sending out to, I do think that there might be an issue with TikTok. It's like, I think it's staying at like the same level of viewership, and it's like capped. It seems like very interestingly working today, so I might hit a restart, but after a bit, so we'll see. Miss Icon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Carly, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you. Cornell, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Good some W's for Cornell in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Fossey, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good some W's for them in the comment section right now. Yes, that's also a very true point. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Good some W's for them in the comment section right now. They said, caller, your president-elect has started a war, is funding billion-dollar ballroom, is suing the IRS for our money, and Todd Blanche, and he just struck a deal that protects him from legal repercussions for his corrupt dealings. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. It's absolutely crazy, isn't it? Absolutely insane. Grandy, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you, Grandy. I really appreciate the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for Parker. You earned this. MAGA had to hear that the USAID point. They pretend to be the good guys, Christians, and ignore all the harm they cause around the world. They need to hear the consequences of their votes. Thank you so much, Grandy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for you in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cornell, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they were misusing it. It was crazy. Yugo, thank you so much for the person. Give the $2. Thank you. TTT, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's also very true. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Brand, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though, thank you so much, Brand. And then Brian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I think I am fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Alrighty. Are you there, bro? Sam, are you there? Sam, hello? You gotta swipe back in the app for me to be able to hear you, by the way. He might have left, actually. Oh,
I'm
there
here.
he is.
I'm here.
Sam, if I had a quick restart real quick, and then have you come back on the... Would you come back real quick? It will take 10 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. You're good.
Alright, for sure. I'm just gonna hit a quick restart real quick.
All right,
Alrighty,
boy.
everyone. Give me a quick second. We're gonna hit a quick restart here on TikTok. I think there's a bit of an issue here. Just a quick restart. It'll literally take 10 seconds. All I have to do is click the profile picture at the top left, click it again, and then refresh. And literally 10 seconds, I'll be back here on TikTok. Or you can just go over to the YouTube. You won't have to deal with that at all. So I'll be right back, everyone. Alrighty. What's up, everyone, though, here on YouTube? What's up? What's up? What's up, Madison? Good morning to you as well. What's up, everyone? Yeah, no, GG's, right? Good morning to you, Quality. OJ, what's up? What's up? What's up? We don't have that problem here. Yeah, TikTok is just a bit ridiculous sometimes. It's a bit ridiculous, I gotta say. We'll give it a second. If you're here on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. Secret YouTube behind the scenes moment. Seriously, though. It's nothing. It's literally just me being like, yeah, what's up? We're going to start getting the debates up here again in a second. He'll be back in a second. We're just going to let it build up. If you're here on TikTok, I'd really appreciate if you tap that screen, everyone. The algorithm's been working really weird recently. And if you do tap that screen, it really helps push it out. So I would seriously really appreciate it if you do so. I would appreciate it. Hopefully we can push this out into the algorithm a little bit more. And you can also repost the stream by clicking the arrow on the bottom right and then clicking the repost on the left of the screen. Helps push it out to more people. Does a lot of work to help push it out. So I would really appreciate that. We're gonna go on to the debates. Continue on. Looks like they're not here actually. So we'll give them a second to join. If not, I'll have to go on to the next person here. I haven't got any of your lives on my For You page. Yeah, I think since the recent ban I just got my account back from, I've had a little bit of issues with the algorithm here on TikTok. Like I was fine right before the ban, but you know, the few streams coming back after a ban, like the algorithm is just absolutely horrible on TikTok. Especially when you lose your account like that. And it's been a while since I lost my account like that. So Alrighty. Let's make sure to try to get this debate. I think that they didn't come back, so we're just gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates. If you're on TikTok here, make sure to tap that screen. Helps push it out to more people as always. Seriously, would really appreciate it. We're at 37,000 likes right now. Let's try to run it up to 500,000 likes. I'd appreciate it. If everyone does so, we'll be able to run that shit up. I promise you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Neo-libertarian phalangism for the...
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I can't believe bro said, yeah, I'll come back, and then doesn't come back. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
53.
Do you support Trump?
No, but I wanted to respond to that.
I appreciate you very much. We are just looking for debates, though. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Okay, he did come back, actually. There we go. Alrighty, you're back. Alrighty, continue with what you were saying. You cut out. I can't hear you currently. Okay, all right. We'll give them a second, everyone. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. For some reason, they can't come back into the app. Give them a second, though, I guess. Safa, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the €5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Linda, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $13. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh yeah, no. It's kind of hard to redo. I think the best way to do so is just to make a second account. Sometimes it just accidentally happens. I can try to do so, but it's pretty hard to do so. I can try to bring that up next time I see him. All right, okay. Hello, bro. Are you there? You got to swipe back into the app. I can't hear you, man. Okay. Alrighty, let's go on. Continue on with the debates. I guess we'll find someone else. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request.
Hello.
Oh, you're there. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Okay. You keep swiping out, man. You just swiped out again, man.
I'm trying to do some research here. I can't pull everything up while I'm talking. That's
Oh yeah. So
but
yeah,
anyway.
you can't look. You can't be out of the app when you're talking to me. I won't be able to hear you at all.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's a little bit of, but that's what I was talking about. It seems like they spent 150 million on 500 houses. Just seems like a lot to cover homelessness, you know? It's
That was not the average individual costs. So the average individual costs were a lot lower than that. You're just looking at like maybe one specific project that I don't even know what you're referencing. If they spent like $100 million on a building, it would be to house literally like thousands of people, probably.
well, yeah. My point being is, it seems like a lot of the money ends up going places it shouldn't. That was my whole point.
Why don't we ever question that with the Trump administration, the defense budget? Why don't we ever question that when it comes to the ballroom that Trump wants to do, the $1 billion ballroom? Why don't we question that when it comes to the tax breaks that go to millionaires and billionaires? Why is that only question specifically when we're talking about providing people access to housing?
I think the ballroom is a waste of taxpayer money. I think there's a lot better things that taxpayer money could go to. Like I said, there's a lot of people in this country who are needing everybody right now, and it's not just Trump, but it's both sides. But like, it seems like nobody's doing anything to help the American people, but we spend how many billions of dollars overseas.
That's what Trump's doing.
That's
Trump's
my
going to
problem.
war with Iran. He's causing gas prices to go up here in this country. He's causing inflation to go up here in this country for literally other countries around the world. The
Right, but
USAID
Biden
funding is a very small portion of the budget. You guys hyperfixate on such small portions of the budget and get fear-mongered about such small portions of the budget in order to justify Donald Trump's massive overspending.
That doesn't matter. Why are we sending money to other countries when we have people here that are homeless? If we're taking away all the money,
And name
that we're
one
sending
policy
to
that
other
Republicans have
countries-
advocated for to address that.
Okay, and the Democrats were sending money all over the place for stupid shit.
Dude, I just
You
want an
can't-
answer to any of my
can't-
questions, man. Like,
argue
nothing, there's nothing. You can't point to a single thing that they've done to address it. And yet you're going to sit here and you're going to constantly berate
sure
fucking
that
Democrats
we
for
spent,
this.
like, what,
when it's something that
150
Democrats have done
million?
stuff to address, where Republicans have done absolutely nothing to address it. So maybe this
Did
would be
we
a
not
lot.
spend like 150 million in like Ecuador for transgender studies or Egypt or something like that?
You don't even know what you're referencing. You don't even know what you got fear-mongered.
Yeah, because
again, also a very small portion of the budget. Fear-mongered. You like keep proving me right.
But that's the thing. The fact that you're agreeing with that we spent that much money on transgender studies in another country.
No, like you literally, like I don't even know what you're referencing. You're referencing studies specifically that were looking over hormones, like the impacts on hormones. Okay.
Yeah, and
on mice.
Why are
and that
we
makes
doing
sense.
that?
That's
We
good
have
research to
homeless
do.
People here. We have research to do.
That is
Hormones are
research
more
and development,
important
sir.
than homeless veterans. Doesn't make sense to me.
And also, Democrats expanded access to that. So again, what you're doing is you're getting fear mongered right into
So
this idea that we're,
hormones are more important than people here that can't afford groceries.
I'm sorry. How about this? What about the $1 billion ballroom? Do you want to talk about that? Let's hyper specifically reference that.
I just said
why
I
are we
didn't
doing
agree
a bill?
with that.
Okay, so
just-
why
I
does
just
that
said I didn't
conversation
agree with
end with just, oh, I don't agree with that? But then me, when I
Well,
say
because I'm
that, like,
agreeing with you, but you can't agree that spending that much money on hormones in other countries is a waste of money,
it's
and we
not
could
spending
spend
money
it
on
better
hormones,
here.
it's spending money on testing the effects of doing so, which we use that information and that science,
So a
right, for
ballroom's
many
fine.
medical procedures
Sure.
here in the United States, for many different types of things that people need here in
But
this country.
you don't
And
think
that
that
doesn't
money
just
could
impact
go to
trans
better
people.
causes?
That doesn't just impact trans people. It also impacts people who are
You
not
don't think
trans.
that money can go to better causes than
Oh
to
my
send
god,
money
dude, this
to
guy is
another
so
country?
insufferable to talk to. Like, you're not
It's
even
not.
engaging in a conversation, dude.
You're saying a ballroom is wasting money.
Yes,
but
we've spent
sending
tens of
money to
billions of
another
dollars on this
country.
war with Iran. We've led to
Okay,
gas
what
prices going
about-
up, inflation going up, and you're completely okay with all of those costs. You're not even going to address those or bring those up. But the very small cost in
bullshit.
terms of international
I'm
aid
not
that we
saying-
provide
I
specifically
never
that has
said
led
that.
to the reduction in
Never
millions of
said
people dying around the world. For some reason, you're going to hyper specifically reference that. You're acting like this is some huge fucking deal.
I
instead
never
of focusing
said
on the
that,
fact
but
that
you can't
dude,
agree
holy
to
shit,
this.
I can't
You
do this.
can't
I can't do it.
agree
I
to
can't do
agree
it.
then.
I can't do it, dude. You ask
can't
me a
do it.
question. You ask me a
You're
question.
literally sitting
Why
there
do,
saying, "Oh, you're making an excuse."
shut the fuck up. You asked me a question. Why do I get annoyed at people? Why do I insult people? Because they act like you, dude. Because they're like you. You're the fucking reason. Because you don't understand facts. You don't engage with arguments. You don't answer simple questions. You're not even actually trying to believe in what's actually true. You're just trying to make Democrats look bad based on things you would never hold Republicans to that same standard for. You're berating Democrats for things that they're actually doing instead of actually addressing the fact that Republicans are doing jack shit, and if not worse in every single scenario. Like, come on. Yeah, it is frustrating to have to deal with people like you every single fucking day. Absolutely. And it's real as fuck for me to literally sit there and say that because you're not understanding any of these things. I'm sorry that it hurts your feelings, that it doesn't make you feel good on the inside. But I'm telling you what you've needed to hear your whole fucking life that no one in your personal life can fucking tell you because of the relationship they probably have with you. So yeah, you're only really going to hear it on a platform like this. But where the fuck else will you hear it if you don't hear it here? That's my fucking question, honestly. Actually, you probably won't even hear it here because you're not going to respond to anything I just said. Watch.
Yeah, keep insulting, bud. You can't have a conversation. You just insult. I don't understand
What was the
why you
insult, sir?
revert to that. I didn't insult you, did I?
What was the insult? I'm asking the question. What was the insult?
I don't know. You just called me a fucking dumbass and all this shit.
I don't think I said
you're
that.
Fucking stupid. I think you did. You got mad. You called me a fucking dumbass. All
I
I'm
don't think I
saying is,
did.
I don't understand where the divide is. I'm just saying we could take the money that's going out of the country and
Maybe I
spend it
insulted your
on
intelligence.
better
Maybe.
things. So
But it's
you
the
don't
truth.
agree that we should keep our money inside the country. When we have homeless people here, you don't think that it would be better to keep the money inside the country and not spend it on stupid shit outside the country? I mean, we should both agree on that, correct?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to spend money on things that are stupid shit around the world instead of spending money here at home. And I think that happens to a greater extent when Donald Trump is in office, comparative to Democrats. So anything that you'd have an issue with that we're spending money around the
How is
world on,
that?
that's a very small portion comparative
Well,
to what
Trump's
Donald
the
Trump's
only one
doing
that
on a
tried
world
to stop
stage.
the spending outside the country and do an audit.
Yeah, I have no
Democrats were the
issues with
ones
doing
that,
audits,
that
but I think that the
Democrats
Lancet's...
were the ones that spent all the money outside the country. It
Not
doesn't
true.
make sense to me.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not true.
Biden fucking he gave permission to spend billions of dollars on the stupidest shit. If you read the list, it doesn't even make sense. It's stupid studies. Even like scientific research outside the country. When we have people here that are starving, that are homeless, why not spend the money here? It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand how you can't agree with me on that.
No, I can't understand how you don't realize that that point is actually against Trump. That's against your own side.
Okay. How
That fundamentally disagrees with your own position. The reason why it can I please finish without you cutting? Can I please speak without you cutting me off, sir? Can I speak without you cutting me off?
Yeah, again.
And can you listen to what I'm saying, please?
Sure.
Okay? That is more true about your position than it is about my position. Because the amount of money that we put into USAID is a very small portion to the amount of money we spent on the Iran war, the amount of money that Trump wants to put in the defense budget that's greater off. He wants to do a $1.5 trillion defense budget on a yearly basis. That's way more money spending around the world than we'd be spending here at home. Who's actually funding policies for increased healthcare access, housing access, childcare access in this country? Democrats. You can't mention to me a single Republican policy that actually does that. Hell, you can't name me a single Republican policy that benefits the average American more than it benefits the rich. Try to do it. Answer it. Name one single policy that Republicans support that benefits the average American more than it benefits the rich.
You guys will spend extra money outside the country rather than here at home. That's all I'm saying. And you're gonna sit there and like you bring up the war. Do you not think it's important that Iran doesn't have nuclear bombs? Do you not think it's important that our enemies look at China? They are overpassing us in every single aspect. Navy, Air Force. What do you think happens when they become a world power and they go beyond us? Put it aside. Like it doesn't even matter. Once China surpasses us, we're fucking done. Do you not care about your kids, your grandkids, I know I don't even know if you have kids, but it's a very important thing to be spending money at home right now. Democrats spend more money on bullshit and shit that doesn't matter. Everything Trump is doing right now with the war in Iran, everything, it matters. It has implications in the future. It's the future of our nation. Democrats will spend money on gender studies in Zimbabwe. $100 million. What good does that do our country in the future? Please explain that. It just doesn't make sense to me.
So he didn't answer my question. My question was very specific. Can you name a single Republican policy that Republicans support? Can you name a specific Republican policy that Republicans support that benefits the average American more than it benefits the rich?
It's not a policy. You go by policies. I'm a human being who looks at people and says, okay, these people make sense. These people
Can you name
don't.
a single thing that Trump has done that has benefited the average American more than it's benefited the rich?
Yeah, probably. If you give me a sec, yeah, I could probably think about that for a second. I mean, it's pretty beneficial that Iran doesn't have nuclear bombs. It's pretty beneficial that China is not not surpassing us, like I said. I mean, it's not that fucking hard, bud.
So Iran has gotten closer to a nuclear weapon because Donald Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. So we've had to spend more money. We went to war with Iran, which didn't prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon to any meaningful extent. Because the original strike about a year ago, the Operation Midnight Hammer, is what did that. And according to the Director of National Intelligence, who testified in front of Congress on behalf of the U.S. intelligence community, they indicated that they have not been building up their nuclear program since the original strike about a year ago. So this war with Iran is not preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon. The original deal set up by Obama about a decade ago did that to a greater extent than what Donald Trump's doing 10 years later.
Are you talking about the deal where he funded their nuclear weapon? You can say all day
you're lying. That was a made-up
money
lie.
that we took from them and stole from them. It was money that didn't need to be given back. He literally funded their nuclear weapon. He gave them how much money? How much money did Obama hand over to Iran?
I already explained this to you, but like your comprehension skills are just absolutely atrocious, dude.
It's not comprehension.
This tells me that you're purposefully.
Why would you give that money back? Why?
This tells me that you're purposefully choosing to not engage intellectually with anything that I've said on the stream so far.
What logical sense would it make to give that money back?
Sam, this is what I said earlier. This is why I can't have conversations with people without getting to that point with people. Because you're not deciding to engage in a conversation with me. You're just doing talking points repeatedly that you've heard from Donald Trump, from Fox News, from Newsmax, and the general media on Twitter and Facebook or wherever the hell you get your information from. Okay? You're not actually providing a genuine response to anything I'm saying. I'm addressing the fact with facts, providing evidence. The JCPOA would still be in place through 2030. You said, you got them closer because Obama gave them money to build this up. No, we had surveillance over the nuclear enrichment facilities. They couldn't build it up under that agreement. The only reason they have started building it up is because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. Okay? That's the only reason they started building it up again. So Trump got them closer to a nuclear weapon. Any description of these events other than that is propaganda, misinformation, and realistically, some of the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. Why? Because it makes this country worse for us to believe in such misinformation bullshit that has no fucking evidence to support it simply because Trump said it. Not a good justification, not a good argument, and it makes this country fucking worse off, dude. Genuinely think about your positions. You can unmute yourself, man. Click the microphone in the bottom right. Click the microphone in the bottom right, sir. Okay. He's got to figure that one out in the meantime. Heavensley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Tell him about your 11 kids. True. Kung Fu, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, it's exactly what we're doing right now under Trump's administration. Wow. So, hello, dude. Are you there? You're in the live. You gonna unmute yourself, bro? Microphone, bottom right. Click it. Vicky, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you. Yeah. Good luck on that. That's absolutely insane. Good luck on that. It's absolutely crazy. And also amazing to hear at the very end. 100 days. That's great to hear. That's great to hear. W's for you, Vicky. That's amazing to hear. Okay. Are you pouting? Hello? Are you there, man? Sam? Instead of pouting, can you just unmute yourself?
Hello.
There you go. I hear you now.
So, I'm just curious as what reason do you think was fit for Obama giving that money back to Iran?
To get them to negotiate.
To get them, so you fund their nuclear program to get them to negotiate not building a nuclear program.
Their nuclear program was not
makes
funded
no sense.
by this. This prevented them from building up their nuclear program because we had unprecedented
gave
levels of
them
surveillance over their
billions
nuclear
of
enrichment
dollars.
facilities.
Do you think people just, when they sign a paper, they just follow what's on that paper, like as a government? Say you think that's true? That Iran just signs a paper that says we're not going to make nukes, and you hand them billions of dollars.
No, it wasn't billions. It was 1.7 billion, and that was the 400 million plus
1.7
interest
billion.
that we stole
Okay.
from them. And
So almost
again, that was
2
to get them to negotiate. And what did this do specifically? Well, this got them to accept the agreement, which prevented them from enriching uranium because we had unprecedented
And did they
levels.
not enrich
Listen,
it
this is a fundamental point that you need to listen to, that you need to stop cutting me off at when I get to.
They
Okay?
enriched it anyway. They had nukes.
Oh my God, dude! These people, they just can't listen to the most important parts. Just listen, please. Listen.
Yeah, bud.
And
Yeah.
then you can speak. Whenever I'm done, you can speak. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So we had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. Okay. That surveillance is what prevented them from developing the nuclear weapon and enriching uranium to a greater extent.
Okay, so you think air surveillance stopped them from building tunnels to enrich uranium to build a nuclear bomb? Basically, what Obama did was fund them. Bro, they gave them $1.7 billion. How does that not make sense to you? It doesn't. I'm just like mind blown that you don't think giving your enemy that's trying to build a nuclear bomb $1.7 billion and saying we'll just fly over your mountain that you're building the shit under, so we know you're not building a bomb. It doesn't make sense.
No, we had on the ground international members that could go in and go look at these facilities at any point they want.
Okay, so just like when Israel built the nuclear bomb behind our back, right?
You said what?
Just like when Israel built the nuclear bomb behind our back and hid it from President Kennedy, yeah?
We didn't have they never registered with the IAEA. So this is registering them with the IAEA, where we have surveillance over those enrichment facilities. You're just saying
Yeah,
that Israel had a capacity to build up a nuke in a situation where we
Israel
didn't
did.
have
They
them
built.
registered with the IAEA and or have
Israel
surveillance over
built
their
a
enrichment
whole.
facilities. I just
It,
genuinely don't understand the comparison here. Like, can you please
because
engage the point
Israel
that I
built
made?
a whole fake site
My head
to.
hurts talking to you, dude. It genuinely hurts. Like, I want you to engage in my points, man.
If you look into it, Israel built a whole fake nuclear site to prove that they weren't building nukes when they were. It does everything you're saying. You can fake shit, bro. You think Iran's gonna just go by everything
So then,
in
so
the
so then, how do you
fucking?
feel about Trump's deal that he got with Iran? Apparently, he's getting a deal done. Like, so are you gonna trust that deal?
I don't trust any of it. I don't trust any of them.
So we should just go to war with them and annex their country. I'm assuming is what your
No,
position is.
no. I don't trust any of them. That's the difference. I don't trust any of the leaders. Everybody. I think they're all on the same team, bud.
Okay, so then why do you
Why
support
me
Trump?
and you sitting here arguing is just such a waste of time.
Yeah, because
I think
you
they're all
won't
on the
actually
same team.
intellectually engage
I
with any
think
of these
they
points.
I think
Like,
they all want the same
I
thing.
genuinely don't think you have the capacity to actually intellectually criticize your view and
Well,
critique your
yeah, that's not
positions
true.
and take into
Yeah, that's not
consideration
true.
what I'm saying in its entirety. You've
Well,
showed a lack to do that the
what did you
entire
ask
time
me
we've been
that
on the
I
stream.
didn't? And what
Every
did you
single time
ask
I
me that
speak,
I
you cut me
didn't?
off. You don't listen to what I'm saying, and you constantly misrepresent what I'm saying. You keep repeating the
Well,
same
you're
thing over and
sitting
over
here
again.
saying I'm
That's why this
stupid.
conversation is a waste of time. This
What did
conversation
you
isn't a
ask
waste of
me?
time because these conversations are always a waste of time. This conversation is a waste of time simply because of the way that you're acting. You're acting like a man-child.
No. You
You
didn't
are.
ask me anything that I couldn't answer. That's the problem.
I did a million times. You couldn't answer the same question I
What
asked.
did you ask me?
Yeah, I asked you
Ask
for a single
again,
thing that
bud.
Trump. Name a single thing that Trump did that benefited the average American more than it benefited the rich. You said he prevented Iran from getting a nuke, right? No, he didn't. He didn't prevent them from getting a nuke. He also pulled us out of an agreement that we had with them, which got them closer to a nuke. You said, oh, why do you actually believe this deal in the first place? Because we had surveillance. Oh, why would you even believe the surveillance? They could fake the surveillance. What evidence do you
I
have
also
to
said
provide?
that he
What evidence do you have to
stopped
provide that they
China
faked
from
the?
surpassing
What
us.
evidence do you have to provide that they had any type of other facilities that they were building it up in that we couldn't identify at that particular time?
What evidence do you have that they didn't? What evidence do you have that they didn't, Parker?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, bud.
Watch this.
Yeah, exactly.
Watch this. Watch this. What
Watch
evidence do you
this.
have that unicorns don't exist?
Yeah. Oh my God. What evidence do you have that they? Yeah, they don't. What the fuck are you talking about?
What
That's what
evidence
you
do you have
do,
that they don't
bro.
exist?
That's what you do. What evidence do you have?
Yeah. What
Oh,
evidence do you
no.
have that
What
unicorns
evidence do
don't
you have,
exist?
Parker, that they weren't building a nuke?
Yeah. What
What
evidence do you
evidence do you
have
have
that
that they
unicorns
weren't?
don't exist?
What evidence do you have that they weren't building a nuke? Show it to
What
me.
evidence do you have that unicorns don't exist?
What evidence do you have that they weren't building a nuke? What evidence do you
What
have that
evidence?
China
You're not answering.
wasn't
You're not understanding the
surpassing
reason
us?
why I'm asking this question. The reason why I'm asking this question is I'm getting you to realize that's not a question that you're supposed to answer. You're supposed to prove that they
You
did
just
have
asked
any
me
other
the
type of
same
facility.
fucking thing, bud.
Okay,
You just asked me.
I can't have a conversation with this guy. I can't do it. I genuinely can't. Yeah, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm driving. Do you mind if I join back later?
Yeah, go ahead. So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. What a degenerate. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Code, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat, by the way. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual here quick. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Just looking for debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, hello, I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
I used to, but I would be great for this.
You don't support him anymore?
I support him more than I support the liberal side.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? You can choose not to vote as well.
Obviously, okay, well, in that situation, I would probably have to just not vote if it's...
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
June.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Yeah, it's the option God would have picked if he had the choice.
You said what?
It's the better option, specifically for my religion.
Okay, and what religion is that?
Christianity.
Okay. I have a question. Do you think blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is an unforgivable sin?
Yeah.
Do you think God is the Holy Spirit?
Yeah.
Do you think representing yourself as God is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit?
Yeah.
Okay. Donald Trump represented himself as God. Okay. Therefore,
Are
he
you talking
committed
about that one
blasphemy of the Holy
picture?
Spirit, which you believe to be an unforgivable sin. If it's a red line for God, why isn't it a red line for you?
Are you talking about that one picture?
Yeah, the picture where he depicted himself as God. In
He
Jesus'
was-
historical clothing with divine energy flowing out of him, healing someone, where people are praying to him.
Yeah, he was a doctor.
Okay, you're trolling.
I'm not trolling.
Okay, then why does the medical professional look like an actual medical professional to his left?
Do you have like a picture of it? I forgot. It's been like a few weeks
You
before.
can go take a look at it later. Why are people spamming 17, by the way?
I have no idea. Like, I don't know where they're getting this from. You can look at my bio.
Yeah, I was asking chat, not you.
Oh.
He said 2007, chat. June 2007. That's 18.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I honestly, like, is it just trolls doing it? All right. Okay. Go ahead. Continue with your point.
Yeah, I just don't see how it's blasphemous.
Oh wait, you're trolling me?
No, I'm
You
not.
have one of your pinned videos, insane incel chat asks Parker to define paper. So it's either that you are a troll, or you're a troll.
How do you come to that conclusion?
Because you're either calling them a chud, which means that you like me and you're trolling, or you were doing that yourself and you're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him last year.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, or you could choose not to vote, which would you rather do?
Probably not vote, but that's
Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, or you could choose not to vote, which would you rather do?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have some people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second, real quick. Let me make sure to catch up before I do so. Kelly, thank you so much for the $1, by the way. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely a point that I could look further into as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Jenna, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I ended up doing that. Thank you very much. Eileen, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the, or Eileen, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll definitely need something for the headache. That's very true. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mad, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Isn't it pretty nuts that people do that? It's pretty nuts. Code, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much, Code. I appreciate it. Thank you. And for the $20, thank you very much. As well as thank you, Kung Fu for the $20. Thank you very much. And thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions, the Taffy. Thank you very much. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up here on YouTube. If you want to support me as always, everyone, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. We'll be on live for another hour and 40 minutes or so, just letting everyone know. Matt, again, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for USAID build soft power, making it easier for the U.S. to operate as a world power by creating allies, getting resources, ensuring trade, intelligence, and monitoring our enemies. True. Linnell, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Vicky, thank you so much again for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, that was great. Great to hear. As well as, I think I'm fully caught up there. As well as Safa, again, thank you so much for the €5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know what? Totally get you there. I would do the same thing if I were you. So I get you. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Economically, international policy, all around, just support him.
Okay. Can you name one economic metric that he's made better off since he got in office?
One economic metric?
Yeah.
I could say the same thing about Biden. What does that have to do with anything?
Well, you said what? Say that one more time.
So presidents don't 100% control these economic metrics, right? I think one mistake people often make is giving the president too much credit or too little credit for things that are happening or would have happened on their own. That's realistically the case, right?
I'm just not hearing a response. Can you name one metric that he's made better off since he got in office?
If this was a metric, it'd be more Americanism. I don't know. I'm very proud to be an American.
I'm saying economic metrics, sir. We were talking about the economy.
Just everything. I'm a fan of the tariffs. I'm a fan of kind of resetting the world order in the U.S. in a position where it belongs. It's a little painful in the short term in terms of the disruption that's being created out there, but I think ultimately it's what was needed.
Okay. And why is it needed?
Because the easiest one is manufacturing jobs leaving us at a rate that isn't sustainable. The fact that we're so dependent on every other country for vital components in all areas of manufacturing, we need to bring more of those industries back home, and the only way to do it, in my opinion, at least in the short term, is through tariffs.
Okay. And you know that domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far?
It's a little misleading to say that because right now corporations are investing heavily in AI. So any metric you point out is going to be very muddied. If you look at just any metric for corporations, who are the ones who predominantly make investments, AI right now is leading kind of all investment. So I don't...
Can you acknowledge that we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration so far?
Sure.
Okay, so then you'd say that we need tariffs and we need these conditions in the market because we want to bring back manufacturing to our country. Seems like Trump's policies have done the complete opposite of that. That's, again, not an economic metric that's better off since Trump got in office. That's an example of something that he, especially speaking, has made worse off because of his tariff policy.
In the short term, yeah, there's a lot of disruption. I think corporations are still trying to figure out where they're going to invest their money. But specifically, like I said about the whole AI race and what companies are doing there, that's just dominating everybody's budget at the moment. So what you're saying is true when you look at the data, but you have to look at what companies are actually trying to do at the moment. Everyone's focused on AI.
It doesn't even look like that type of manufacturing investment is increased. Because, again, manufacturing investment overall has declined.
But if you look at even NVIDIA, for example, right, their plants were predominantly, in abroad, and they've made significant headwinds in bringing some of that manufacturing over to the U.S. Is it in Arizona? I forget where they're building or built their multi-billion-dollar, manufacturing plant. That is very good for us, right? Trump played a big role in that effort. It's that desire to bring things
No, they're
back
just
home.
going to say that because it makes them more money to be on the good side of Trump. And then also, I just want to be clear. In terms of investment, again, if we can see that it's overall declined, it doesn't matter if there's an individual company that's seeing an increase. We've overall seen a decline. So if the goal was to bring back manufacturing to our country, he's failed with respect to that goal.
When I say bringing back manufacturing, I'm primarily talking about strategic industries.
Okay, that's what the Biden administration did with the Chips and Science Act.
What did they do with it?
Yeah, that built up domestic manufacturing relating to specialized production, relating to chips production or critical industries. Democrats agree with targeted tariffs for critical industries, or they agree with building up manufacturing sectors within critical industries. I don't disagree with that myself. I think that's actually a good thing. So I don't disagree with you there. I think that it's actually best done by targeted tariffs, and it's worse off with the universalized tariffs. And you could definitely get something passed through Congress to be able to do more for that if you want to do targeted, hyper-specific industry-based tariffs or your industry-based increase of manufacturing. That's literally what the Biden administration did to the Chips and Science Act, which was bipartisan.
But any economic bills that Democrats put forward or tie themselves to green energy manufacturing. I mean, look at the whole electric vehicle industry right now where it's at. When we talk about economic policy for Democrats, it's supporting industries that cannot stand on their own and just shouldn't be existing in the form that they are now. Look at Toyota, for example. Toyota went all in on electric manufacturing. And guess what? Where they've decided to go? The answer is hybrid. The answer is not full electric. They posted their first loss in 70 years because they went all in on electric. Democrats try too hard to prop up industries that cannot survive on their own. And when they put forward economic policy,
no, these industries are going to survive. It's just that the push isn't happening towards them because of the fact that Donald Trump has undermined this. And Toyota went all in on hybrid. I don't know where you got they went all in on just electric. What particular vehicles do they have that are just electric? Can you name one?
It's not purely the vehicles that they're putting out. It's creating the plants and everything to manufacture them.
This is all nonsense. All fucking nonsense. Toyota specifically, you said they went all in on electric. Name one of their cars that is only electric. Can you even name one? I think most of their stuff that you can name are hybrid. You have to swipe out of the app. I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app to go look it up.
Are you kidding me that Toyota, you're asking me what cars that Toyota makes that are all electric?
Yeah, name one that's all electric.
The most well-known electric car is Toyota. It's Prius. Isn't that Toyota?
Hybrid?
Prius is all electric.
Prius is hybrid.
Maybe
it depends on the Prius. Maybe there's some Priuses that are all electric,
Prius
is hybrid.
Is the flagship all-electric car. It was the first It was the first one to go all electric and have the brand power that it does. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're saying, Parker. Yes, they have
Nope, it's a hybrid.
They have hybrid Priuses, but Priuses are predominantly all electric.
Where? They're mostly hybrid, bro. I've known people with Priuses. Yeah, like they're typically hybrid. I don't see where you get that they're all electric. I mean, maybe there's one of them that's all electric, but most of them are hybrid.
So what they're pivoting towards is more a hybrid type technology. I'm in favor of hybrid.
You said that they went too much into EV, like specifically just all EV. And I asked you, name one specific car that Toyota has made fully electric. You couldn't even look up one and find it.
You, Prius.
Which, by the way, you can find it. It's just their most prominent ones are not fully electric. They're hybrid.
They look up their press conference that they put out. They said it themselves. The reason why they lost money, they went too aggressive on electric.
Yeah, apparently, apparently they don't even make a fully electric Prius. You just made that one up. That's interesting.
Maybe they gave it up, and that's exactly what I mean. So when you look
this is what I mean. He just like looks for things that prove him right. He doesn't like actually try to take into consideration what's objectively true. He's just like, you know what? How can I frame this in a manner in which makes me look good?
No, Parker,
that's literally what you just did. Stop. That's so dishonest, bro. Have a conversation like you're just talking like a typical person, not like you're trying to promote like some sort of fucking RNC shill operation, bro. Like engage with my points, bro.
I'm trying to, but you're giving me a hard time about telling you what I've seen. So I don't know what to tell you. I can't apparently open up Google to search real quick stuff, so I'm kind of stuck here.
But you said that they went way too much into electric, but maybe it's just something you didn't know and you're just making a claim about and you don't know.
That's what they put out in their financial update. That's not what I said. That's what they put out.
Okay, well, I mean, would you like to tell me where I can find this financial update?
I can't even get into Google right now, apparently, so it's going to be a little tough for me.
You know, that apparently they've never publicly announced or even considered a fully electric Prius.
I guess not. But this is exactly what I mean about Democrats when
also,
they push.
like, what's wrong with any of these things that I'm addressing? Like the Inflation Reduction Act, the policies that the Biden administration support, they increased access to hybrids, right? They increased access to electric vehicles if people want them. They didn't force you to get one. They increased access to be able to build up these industries within America because it's a critical industry so that we can become less energy independent on the rest of the world.
Pushing more electric vehicles when local cities and states don't have the infrastructure to support all electric fleets is a terrible idea. I'm sorry.
The infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act build up the infrastructure as well.
They didn't build it up. Tesla predominantly built it up.
It's not just Tesla. They did build it up. And you can look at the infrastructure bill. You can see EV projects across the entire nation that have been built up to build up areas where you can charge. So that's just, you're just wrong again.
What? Tell me which government entity manufactured or created the support network for charging. Tell me who. Because my understanding is that Tesla is the predominant provider of those services.
I don't know. I'll have to look. EV chargers. Who provided most?
Tesla's gonna be number one. It's not even close. And I see people commenting.
That says that it's 37 different companies. I think there's a bunch of different. Or wait, hold up. Wait, sorry, I'm reading that wrong. It's not just one specific company. It doesn't seem like. I don't see anything that says it's just Tesla. Where do you see that?
No, I'm saying Tesla's number one. They are the overwhelming majority provider of this area.
And where do you see that?
I can't cite the source where it's from. I mean, you're in front of a computer right now, so I think you can search it pretty easily.
I don't see that it's one specific company.
Poll your chat for those people with electric cars. Where do they go to charge their cars? They go to, even if they don't have a Tesla.
I mean, there
they
are
probably
Tesla
go to
ones.
a-
I'm not disputing you there, but like that doesn't mean that the ones built up through the context of the infrastructure bill were Tesla.
They're
only.
majority Tesla.
And
Tesla.
where did you
built
get that? You're just
itself.
pulling that out of your ass. Literally, like where the fuck did you get that information? You didn't
I
look
can
into it. You
drive-
didn't research this. What are you talking about? You're just saying this.
I have an electric car. I drive around.
Yeah.
Parker. I
So
know what-
there are a lot of Tesla recharging places. That doesn't mean all of them or most of them are Teslas. Like what? Apparently, actually, here, let me see this real quick. Dean said he knows about this. Let me add him up. Yo, what's up?
Yo, I just popped in here. Don't know what the hell this guy's yapping about. First, you just totally lied about the Prius. So no clue why you would ever make such a fictitious claim that there's fully EV Priuses. They are a hybrid vehicle, and they will always be a hybrid vehicle. That is the identity of the vehicle as described by Toyota. They haven't even announced plans for a fully EV Prius. You could actually read the technical notes that they release on their vehicles quarterly and annually, and you could read from their engineers how they intend to keep it a hybrid. Now, to your new point about the charging network, the largest supplier of public charging stations is ChargePoint, but Tesla is obviously up there as the second. You also have other companies such as Rivian. And the way that government funding works is the government doesn't build government charging ports because that's rather inefficient, but they actually help subsidize other companies that do build these charging ports. They subsidize some of Charging Point's projects, they subsidize some of Tesla's projects, they subsidize some of Rivian's projects, and under the infrastructure bill, there was $7.5 billion approved from the federal government to help build these charging ports, and there's another $1.7 billion on the state level. And local municipalities, city governments, county governments, state governments, and the federal governments are continuing to push for the subsidization of building a robust infrastructure for charging for EVs. I'd also like to point out that not only do we have the infrastructure in America for public charging when you're out on the go, but it's also worthwhile to keep in mind that around 80% of EV charging doesn't happen at these public ports. It happens at home. And of course, there's the home infrastructure already built out that's pre-existing for EVs because it just taps into the electrical input that your house already has. So considering the fact that 80% of the charging happens at home and we have a very robust charging infrastructure, I'm not quite sure what you mean when you say we don't have the infrastructure for EVs.
Dean, real quick, you're talking about 43% of charging at home.
No, not
If you're from
43, 80.
80. If you're from an area like me, where we, especially during times of heat, which in Los Angeles and the greater area there happens plenty, we can't even continuously charge our vehicles. We have to turn down our AC because the structure has too much, the infrastructure for utilities
Then
has
get
too
a
much
fucking
strain.
hybrid, bro. If
Wait,
you have an
this is-
issue
I'm
with
so-
EVs, get a hybrid.
I'm sorry, but this is just also bullshit. Well, if for whatever reason your home infrastructure for your energy consumption is like too high to the point where charging your vehicle takes away from your AC, then just use the OmniGo outlet trickle charger. Sure, it'll
it's
take a
not
little bit
about-
longer, but it'll get your car charged.
It's
And
not
I'm not
about
even, and
my
I don't even
home.
believe you. I think that's like low-key bullshit.
It's not about my
agree.
home and the electrification of it. It has nothing to do with that. It has more to do with the grid can't support during peak times everybody running their AC, let alone fucking charging their car.
Can you prove that?
Does anybody in the chat live in LA and can attest to what I'm saying?
I live in LA. I mean, I've known no
You
one
live,
with
you live
EVs.
near the beach. You live near the beach, I assume. You're Newport, aren't you?
No, why are you trying to guess where I live? And no, I don't live in Newport.
Okay, you live near the beach, I assume.
Nope.
Listen, bro, EVs are the future, man. I hate to tell you, EVs are the future.
Yeah, and also, yeah, Newport is literally Orange County. Like, what? You think I live in Orange County? I just want to clarify that, which is not in LA County.
Like, can you please like show me any evidence to suggest that the electrical infrastructure in America doesn't support home charging for EVs? Like that's just like clearly a bullshit claim.
I can't believe you guys are asking for a source.
Are you an electrical
I can't
engineer?
believe that you guys are asking
Listen,
for a
are you an
source.
electrical engineer?
I guarantee you people in your chat have experienced what I'm going through.
Are you an electrical engineer?
Clearly
No?
I'm not.
No, so what is like the watt or kilowatt consumption of like an EV per hour?
That's funny.
Do you know?
Do you know?
No, I don't know. Do you?
Clearly not.
So by the way, Tesla only makes up around 13% of charging awards. So he said it was most. They make up 13%.
Wow. Okay, so this guy doesn't know like the energy consumption for EVs. Do you know like the typical energy consumption of a household, or like the max like bandwidth that a household can consume during peak hours? Do you know like any of these things?
Your typical house, assuming you're not running, the blender or something where it's driving it up, you're probably using 1 kilowatt hour at most. So I don't know what your question is. Is that what you're asking? What typically your home is pulling from the grid at any given time? What is it that you're asking, Dean?
Wait, I don't think that sentence makes sense.
How does that not make sense? What do you mean?
I just don't think that you know what you're talking about because you're not an electrical engineer.
I know I'm not an electrical engineer, but you asked me how much power...
You said that your house is using 1 kilowatt hour a day? Is that your claim?
No,
That
at any given moment, if you're running your AC, you have your refrigerator on, you have other things, you're probably pulling around 1 kilowatt hour of energy at that point in time.
Okay,
is what I'm trying to tell you.
so can you give me a source that shows that charging an EV at home is it strains the electrical grid? Can you show me that?
Oh my god.
And also, like, again, he's gonna have no issue with data centers or with the strains that on any of those other things, right? That can strain
I do have issues
electrical
with that
markets
stuff.
to a greater extent.
Yeah, this is just all bullshit. He's just.
I do have
This guy's
Parker,
just like bullshit.
I do have issues with the data centers and them pulling from the infrastructure that is already limited. I do. I also am I am in favor of more nuclear energy. I'm not in favor of everything else that we're doing. So,
okay, so it sounds like you're more in favor of democratic policy on the matter, then.
No, democratic policy is not for nuclear energy.
It is.
I've never heard anybody make that claim. Who?
Also,
Dean and I are literally Democrats that do that.
Also,
no, you two, but you're talking about candidates.
So does the party, yeah. Biden and Harris also did that as well. Dean, you're swept out of the app, just letting you know.
There hasn't been a new nuclear power plant come online.
The point that I just wanted to make there is like that, like modern EVs, right? Actually, like incentivize their owners to like schedule charging for the middle of the night, which is off-peak hours. Like if you own a Tesla, you could like schedule it in your dashboard. Same thing with a Rivian. And utility companies actually incentivize this by making it a bit cheaper to consume energy in the middle of the night.
That is true.
So, I mean, like, I just don't think that there's like any evidence here to suggest that EVs are a strain on the power grid.
But Dean, the fact that those incentives exist is because they're trying to push people away from peak times. Because
Yeah, like that's just how economics works. It's more profitable for them to do it that way.
Yeah, and this rule about energy applies to everything, right? It applies to anything that you plug in and consume with energy. Now, the reason why maybe it's just a bit easier to manage this with the EV is because that's something that you don't really need to charge all the time, but you probably do need to have your fridge plugged in all the time. You know, like I just love to see a source. I want to see a source from you that there's some issue that EVs place on the power grid. Could you show me that? Because I just don't believe you. Where's your evidence?
I can't go on Google right now.
Okay, so you don't have evidence. So then back down. Like a good little boy.
Oh, he's gonna get mad at you, Dean. He's gonna get mad at you. You're insulting him. You're being rude.
No, it's okay. I've heard Dean get insulted way more. I've heard him called some terrible things online. So what he's telling me is not that bad, the grand scheme of things.
Okay. Make sure to find what you're looking for. We'll give you time. I have a few people to thank real quick. Evil Hate, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. They said I've never felt more excited for someone else's future than I do for you and Dean. Thank you for giving this energy, angry elderly Gen Z, some hope. 1997. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. For the $100, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. That's literally the same birth year as my sister. Like right on the cusp of Gen Z millennial. Justina, thank you so much for the $20. They appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you very much. Good some W's for Justina in the comment section. Astrid, oh, I just saw that now. I see that now. Oh, and let me read the whole thing. I get you. Let me message them and see if what they mean more. Kyle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Consider W's for Kyle in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You said that it's Florida 102 right now. We have the AC running and he still charges electric vehicle. Yeah, I don't know what they're saying. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, he just left. He just left.
So did that guy come up in here making that point about like the Biden EV mandate?
He was making a point about he said that most of the infrastructure bill EV charges were made by Tesla. I was saying he doesn't have any evidence for that. And
Well, yeah, most of them were made by private companies because there's a subsidy, sure.
yeah, but only 13% of them were specifically from Tesla. And he was saying that it was just Tesla. And I was like, dude, it was a bunch of different companies and whatnot. And he's like, dude, you don't know this at all because you don't have an EV. And I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? Literally, the infrastructure bill shows this. This is what it says. And he was also doing that with other things. I've had the craziest, most annoying guests all day today, dude. It's been really brutal, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, well, I think that guy's confusion is that Tesla does account for a lot of the public chargers in America. Like, they're definitely one of the main producers of them, but they just happen to have a lot of capital, so they don't need those subsidies as much, right? Like, they'll choose to just invest their own capital, or maybe the government didn't want to reward them as many subsidies because they'd prefer to give more of those subsidies to other companies with less capital in hand.
Alrighty. Well, let's go on to the next person. I don't know what's going on with that person. That was diabolical. Like every person today, dude. My brain actually hurts, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Today's been brutal. Today's been brutal.
Oh no, I hate hearing that from you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
So I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm a really politically confused person, and the only reason why I support Trump is simply because he's a nationalist person, right? Sorry for the voice crack. Shit.
So to clarify, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, and you could choose not to vote as well, what would you do?
What, like a third option? I don't understand.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, or you could choose not to vote, what would you rather do?
And I choose not to vote. What would I rather do? Well, nothing. I don't know.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the next person, dude. Like I just can't, dude. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. But yeah, I feel like I'm pretty good at dealing with every day. Like I typically never feel this way, but dude, today has just been extra brutal. It's been extra brutal.
I think that like I'm starting to get a little bit of like this feeling of burnout, not from like debates. I freaking love debates. But like from the average Trump supporter that's been joining the lives over the course of the last couple of weeks. Like they're just really getting bad, man. Like really getting bad, and in like the sense that just talking to them isn't enjoyable or like fun or like rewarding.
Yeah, I get you there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, dude.
What's your birth year?
March 10th.
Okay. I said birth year.
Oh, my bad. 07.
And you said you're how old again?
I'm 19.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Shit, Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because low-key, he's like a neo-libertarian phalangist.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I have one of the insufferable debates from earlier that sent a guest request back. Fuck no. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Old enough for you to touch me, Parker?
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Okay, let's try the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how are you? 28.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, one thing is his policy on wanting to end the Senate filibuster, expanding the Supreme Court, and his mass deportation stance. That's why.
Okay, so you want to get rid of filibuster and then mass deportation? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, and then what? Name one material benefit Trump's mass deportation policy has had on our society. They just left.
Nice.
That was incredible. Let's go on to the next person. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates, everybody. What time do you plan to hop on, Dean?
Usually around my like typical time.
Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you do want to hop on right now, though, you could, and I could just do the rest of my live later as well. Up to you, then.
Hello. My dad would like to talk to you about, like, Trump and Cuba.
Is he a Trump supporter?
Yes.
And how old are you, by the way?
My dad will be the one debating, so...
But how old are you? I need to make sure that you're of age. Otherwise, you need to make another account for him.
Okay, no, I am of age. I'm just, like, scared to show age. I am,
You just want to make a different account and do that? I think that's preferable.
Yeah, something that I've started to do when like there's minors that load up is as long as they're like minimum 16, I'll just put like a little like text box on the screen that says not debating them, debating their parent, and that saves them from like the DMs, the comments, and whatnot.
Okay, yeah, we could end up doing that. I typically am just like make another account because like I feel like it's just gonna happen either way, even if like it might reduce how much it happens. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
No.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sam, man, what's going on?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, we're trying to get this next person up here. Do give it a quick second.
I noticed that you've been doing thumbnails for every like one of your lives. Big fan.
I've been trying to, at least. My thumbnails aren't the greatest, though. So.
No, man, they're fire.
Alrighty. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
What state do you live in?
Massachusetts.
And can you tell me what time it is?
It's 5 o'clock.
Nice math. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Old enough for you to touch me, Parker?
You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. 20.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And what's your birth year?
06.
Okay, and what month were you born?
May.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, so we can get closer to your microphone.
Yeah, hello?
Yep, okay. Why do you support Trump?
I don't know. I'll be on.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Holy shit. Trump is now responsible for 28% of the national debt.
Yeah. Isn't that insane?
Yeah. The most of any president in history.
Yep, proportionally. Not even just in terms of the nominal level, proportionally. It's fucking nuts. Imagine being he makes up more of the national debt than he does of the wall being built.
That's crazy.
As a percentage of the whole. How
Yo.
old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump. Actually,
your
Dean, I
birth year?
saw your debate. Wait, what?
What's your birth year?
2007,
And what month?
June.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I vote for Trump. Oh, wait, by the way, I saw Dean's debate with Nick Fuentes. I was a big fan of that debate.
Do you like Nick Fuentes?
No, I mean for obvious reasons, but yeah, I think it was a pretty entertaining debate. So why I would vote for Trump? I like the border security, and his stance on immigration, because I mean ICE it impacted people during Kamala Harris's administration and Trump's administration. But I think they were more strict and more forward with Trump than they were Kamala, even though it came more surface during Trump's term, recently.
Okay, so border security. You care about border security. Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
If you care about border security, would you think that if someone, actively speaking, undermined a bill for border security during a border crisis, do you think that would be a reason to stop supporting them?
Wait, sorry. Say that again?
Do you think that a particular candidate undermining a border security bill during a border crisis, do you think that would be a reason to stop supporting them?
No.
No, you don't?
No.
So how could you say that's a reason to stop supporting Democrats then?
You say if they undermine border security, is that a reason to stop
if they
supporting them?
undermine a border security bill during a border crisis, can you explain to me how you would say that's not a reason to stop supporting someone, but then you just brought it up as the reason as to why you support Trump?
Well, I don't think if it's a crisis at the time, I don't think putting it to the side is what you do. I think it's what you worry about. I think it's instead Trump was a lot more strict than Kamala Harris.
You should do it as soon as you can, right? Pass the bill as soon as you can, right? Don't undermine the bill. And if you undermine the bill, that's going to show you don't care about immigration, right? About border enforcement?
Yes.
That's what Donald Trump did. He undermined a bipartisan border bill that would have passed otherwise if he didn't do so. That would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker. And this was during what he deemed to be a border crisis. So you just said, based upon that reasoning, that would mean that he doesn't actually care about border security. Seems like you agree that he doesn't care about border security, right?
I think he was trying to get people out of the country with ICE during the crisis that we just had at the start of his term, and that's what like all the media was like, oh my God, ICE, whatnot. I think he did it way more stricter than Kamala Harris did.
Way more strict. Now, if you want to reference the level of being strict, do you think it's strict to undermine a bipartisan border security bill? I think that's undermining the level of strictness of the border, right? Simply to make yourself look preferable to the average American in terms of being able to address immigration.
I mean, I think overall, if the count of people getting out of the country instead of people flooding into the country, like I'm from New York, so there's a bunch of loose immigrants that came over the border and they're like without jobs and are just out selling whatever they can.
Those are legal asylum seekers.
What?
Those are legal asylum seekers.
Oh, well, I don't know. I just saw them out there. But I think a lot more people flooded in, and with Trump,
these aren't,
even though
when you say people are flooding in, right? There were less than 4 million people that came to our country and documented. Why? Because there's economic insecurity that existed all around the world due to global inflation, which inevitably led to more people coming to our country because of economic insecurity around the world, and people saw the U.S. as a preferable alternative. And plus, I mean, I think that Donald Trump can contribute to this to a greater extent when he goes around saying, the border, it's so open, actually, everybody, you can walk right through. Border's so open, actually, everybody walk right in. Border open. Like, if he says that over and over again, I think more people are going to think that they can just get in the country, even if they're deporting people, which they were.
Trump is saying that they should let people in more.
Trump was telling people under Biden's administration the border was open. You can walk right through.
Well, yeah, because
true.
it was
Isn't that going to incentivize people to come to our country? Undocumented?
But he was saying that people were coming in during Biden's administration, saying that it wasn't under his administration. He was like, oh, yeah, people are coming across the border because it's under Biden's administration, not under his administration. And when he took over, people started getting kicked out.
I'm confused. Your point is you're saying, people got kicked out under Trump's administration, but they didn't get kicked out under Biden's. They did get kicked out under Biden's. You're just saying that the executive order was passed already, which secured the border. That executive order was passed under Biden. We were at lower levels of border. We were at lower levels of border crossings than the end of Biden's administration or end of Trump's first administration.
What I was saying is, like, you did the Trump impression saying that he said they crossed the border under Biden's administration, which was true because they were, and then when he took over, there were less. So the point that if Trump is saying they're coming over the border during Biden's administration, that's saying that they aren't good at protecting the border.
That doesn't mean that they're not good at protecting the border. That just means that there were conditions that led to more people coming to the country, making it harder to deal with the border. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
there was an increase in border crossings under Trump's first administration as compared to the end of Obama's administration. I don't think people blame Trump for that, even though there was an increase, right?
Yeah, I agree. Actually, there's another point that I want to bring up about tariffs, and that how Trump wants to put more tariffs on stuff so that, you know, labor's like people in China are getting what they deserve, or like, I don't know.
What is that supposed to mean? Tariffs have made conditions worse and made us pay more here in this country for consumer products that we need.
What is that? But
it's
like
caused inflation to go up.
Wait. Sorry, this source is like messing up because I'm on my computer right now trying to get the source going. Yeah, let me look at the.
Go ahead if you'd like, I guess. I guess I'll thank people in the meantime. Kirsten, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. There will be after the or let me make sure I'm reading that properly. It cuts off at the very end. Oh, it literally cuts off there too. People who say that they won't vote. Probably not, to be honest with you. I'd probably expand it to we're going to do YD Sport Republicans or YD Sport certain Republican candidates after the midterms. Kyle, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. For me and my roommate live in a house in Florida. It is 102 right now. Oh, I already read that earlier. Thank you so much again, Kyle. Andy, thank you so much for $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I know there has been. And then Jared, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though, I probably will need that. Thank you so much, Jared.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Parker. My things just aren't opening. So thanks for the debate, though.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry.
Before you go, is there... Okay. I was going to ask if there's anything that Trump could do that would get him to stop supporting him, but let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the pile, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat or in the link tree in my in the pinned comment here on YouTube as well. Let's make sure to go on to the next individual here quick. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
I used to.
You don't anymore?
No, I do not.
Okay. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008.
What month?
What is it, June?
That's 17. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. Hi, Dean. Hi, Dean.
That's not a Trump supporter.
Let's go to
Hi,
the next
Tyler.
person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Hey guys.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
And do you support Trump?
I did vote for Trump.
Do you still support him?
I do on some things, but I specifically disagree with you and Dean
Hold up.
on
If
a
the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Yeah, you're a Trump
Okay.
supporter. I just looked at the repost. By the way,
They're
I
not?
love your profile picture.
Yeah, I was about to say the
Okay,
profile
so-
picture is
so,
diabolical.
okay.
Dude, I look fucking huge in that. Where'd she go? Wait, why'd you kick her?
Wait, they are a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they weren't a Trump supporter. They can send a guest request back. I thought you just said they weren't a Trump supporter, so I kicked them because I was like, what?
Yeah, no, they're MAGA.
They are?
The
Okay.
reposts are pretty much all about me.
No. So the reason why.
Damn, I look
I-
fucking jacked in that, dude. Holy.
It's I don't even know where I got that, but okay, so I know that you both have brought this up a few times on previous lives, and I just want to push back on something a little bit that you guys say when you
The
guys
dressing
frame.
rooms?
No, I totally
Oh.
agree with you on that. No, about
So why do
what
you have a
Trump
repost?
said.
Wait, you totally
Sorry?
agree with us on that? Yeah, you still support Trump?
Can just hear me out on this. When you guys say that he doesn't care about Americans financially because he said that in his response he said he doesn't care when you were talking about the threat of Iran and having a nuclear weapon. And I'm not saying I disagree with him or even that I think Iran is a legitimate threat, but him saying that he doesn't care about Americans financially just isn't, I don't think it's a good faith interpretation of what he meant. And I think he was clearly saying he views what he believes to be like a national security threat is more important than economic pressure. And I think that saying that hurts Democrats and anti-Trump's like creators like you guys and their followers, because when people are trying to persuade their MAGA friends and MAGA family outside their political bubble, like a lot of independents and moderates and even some conservatives are willing to hear criticisms of Trump, but when it feels like fair. But the second they feel like someone is intentionally twisting what he said, they stop listening completely.
The way that
And-
he should have framed it, if that's what his position is that he still cares about the financial, he considers the financial standing of Americans. It's just the consideration of the nuclear weapon is more of a consideration than the financial standings. Plus, one thing that people are not considering is that we could get to this point without limiting the financial standing as well, like the JCPOA did. So I do think that this is actually representative of him not showing or caring about the average American's financial standings, and I don't think that's a I don't think it's out of what would be expected if we were to make that argument. I don't think that we lack weight for that argument. And also, like, what, are you actually a Trump supporter? It doesn't sound like it.
No, I did vote for Trump. Yes.
Okay.
Their reposts are like Cam Higby debating me on the economy and whatnot.
Okay.
I really did vote for Trump, but I'm not telling
Okay,
you
so
that.
let's just clarify. I can't fathom, like, possibly or imagine, like, you care about good faith interpretation, right? Do you think
Yes.
Trump is an active perpetuator of good faith?
No, I'm
like,
specifically
debate?
saying this to you guys because I think it would
the
hurt
dinosaur.
your followers who go against their MAGA family members and MAGA friends, and it'll make them stop listening to them entirely. And I'm telling you, I'm not saying I agree with Trump or that the threat of Iran is legitimate at all. But I just think that for your followers, because your followers do take what you guys say on your lives, go to their family and friends and say, hey, this is why you shouldn't support him.
I disagree with you, but
And-
why are you giving me unsolicited advice? Like, for no reason. Like, did I ask for this?
I just think it
Was it
hurts your
relevant to the
followers.
stream?
I think it hurts your followers who go to their MAGA
And
family.
why do you
friends.
support Trump?
Do you not agree with that or understand what
No,
I'm saying?
I just told you I disagree with that because I think it's a charitable interpretation, because what should have been said instead is that he cares about the considerations of financial standings of the Americans. It's just the consideration of them getting a nuclear weapon would overshoot that. Not that you don't care at all about the financial standing of Americans. Plus, I would think that it's demonstrated by his policy as well. So I actually do think he doesn't care about the financial standing.
If someone asked a husband and said, like, do you not care about the cost of this? And we'll say this is his wife's cancer treatment. And he goes, no, I don't care about the cost. I care about my wife's cancer treatment. Like, would you say that that person doesn't care about the financial impact, or would you say that person cares more about treating their wife's cancer than the latter financial impact that it might have on them and their family?
The crazy thing is I think that's them saying that they don't care about the financial impact. That they are willing to take whatever financial impact is required, and they genuinely don't give a fuck about it because their wife's life is more valuable. Like, even in that analogy, I think that it'd follow that. Yeah.
No, and I totally agree with you. But once the cancer is cleared,
I understand
or
the
once
point you're trying to make.
treatment's
Like,
successful,
they still care about the fact that there's a cost, but they're willing to overlook that, and then they're going to frame it in a sort of way like this because it is the case that they're going to care more about one comparative to the other. So a charitable interpretation would be that you would just consider that they cared about one preferable to the other one. What you're not understanding, though, is that we have priors with Trump, we have his actions that contradict that, and we have a point that, like, he's a president, okay? This isn't just some typical colloquial conversation.
Also, another thing that I'd like to say here is, even if your interpretation of what Trump said is right, well, fuck. I think that we'd be able to avoid the situation if he never pulled us out of the JCPOA. Donald Trump dug his own grave here. Donald Trump is responsible for the conditions that led to this war and the conditions that are apparently leading to the president not caring about this financial well-being of the average American. And to act like he's not is just simply redundant due to the fact that we know he pulled us out of the agreement that would have prevented this if he never pulled us out of the agreement, or if he was never elected for his first term.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I definitely agree with you there. I just
Well,
think
then
like,
how are you
people-
a Trump supporter then? So, like, you agree that he barked into
I
dressing
said I voted
rooms?
for him. I just no, and I agree with that, and I agree with all of what you're saying.
So why would you argue that Harris would have been a worse president?
I didn't argue if Harris would be a worse president. I said that I would vote for Trump over Harris.
Yeah,
Right,
so which means you think that she would
comparatively
be
she would have been
worse.
worse. Jinx.
I don't believe in thinking about who I would vote for or who I wouldn't vote for once there already is a standing president, because I don't know what she would have done in her presidency. And I'm not saying I think Trump is a great person. I'm not saying he's done the best job. I'm not saying we're not in an economic hard place. I do not support Israel. I am pro-Palestine, but I don't think that.
If you lived in Nazi Germany, if you lived in Nazi Germany, could you say that you were against Hitler? Because you couldn't think about what it would have been otherwise if Hitler didn't get into that position?
No, but I know that I wouldn't support Hitler, but I'm not. But if you said, would you support, well, that's a terrible example. I'm trying to, I don't know what she would have done as a president. I don't know that we wouldn't have been in a worse economic position. I don't know that we wouldn't have been in a worse position with other countries. I don't know these things. So it's hard for me to say, oh,
we objectively would be in a better position.
done.
I'm sorry, we do know these things. Would she have threatened to annex Greenland? Would she have imposed universal tariffs? Would she have started the war with Iran? All of the questions, those answers are no, no, no.
Do you think her actions with Israel would have been any different?
Yes,
Why do you think that?
because she disagrees with the war with Iran, and because Democrats preferred a different approach in terms of the JCPOA as opposed to going directly with war. That's what happened under Obama and what Biden tried to do but couldn't extend because the impending Trump administration to come could have just pulled them out of the agreement again.
Okay. Sometimes I think just that I think it's an impossible question to answer in for me, and I know that you're going to compare it to Hitler and everything, and of course I would support anybody that wasn't Hitler, but unless you said, oh, it's like Stalin or somebody else, but I just
Unless we
can't
said
give you an answer to
Stalin?
that question. I mean, yeah, then you can't support either. You're obviously you're comparing. I mean, you're giving me one of the worst people in the history of the world and asking me if I lived in Nazi Germany, would I support another
Obviously,
person?
you wouldn't defend them. So just because you don't know fully for certain what it would have been otherwise if the other candidate got in office doesn't mean you should support the candidate that's currently in office.
I didn't say I currently support him in
Okay,
office
so,
at this moment.
but you said you would vote for him over Trump if the election were held today. Over Harris, you mean?
Over Harris.
Yeah, that's supporting him. That's the notion of support that I'm using.
I don't know what I would do. In that position, I don't know what I would do.
If it was either vote for Trump, Harris, or not vote, and you're given a choice to make right now, what would you do?
At this point in time, I would probably not vote.
Okay. Alrighty. Well,
But do you disagree with what I said about saying? I know you obviously.
Yes, I still do disagree with
but
what you said.
Can you understand that, like, people who
I understand
are?
I understand where you're coming from. I just think it's such a minimal
Well,
criticism.
then how do people who are anti-MAGA, who have MAGA family members and friends, counter when they say, "Oh, that's partisan bullshit," and that's not what he said? Because it really.
Because
that's not
we
what
have
he meant. He says
we have
things he
justification on
doesn't
top
mean.
of it. Like, how does Donald Trump act? It's not just him saying that invokes that particular understanding. It's his character, his beliefs, the actions he's engaged in historically, the fact that we didn't have to impact financial standings in the very first place in order to be able to do this. So the fact that he has no consideration for the financial standings is an issue. As president, you have to consider it. It should be a consideration. You know, you could say that you could consider one factor more than that, but it still needs to be a consideration. And again, as president of the United States, you are in a different standing than just having a typical conversation with someone in your daily life. Yeah, if someone in a typical conversation in their daily life said something like that, a charitable interpretation would be to interpret it that way. But when someone's president of the United States of America, right, either he has to clarify that that's what his intention was, right, and that's what his position was, right, or he would have to frame it in that particular type of way that he does still care about it, yet otherwise he still cares about this thing more. So you should think about from the Republican side. That's just bad optics.
No,
So
I
you care
totally
about
agree. It's bad
optics, and then
optics.
why are
I
you so
think-
focused on our side rather than like the MAGA side?
Because I did vote for Trump, and I now talk to people who, you know, as I told you, I don't know where I would stand, but obviously my eyes have been open. I listen to you guys every day, and I don't disagree with any of the things you've said as far as APAC, as far as E. Jean Carroll, as far as the dressing rooms, as far as the war in Iran. I don't disagree with you
So
guys.
why
in
couldn't
that
you vote
space.
against him is my question.
Because I'm not going to say I would support. I didn't like Harris as a candidate.
Okay, but she's
not one of
preferable,
those
right?
people. Yeah, but I don't think just because someone's. Do you think that people who are Republicans who would never vote Democrat should have voted for Trump, or do you think they shouldn't have voted at all?
I think
If they
Republicans.
were
I think
Republican
Republicans.
Party only, if
I
they
think
were-
Republicans should have voted for Harris.
Okay, but if you're speaking to someone who's a diehard Republican, and I'm not saying that's what I am, I'm just saying completely red family, like this is, you have to keep that in mind. There are people in the United States who grew up like that, who
I
only
grew up
vote
in a
red.
conservative household.
No,
in
and I
Iowa.
totally appreciate
Yeah,
that, and you changed, and Dean changed, and I get that. But there are people who aren't educated.
You act
as
like I don't
educated as
understand
you
that
guys.
though. Like I totally
But
understand
you're-
having family
and you're
that's
saying those
Republican.
people- but you didn't answer my question. You said, "Oh well, I think they should vote for Harris." That's not the question I asked. I said, "Do you think they should vote for Trump, or do you think they should vote for no one?" I didn't say, "Oh, also Trump."
If the question is either Trump or no one, no one.
Okay. and that's was my answer to your question when you said, would you vote for Trump, Harris, or no one? And then you asked me why I wouldn't vote for Harris, and just because I don't support, I just don't support her, and I didn't like her as a candidate, so I'm not going to vote for her. And you guys have given, enough reasons where someone wouldn't vote for Trump, so the other option is
Do you
vote
want
for no
harm
one.
reduction though? Like, why would you be okay with a rapist getting into the office on your side of the aisle to make the Republican side look even worse? Your entire party is dominated by MAGA right now.
I would argue that the entire party is not MAGA, and I think that shows
Really?
with
What
his-
happened with Thomas Massey?
No, and oh, you're talking about political party. I thought you were talking about the people in the United States as far as Republicans go, because I was going to say I think actually
80
the
to
plurality
90% of Republicans are MAGA.
And you say MAGA as in they voted for Trump, or they fully believe in everything he says? Because most Republicans,
they still approve of his presidency.
well, I thought his approval rating is like the lowest since.
Yes, that's amongst especially amongst Democrats, Independents, and Republicans as a whole. But if you just look at Republicans, the number is still very high. He's very low approval rating amongst Independents and Democrats.
What is the number?
What's that?
Amongst Republicans, what is the number?
I think it's like 80 to 90% of Republicans still support him and still approve of his administration.
Okay, that's surprising to me because most Republicans, and I do come from a Republican state. I do come from, a Republican family. It surprises me that that's the number because most people I know are so stuck voting Republican for whatever reasons they think it's better for. And I know you're not going to say it's better for the economy, but the bullshit where they say they're fiscally conservative and liberal. Oh my God, on a personal level. But so that surprises me. But I don't think that people who, I don't know how to express this. I don't think that the majority of Republicans, or maybe I'm wrong, that might be wrong, but the Republicans that I know do not think that what he did with E. Jean Carroll was appropriate, do not think the dressing room was appropriate, do not think that the way he spoke about that child saying that he'd date her in 10 years was appropriate. I mean, I don't know anybody who would think that. But I am obviously aware after I know, and I listen to you guys all the time. But my original point of and I agree with you. And my original point of coming on here was I agree with the arguments, and I know that you didn't ask for this critique, and it really just came from a good place because I do, as I said, I live in a very Republican area. I come from a Republican family. I do argue with friends and family about things that you guys bring up because I agree with you, and I think educating people is important. But I can see.
I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to say one thing is that like I get the criticism if you're not a Trump supporter. I get it, but the point I would make is that it's just such a minimal thing, and I think I can still agree with it, and it's not like bad faith or disingenuous for me to interpret what he's saying that way, especially when his entire history of how he's acted has been that he doesn't give a shit about Americans' financial situations, that about the average American, that he's willing to shift the burden of taxation from those that are highest in terms of income to those that are lowest by imposing tariffs. So that's what I'm just saying is like, of course, I'm going to be more likely to interpret it that way because I have all these priors with how he acts. It's not just that statement, if that makes sense.
Don't you think that an argument with his tariff and trade stance, because that was heavily centered around the idea that previous trade policies allowed other countries to benefit economically at the expense of American workers and manufacturing, right? So like that's an example of him saying, look, I'm not saying I think this goes for a lot of politicians, including Trump, their words don't match their actions. So I'm not saying I agree, but like, I think it's very hard to say that he doesn't care. I know that by his actions, I guess he doesn't care, but I think even from a selfish standpoint, he cares because he wants to be able to say that the economy was better because that's kind of what he ran on.
That's not him caring. That's actually not him caring. That's him caring about himself and his reputation.
Right. But if I care selfishly, look, if I need to bring, this is a stupid comparison, but if I need to bring my boat from A to Z and you're on the boat and I have to get to Z, I'm going to go to Z and then be like, oh, I brought you. Like we still get there. So he has to care about finding the U.S. or Americans financially because it's a reflection on his presidency.
He cares more about than that?
You're going to say himself. I get that.
No, not backing down. And what I mean by that is he set forth an economic agenda before the start of his second term in which, you know, I agree with you, he probably did think would benefit the American people because, you know, that would be a mark on his presidency if he didn't. But because Trump is a stupid guy, okay, his plan was not what he thought, didn't benefit the American people, it's really hurt the American people. But because he's a really cocky and egotistical guy, he's not going to back down. He's going to continue to do exactly what he's been doing. He's probably so deluded that he personally thinks that it will benefit the American people, even though he's wrong because of his own stupidity.
Maybe my
Right.
position's
Okay.
a little bit more cynical. I think he's purposefully doing this to hurt people. I think he wants to shift the burden of taxation. And I think that he's just lying about all of these things and acting like he's stupid when it comes to these economic things. But he does know that tariffs are not paid by foreign countries. They're paid by Americans, right? That he's been made aware of this information. He acts stupid is more of my position when it comes to like certain economic things like this. Because I do think his goal is to shift the burden. And that would be more representative of that. But like, I mean, I think either of these positions, whether it be mine or Dean's, shows us that inevitably he didn't end up caring about the financial situations of Americans. Okay? And I also do think that if he only cares about the American situations of Americans' financial situations through the context of caring about his own legacy, he doesn't truly care about Americans' financial situations. Just the impact that would have on him. Because, for example, if it negatively impacted people and he benefited from it, would he do it?
If it negatively impacted people and he benefited from it, yeah, I think he would. Yes.
Yeah, that's like him undermining the bipartisan border bill. So like that's the point that I would make, is that inevitably that's not him caring about Americans' financial situation. That's simply him just caring about himself. And
Right. Okay.
he would need to do that in order to be able to make himself look better or his reputation look better. And again, if he could do that without, if he didn't have to do that within the context of making himself look better, or if he could make himself look better while making that worse off, he would do so. And I think that's what he's done.
And do you? My last question: do you think that he thinks there's an actual threat in Iran or no?
Yes, I think there. Yeah, I think he thinks that there's a threat, and I think that he is. I think with foreign policy, it's a lot more. I think there's a lot more room for him being ignorant or for him being stupid there than it is for like the specific hyper-specific economic policies. It's really hard to walk yourself around that and misunderstand that when it comes to the things he's saying about economics. But I mean, I think there's totally a reasonable way where he could just be really stupid and ignorant and think that like he's actually addressing this and preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, but simultaneously like he's put us in a significantly worse position, and then he can't really accept that because he wants to make himself look good in the media. So I think that we can evaluate these issues a little bit differently based upon how likely he is to know these things. Because again, I just want to consider like he probably had someone take a lot of the tests for him for economics, but he's still got an economics degree apparently, right?
Okay.
So like he should know these things, and he has people around him that will make him aware of these things. And I think that would be a lot more clear than like specifically the stuff when it comes to like foreign policy, because a lot more sycophants when it comes to foreign policy on his admin than people that would just say whatever for the tariffs. Because there are people that have brought this information up. There's no way.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all I had to say.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
You as well. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Lois, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And Christy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year? Think of the galaxy.
January 8th, 2007. I have another person.
That was 19. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What the fuck is this? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? What the fuck is this profile picture, bro? Hello.
Oh my god. Dude, the camera roll of the average Trump supporter is fucked.
The situation is fucked, bro. It's crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2008, January 27th.
Okay, and what state do you live in?
Minnesota.
And what time is it?
It's 2:51 right now.
Can you name 3 states that border Minnesota?
No, I'm bad at geography. I can say
That's being really bad at geography. If you live in Minnesota and you can't mention any of the states that border it, that's not just bad at geography, that's really bad at geography. That's like really bad. Like, I'm sorry, what? How can you not name us, if you live there, how could you not name a single state that is around it? Come on. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
I mean, I don't know. I think that maybe the average American can name 1 or 2 states that border their own.
At least, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So, honestly, the reason why is because he wants to undo a lot of the Democrat plans. And he was really, really good when it came to the immigration policy. Specifically, he was undoing the Democrats' plans in order to secure token votes. They want all these illegals to flood in from Mexico, Moravia, fucking Wakanda, like...
Okay, so, undocumented immigrants cannot vote, right?
Yeah, they could under Biden's America.
No, they couldn't. And also,
yeah, they could.
Do you think the 2020 election was a legitimate election?
Did you just say Wakanda?
Yeah, he did.
Are you aware that Wakanda is not a real country?
Are you trolling?
No, I looked at his rebus. He's not trolling. Are you aware that Wakanda is not a real country?
Oh, it's real. It's real in liberals' hearts.
In liberals' hearts? Weren't you the one who just said it?
Aren't you the one trying to get Wakandan immigrants from?
Is this funny to you? Maybe he just reposted
Yeah,
those
no,
things.
I'm trolling. Not gonna lie. Wow, Dean, you're a terrible.
Yeah, Dean, you're terrible. Like, dude, they can literally just do right-wing reposts and then literally just convince you, bro. That's crazy.
I guess I just wouldn't think somebody would be dedicated enough.
That
to
much,
the
yeah.
extent
That's
of, like-
that's pretty dedicated. You know what? I don't think that's a bad assumption on your behalf either. I was just messing with you, just clarifying.
Dude, this stream's been rough while I've been up here, Parker.
I know, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, brother. From Syria, need help.
Bro, I just got a lag. It says couldn't connect. Am I there? Is it good, everyone? Hello? Sorry, just like froze for a little bit.
Does your screen show any couldn't connect?
It did, but like I didn't sound like it was lagging. Like I was still talking to you. It was like, what? I hate when it does that.
yeah. So when it shows that, when your screen's all like red and shit, like people can't hear you, but as soon as it auto fixes, then people can hear you.
You were responding to me though, so it seems like we could hear each other, but people in the chat can't. It seems like
You did lag. You did lag for
okay.
around 3 seconds, and you just completely cut out. But I just ignored it because I maybe thought it was some issue on my end.
Oh, okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Trump?
Dean, you need merch, bro. Get the.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. I don't want to make you talk to Sam. You would be really sad with your life, Dean.
Who's Sam?
It's like one of the guys I talked to earlier.
I bet I could box him like a fish.
You want to try?
I'm gonna box him like a fish. Sam, you have met your maker, buddy. You're done, kid. You're actually done.
Hey, Sam, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you ready to be insufferable again?
Not as much as you, bud.
What's going on in the background? Hey, listen, would you still vote for Trump if he was a child rapist?
Would you still vote for Kamala if she was a fucking hooker?
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're off to a great start. Sam, I'm just simply going to ask my question again. Would you vote for Trump if he was a child rapist?
No, but he's not. But
Phenomenal.
100%
So-
fact.
Okay. So
Your candidate was a prostitute, so.
Yeah, misogyny. You're saying that because she's a woman. Now let's
no,
get back
not
to
at
the.
all. She was an actual prostitute, so.
Okay, says what evidence?
I don't know.
Did he go
All the
over this
people
with
who've
you?
ever
Parker?
known him.
Did he
say that
make
one
this
time?
point? Did he make this point to you? Like, is this something that you've already deliberated?
All the people who have known her.
I don't think we actually did. I think we went over part of it. I don't think we went over
No,
the
we didn't
Epstein
go over
stuff,
that.
but I think we went
Okay.
over like the E. Jean Carroll.
No, we're just going over the prostitute. So what's the evidence that Kamala Harris was a prostitute?
This is
I don't
nothing we
know.
went over. Yeah,
A lot
sorry,
of
I thought I
people
was
that-
misinterpreting.
A lot of people that have known her said that she was a call girl, correct?
Incorrect. Could you please name one person that personally knew her that accused her of
Judge Joe
being a
Brown.
prostitute? What's that?
Judge Joe Brown.
Joe Brown? What was the relationship between Joe Brown and Kamala Harris?
I think she was his girlfriend, and after
Oh, Willie
that-
Brown.
Yeah, Judge Joe Brown.
Could you show me where Willie Brown called Kamala Harris a prostitute?
I'm sure I could if I had 3 monitors like you guys.
So
where I
is,
could-
so is the answer to that question no? You can't show me where he said that?
Yeah, see, that's how you guys win arguments, right? You got 3 monitors.
Well, I'm
If
actually
I
just.
leave- If I leave the chat,
I'm actually
you
just sitting in my
look
living
at
room. I'm
something.
not. I'm just sitting in my living room, man.
Right, with 3 monitors. in front
No,
of
in front of me, I have a TV that's turned off.
you. No,
Yeah, I'll show you the TV. Turned off.
that's what you guys do.
I mean, you could see that you're wrong if you were to look at my camera.
Well, let's look at it, bud.
Okay. I'm sitting in my couch, my living room. Behind me is my TV that's turned off.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't have 3 monitors.
All right. Well, I'm sure your buddy there does.
Okay, but you're not talking to me. You're talking to me. So just to clarify, you're unable to give evidence that Willie Brown said Kamala Harris was a prostitute. If you can
Yeah,
make a claim without evidence, I can
leave
dismiss
the
that.
chat and
Sam,
look it
pipe
up.
down. I'm gonna go and put you on mute, buddy. So just to clarify, you made the claim that Willie Brown had said Kamala Harris is a prostitute. I asked you for the evidence of Willie Brown saying that Kamala Harris was a prostitute. You couldn't supply that evidence to me. So if you can make a claim with no evidence, I could dismiss that claim with no evidence. But if we want to go off of the accusations of others, Trump's ex-wife Ivana said that he raped her in the divorce filings. His 40-plus credible accusations. 12 of the women and girls who worked with Trump at his beauty pageants, Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, said that he'd sexually violate them by barging into their dressing rooms. This seems to be significantly more evidence of Donald Trump having a character of a sexual predator and engaging in sexual violence predicated on what is an accusation from an ex-wife, then 12 accusations from the women and girls that competed at his pageants, which would simply just usurp any evidence that you think you could find in the testimony of one man that you haven't been able to prove. So if you think that Harris is a prostitute, do you think that Donald Trump is a sexual predator? My mac and cheese is ready. I better go get that out of the microwave. I'll eat while I eat.
What
Even
evidence do
here.
you have?
Sam, you gonna respond?
Oh yeah, sure. The evidence I have is a testimony of people that have personally known Donald Trump.
Oh, so just hearsay. Okay.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that make what Willie Brown apparently said about Harris hearsay?
Oh, isn't that funny? Funny
Sam,
how
wouldn't
that
that make
works.
what Willie Brown apparently said about Harris hearsay?
Funny how that works. Huh?
Sam, can you answer my question? Wouldn't that make...
So your whole argument falls apart right there.
Well, I don't think you're getting the point,
With your
Sam.
own argument.
I'm going to help you walk to it. Remember, what was your evidence that Kamala Harris is a prostitute?
What was your evidence that Trump is a rapist?
No, I asked you what was your evidence that Harris is a
No,
prostitute.
funny how that works, right?
I'm trying to show you a point here, Sam.
Oh,
What was your evidence that Harris was a prostitute? Sam,
listen.
No, Sam, I want you to answer my
How that
question.
works.
Sam, I want you to answer my question. What was your evidence?
There's
that
no
Harris-
question, bud. It doesn't.
No, the question is
exist.
simple.
Just
What
like
was your
evidence
evidence
doesn't
that
exist.
Harris is a... Hey, Sam, I'm making a point here, bud. What was your evidence that Harris is a prostitute?
What is your? It doesn't exist, just like yours doesn't.
It's
So
all
you,
hearsay.
so you self-admit that you don't have evidence that she was a prostitute,
I
yet you made the claim?
self-admit that me and you don't have evidence. It's all
Okay.
hearsay.
Okay. So then say I take back me calling Kamala Harris a prostitute.
Take back that you call Trump a rapist.
Sure, I'll certainly do that after you.
No, you won't, because you'll sit there and say, "Oh,
Okay, so
E.
just
Jean
to
Carroll,
clarify, you're not
the
going to take
woman,
back that Harris is a prostitute, right?
the woman who literally on live
No,
TV
I just
said
want to clarify.
rape is
I just want to
sexy."
clarify, Sam. You're not going to take back that Harris is a prostitute, right?
Absolutely not, unless
So
you
you
take back
just
that
believe in
Trump is
things
a
that without
rapist.
evidence?
Yeah, same as you, bud.
Okay, Sam, I think you're a rapist. And I'm just
Oh.
going to believe that because apparently we can believe things without evidence.
That's funny. That's hilarious.
Do you think I
think-
should be able to say that? Would you find an issue with me telling your family and kids that you are a rapist, even though I have no evidence for that claim?
I would have no problem with it because there's no evidence, right? Same as in your case, bud.
Oh, okay.
There's no evidence.
Well, who
that
started the
Trump is a rapist.
conversation off by attempting to prove things via the apparent testimony of others? Was that you or me?
Hey, like I said,
it was you.
just playing your own game there, bud.
Hey, if Trump admitted to sexual exploitation, would you believe he's guilty of sexual exploitation?
He's never ever has
Okay, so,
anybody. proved
so is that a yes or is that a no?
Eugene Carroll has accused him, but on live TV said rape is sexy, correct?
No, she didn't. Wait, do you want to bet on that? I promise you, she did not say that she thinks that herself. She said that other people think that, which perpetuates rape
other
culture,
people
which
think
creates
that.
bad conditions
Yeah,
in our country.
That's why they.
This wasn't the question.
That's why they
No,
cut.
I don't think that you're answering the question I
That's
asked.
why they
I'll go
cut
ahead.
her off the news right away.
I'll go ahead
right?
and repeat the
Because she
question that I
didn't
asked.
care.
I'll go ahead and repeat the
You
question.
guys are
I'll go
playing
ahead and-
semantics.
I'll
This
go ahead and
is
repeat the question.
semantics.
I'll go ahead and repeat the
that
question that I
user?
asked. If Trump admitted to
Semantics,
sexual
semantics.
exploitation, would you believe that he's guilty of sexual exploitation?
You guys play semantics. This is your game.
Sam, is that a yes or is that a no?
I said you play semantics. This is your
Okay.
game.
So is that a
That's all you
yes
do.
or is that a no?
I don't know. Is it
You
a
don't know.
yes or a no that Kamala is a call girl?
Okay. So Harris is a prostitute. Does that fall under a yes or a no in response to
I
my
don't know.
question?
Yes or
If Donald
yes or
Trump
no to
engaged in
my
sexual
question,
violence,
bro.
would you
Yes or
believe
no
that
to
he
my
engaged in
question.
sexual violence?
Semantics. Exactly. You guys have.
You see how he just like
nothing-
repeats the same thing over and over again, doesn't respond to you, Dean?
It's
That's
not
his
that.
debate
You guys
tactic.
are doing the same
Yeah,
thing.
I'm gonna
Oh,
go to
you're gonna
my
accuse
question.
me. You
If
accuse
Donald
me of
Trump
doing the same
admitted
thing
to
you're doing.
sexual violence, would you believe that he's guilty
He never
of sexual
admitted.
violence?
He
Okay,
never
that's fine.
admitted to it.
But can you answer the question, please?
Show me one thing where he admitted to sexual violence.
Yeah, sure. If you could answer my question.
No.
No, you're not
One
going to answer my
time.
question. So then leave the live. Because in order to
Exactly,
engage in
dickhead.
productive
You're doing the
conversation, we're
same
going to have to
thing.
answer each other's
Bro,
questions.
you're a.
Oh
you're
wait,
a
Sam,
clown,
wait, are
bro.
you the guy that
can't
told
do
me to
it.
stop gaslighting every single second of the day?
No, never said that.
Okay, no, that was the other person. There's another
No.
person who said everything
Yeah,
I was
okay.
doing was gaslighting.
See, I
Sam,
don't do that.
Sam,
I'm not
the only
a
way
gaslighter.
that we're going to
I'm
be
not
able
a
to murder.
gaslighter. I just
Hey,
don't
buddy.
play your
Hey, buddy.
your own game.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. The
Hey,
only
Dean.
way. Hey,
Hey,
buddy.
Dean.
Sam. The only way.
Hey, Dean.
Hey, Sam. The only way that we're going to be able to further this dialogue is if you answer the question in good faith. Now, I understand that your response to the question is, well, he never
No.
admitted to doing that. Well, my question wasn't,
You're not
did
good at
Donald Trump
this.
admit to sexual violence? But rather, my question was, if Donald Trump admitted to sexual violence, would you believe that he's guilty of sexual violence? So I would really
If he
appreciate
admitted
if
to
you could
it,
answer the question.
sure, but he didn't. So there goes your argument, bud.
Thank you for the yes. Okay. So Donald Trump did admit to sexual violence.
No, he didn't. No,
Mark,
he
would you
didn't.
like to play the clip?
Yeah, I can play the clip. Yeah, I can play the clip.
Never
You want me to
did.
play it right now?
Play it. Let's go.
Okay.
Show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything's
talking about a
yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're
Yeah.
standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, that's a completely different thing. You're trying to attach that to the E. Jean Carroll rape allegation. You're not talking about him being a judge of a pageant, walking through the locker room. Completely different scenario. You're a fucking gaslighting dickhead, bro.
Okay. So the question that I
Oh,
asked.
so he is the guy. He is the guy.
Sam, the question that I asked you is, if Trump admitted to sexual violence, would you believe that he engaged in sexual violence? Your response was yes. We then played that clip, and you said this was unrelated to E. Jean Carroll. You're right. That clip had no relation to E. Jean Carroll. Okay, but you said yourself.
Where
you
did
walked
sexual
through
violence
the
happen?
women locker rooms inside of the pageant. The reason why Trump walking through the women's locker rooms inside of the pageant is sexual violence is because that's an unconsensual sexual action. He sought after the naked body of women to lot all over them, to tell Howard Stern about it on his radio show, unconsensually, because men aren't allowed and are not consented to go into private women's spaces like private women's locker rooms. So that's why, that's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence.
Yeah, you're hilarious. That has nothing to do with what we were just talking about at all.
I explain how it does because I explain how it's sexual violence. Can you respond to my explanation of how that's sexual violence?
He is a judge in a pageant. He walked through the locker room. He never said he entered through the locker room. Has nothing to do with that.
Okay. So your last sentence doesn't make any sense. You said he walked through the locker room. He never said that he entered into the locker room. Well, in order to walk through a locker room, at one point or another, you're going to have to enter into a locker room. You absolute dumbass.
See, this is the semantics that you play.
No, that's a very meaningful distinction.
Okay, what about Biden showering with his daughter? You want to
Yeah,
bring
we could
that
talk
up?
about Biden as soon as we're done talking about
No,
Trump.
no. You could bring that up right now. How about Biden's daughter?
What about
Bring it up
Biden?
that
What
he
about
showered
Biden?
with
Whenever I wanted to flex away from Trump, what about Biden?
Oh yeah.
What about Biden?
what about
actually, okay.
Biden
Have you thought about that? Have
showering
you
with
ever
his
thought about that
daughter?
one actually?
So the
In
reason
his own daughter's diary.
So the reason why I
Sam, stop gaslighting. Let Dean speak.
The reason why I told you that I'd be down to talk about Biden next is because if we were to start talking about Biden right now, we just forgo the conversation about Trump, and I don't want to do that. So now that we understand we don't want to forgo the conversation about Trump, do you understand how it would be sexual violence for Donald Trump to go into their locker room and look at them while they're naked? You said, well, he's a judge. Okay. I don't even think that's true. I think he was just the owner. But even if he was a judge, that wouldn't change a thing because he's still a man.
Wow, you fucking gagged him, Dean. That's what it is.
Don't mute me. I'm asking
I
you.
didn't mute you.
Yeah, you just turned my microphone on.
I unmuted you because you were already muted. I actually don't remember muting you.
Definitely wasn't muted. So what? So you guys support somebody, right? So somebody walking through a locker room, not even doing anything, just walking through a locker room, even if that did happen, which you have no proof. You provide no proof.
Didn't I? Well, actually, you said that on the audio clip that you heard of Donald Trump speaking.
That Biden
admitted to walking through a locker room. That was your takeaway from that clip. We didn't even examine the clip. We didn't explain the clip. Okay, we just played that clip. And then your response was to say, "All I heard was Trump admit to walking through a locker room." So it seems like there is proof for that. Because we didn't even tell you that.
You brought up something.
That was your own personal takeaway, unrelated to me, unrelated to Parker, unrelated to anything we said. That was your takeaway from the clip that we played.
No, you brought up something that was accused. No proof.
No, we just played an audio clip of Trump talking. How dense are you, bud? We didn't make an allegation. We didn't play an accusation from a woman or a girl. No, we just literally played a clip of Trump talking. I didn't even preface what this clip was about. I literally just said, "Hey Parker, roll the tape," and so he did.
So you don't,
and then without any commentary from your Parker, your takeaway was all I heard was Trump admitting to walking through a locker room. So stop trying to gaslight yourself.
So do you deny?
Actually, Dean, you're expressing facts right now. That's called gaslighting, Dean. When you express facts, that's called gaslighting.
You guys won't. Do you guys deny that Biden showered with his daughter?
Yeah, I do deny that is a verified claim, and I'll tell you why as soon as we're done in this conversation about Trump.
Yeah, see, believe all women, right?
Well, the thing is we don't even know a woman wrote that. But once again, we'll talk about that as soon as we're done having this conversation about Trump.
Oh, so yeah, believe all women, but
Well,
believe
I don't
Biden
know. I don't
said
know
that.
if like you just
Ashley
can't hear
Biden
me,
came
right?
out and literally said that things were like made up that were lies against Biden,
Not-
and she never verified any of the contents. And it was literally someone stole this. They sold it to a right-wing think tank, and they had that within the chain of custody. A right-wing think tank had it before it was released. So let me just clarify: there
not
are
true.
absolutely conditions that could have been
Biden's
changed
DOJ
or
had it
added
way
by that
before
right-wing think tank,
Correct?
and also nothing
Biden's
with.
DOJ ended up with it before.
What do you mean?
Biden's
You mean
DOJ ended up with
they
it.
were holding the people accountable who stole it?
Biden's DOJ ended up with it well before, right? It was
What is
in
that
the
even supposed to
hands
mean?
of
You think Biden's DOJ is the one that stole it and released it?
I think they can do whatever they want. I think they could delete or do whatever they want. Are you gonna sit here and say that? Okay, if Trump's daughter accused him of something, and it was in evidence in a diary, and Biden's DOJ had it, you don't think they would do anything with that information?
Okay, yeah. So you're saying that then he would be held accountable, or I'm confused.
I'm saying I don't.
It's not
I
the
don't trust
DOJ that
government
stole it.
not
It's
to-
literally it was stolen and then sold to Project Veritas.
Yeah, don't trust the government not to change or do anything with it. I don't trust the government, period.
Okay, I don't know what your
But-
point you're making right now is.
My point is, did Biden's DOJ not end up with all of the information on Hunter's laptop and the diary?
Now we're talking about Hunter's laptop. What was on Hunter's laptop that you consider bad?
Yeah, Hunter Biden's laptop doesn't prove anything outside of demonstrating that Hunter was a drug addict. That's all that laptop proves is that Hunter was addicted to drugs.
Right, and yeah, that's a great thing, right?
Yeah, why should I give a fuck?
No, that's obviously something that he had to deal with, and he talks about as hard for him to have dealt with, and that he's now sober from. But what does that prove beyond that?
Okay, all right, you guys.
He's owed that.
Sam, he was a private citizen. Why should I give a fuck? Listen, Sam, listen to me.
Yeah,
Hunter is a private citizen. Hunter has always been a private citizen. Sam, listen to me.
You guys would lose your fucking mind.
Sam, listen to me.
That was Trump's son.
Sam, listen to me. As somebody who lost an uncle to an overdose on opioids, okay, I would like to speak on it.
That's bullshit.
He died when he had a back surgery. He got prescribed opioids by his
You're a
mom. His wife and him were going through a rocky period in their marriage, and then he overdosed on them and killed himself. He was 35 years old. He was a police officer at the time.
Doubt it.
Why would you doubt that? Why would I just make that
story?
Why would I make that up?
That's not how that works, bud.
Why would I make that up?
You're funny. All I'm saying is if Trump's
No, Sam, answer my question. Why would I make that up?
Trump's son did the same thing.
No. Answer my question, Sam. Why would I make that up?
Because you're a fucking grifter and a liar. What do you mean?
What? But that makes no sense that he would make this particular point up. That makes no sense. And bro,
He lies about everything else.
Can you define
Everything
grifter,
else
bro?
in his
Dean,
life
apparently you got a
is
flag for some reason.
liar
If you want to join back up on your second, because this guy just called you a grifter. That was
Don't
ridiculous.
believe it for a second.
It's for mental health
What
for some
I'm saying
reason.
now
Wait, hold up,
if
pause.
Trump's
Sam,
see, you guys do this.
Sam,
shit
can you
all the
define
time.
what a
If
grifter
Trump's
is?
son did the same thing.
Sam, can you define what a grifter is?
You guys would use that as ammunition.
No, we
a
wouldn't.
1,000,000%.
No, we wouldn't.
We talk about it all day.
No, we wouldn't.
You would say, "Oh my God,
So can
Eric
you
Trump was a
hey,
drug
bro,
addict. Big
hello?
deal. No big deal."
Hey, sir,
You're a liar.
can you tell me what a grifter is?
A grifter is somebody who makes money off of other people by talking shit and lying.
So
like
Trump?
you guys do.
So Trump?
Yo, what did you do earlier? The second I made a point.
I'm not lying at all. That's so you're saying Trump, right?
Bro, you guys will sit there and look at your computers, you'll say,
Patricia, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Patricia. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you very much on Venmo. Jose, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And for the $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it for the grifting. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to be able to finish saying what I was in the middle of saying. I'll just have to moderate my language a little bit more closely.
bud.
So the reason why I shared that story with you about my uncle is the reason why I guess I don't really care about what the contents of the Hunter Biden laptop. Listen, addiction is something in which kind of impacts all of us. I don't think I've ever met a person that didn't have a first or second-hand account experience, rather through themselves or a loved one, a family member, or a friend, of drug addiction, right? So when I see Hunter Biden's frankness talking about his addiction, talking about his path to recovery, and now being an advocate for those who are struggling with addiction right now to find their own way to recovery, honestly, I just see something like that's so human that we don't typically see in politics. Like, honestly, his conversation with Candace Owens was like the most human thing I've watched from
Yeah,
American
but if it was
politics for a
Trump,
really
if it
long
was
time.
Trump's son, you would use
The
that
point,
as
the point why I'm
ammunition
saying this
against him.
is if it was Trump's son and
Come
Trump's
on,
son
man.
struggled with
You're gonna
addiction, got
fucking
clean,
bullshit. You
I
use everything.
honestly,
You
like,
use
like,
locker room
listen,
talk
hey
from
Sam,
10
hey
years
Sam, I'm
ago
in the middle of
against him.
speaking. If Trump's son
You guys are
struggled with
bullshit.
hey, listen, I'm the real man speaking. If Trump's
Yeah,
son
fuck
struggled
you.
with it, hey, listen. If Trump's son struggled with addiction and got clean, I would be a hypocrite to place him on a pedestal that I wouldn't place my own mom
Already
because the same
hypocrite.
thing happened to her, that I wouldn't place my own uncle because the same thing happened to him,
You're a
and I
liar.
wouldn't place Hunter Biden on either because the same thing happened to him. Drug addiction is not a partisan thing. It
Nobody's
is
saying it is, but I'm
it is.
saying
Listen to
you
what I
would
Sam.
use.
Sam, you're still
You
interrupting
would
me. You're
use
still
it as a weapon
interrupting
against
me.
him.
You are still interrupting me.
You guys use weapons.
You are still interrupting me.
I don't give a fuck.
You are still interrupting me. You are
Go ahead,
still
bro.
interrupting
Go
me.
ahead and drift on more.
You are still interrupting me, Sam.
Yeah,
You are
drift on.
still interrupting me. You are still interrupting me.
Drift on. Drift
You are
on.
still interrupting me, Sam. You are 3 times my age. You are 85 years old on your fucking deathbed waiting to croak, and you have the maturity level of a fucking toddler. What are we doing, Sam? Why are you acting this way? Why are you doing this? Why does the 21-year-old have to tell you, a fucking great grandpa, how to act your age? Why? Like why does that have to happen?
Are you
Dude,
gonna keep
dude,
talking, or
when
are
you
you
were
gonna
like marrying
continue
your
to think?
third wife, okay,
This
I
is
was
what you
peeing in
guys
my
do.
dad's
This is
balls.
the exact
Why should
grifting
I be
shit
the
I'm
one to tell
talking
you how to act mature? It's
about. This is
ridiculous.
you grifting.
Grift on!
Look,
Grift
look at all the
on!
people spending you
Grift
guys
on!
money.
We love
Hilarious.
grifting, bro.
I was in the middle of like telling you something super serious about drug
So
addiction,
continue,
and you just
bud.
can't even keep your cool to act your age and to just shut the hell up for more than 30 seconds. Like, you're an irredeemable scum, irrespective of even politics. There's nothing political about what I was saying about drug addiction, and you still couldn't keep your decrepit mouth shut for more than 10 seconds.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Good boy.
Fuck you, you fucking pussy. You're a clown, bro. Shit's hilarious. Yeah, you're a funny guy, bud.
He is really funny for that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
That one was
continue.
really good.
Let's hear about all the fucking drug addict bullshit you're gonna spew. You don't know nothing about. Let's hear it, bud. You like I said, you'd use it.
I think I would know a little bit about it, being one
Trump's son,
myself.
You wouldn't know fucking nothing about it, bud.
But like,
We all
obviously, like, I
know.
just want to clarify. Like, let's just hold up that. Like, Dean literally just talked about how he has personal experiences with people in his
don't-
life that have been affected by this. So I think he does know about it. He explained how he knew about it. He gave you
You
information
guys-
about
you
it,
guys are
and like, you're just
fucking
being
drifters.
ridiculous and not
You'll-
addressing this.
you'll- Okay, sorry for your uncle, okay? But if it was somebody else, if it was Trump's son, you guys would use that as ammunition.
The reason why we
Simple as
wouldn't.
that.
The reason
You
why
would,
we
though.
wouldn't.
You would. You're
I
telling
wouldn't.
me if Trump's son was a drug
I
addict
wouldn't.
and he was smoking crack in the White
Oh,
House,
well, you can't
wouldn't
say that.
fucking use that against him.
I'm-
That's
what
a
I'm-
lie.
You
What
know,
I'm
we're near
telling
the end
you-
of the stream. I'll just let it.
What
go
I'm
through. We'll get a
telling
flag.
you is that if Trump's son was a drug addict, who recovered, I wouldn't use him against him. I
You're a
wouldn't.
liar. You're a liar.
And I think that you're just pre-assuming that about me because you want to be right.
I don't want to be right at all. I think that we should all.
I
be able to
wouldn't
get
use it
along,
against him either.
but
I don't know why we would.
You're liars. You guys are liars.
He's not the one in the presidency.
Yeah, listen, drug addiction transcends politics, man.
You guys are bringing.
It's one of the few things it does. Drug addiction is one of the very few things that transcends politics.
You two would use anything you could to use as ammunition to get your point across to make a few more dollars. That's all it is. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, this guy just wants to be right. He doesn't care what happens.
They're literally not in any political position or any position of power. Like I wouldn't bring it up ever.
Because I think it's all bullshit.
Hey Sam, Sam, you're a delusional maniac that literally just says that we're grifting because we've proved you wrong, and that you're mad and you're coping with the fact that we've proved you wrong.
No,
and you can't acknowledge that.
You didn't prove me wrong.
We proved you wrong with every single point, bro. You've lost everything, bro. You got dog walked.
No, not at all.
Yes, you did, bro. What do you mean, not at all, bro?
This is what you two fucking do. It's so funny.
Yeah, what do we do? Tell me. I want to hear from your perspective. What do we do?
So you'll tell somebody, give me evidence, and then as soon as they click off the stream to go get fucking evidence or pull something up on the internet while you have your fucking monitors in front of you, that's what you do. You'll kick them off the stream. You fucking talk shit.
So instead of letting them provide evidence, we just kick people? Like, no, that's not what happens.
Yeah,
they just never provide evidence. You yourself on the stream said you just didn't want to show the evidence.
Hey, Parker, I'm gonna go start my own live stream. I can't take this anymore.
Good luck.
See you guys soon. Peace.
For sure, bro.
Grifters. That's all you guys are.
Okay, so... And you can't even define what a grifter is. Any way that you try to define grifter will literally be applicable to Donald Trump. You know that, right?
You guys are the ones making fucking millions of dollars off of sorry ass people that fucking literally watch your fucking streams and think that you're a good debater. You can't debate somebody, bro. You can't debate in person.
If you think I do debate in person. Now, if you think I'm a better debater than Sam, type 3 in the comment section. I think this is bipartisan. Okay, this is bipartisan, everybody. Who's a better debator, me or Sam? Okay, I think we can all agree, actually, everybody. 3's in the chat. What can I say? So we're apparently making trillions off of destroying MAGA on the stream. What can I say, man? What can I say? We're making trillions. Can you thank Sarah for the $10 for the grift?
It's
and Eric for the $9 for the grift, and Outcasted for the $10 for the grift, and Ugo, thank you so much for the $2 for the grift. Can you thank them?
You'll sit there. Provide evidence for that. Provide some evidence for that.
Provide evidence for what?
Anything. Anybody you're talking to, as soon as they leave the stream for 2 seconds to go to an article, you'll kick them.
That's not what happens. You can watch my stream every single day. I promise you that's not what happens.
Yeah, let's see in front of you, bud. You got 2 or 3 screens in front of you, don't you?
I have 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you want to know what are on those screens?
Yeah,
YouTube and TikTok, and that's it.
Yeah, you're a bullshitter, bro.
YouTube and TikTok.
One for Google, so you can look
YouTube
up
and TikTok,
shit,
and then I'll have a notepad, where I can write down stuff so that I can remember stuff in the conversation. Right. Yeah, but I don't have to do that with you.
But as soon as somebody leaves the stream to look something up, that's what you do. You're a grifter.
Okay, you don't even know what grifting is.
It's stealing people's money.
I'm stealing people's money, actually, everyone. Look, Outcasted, thank you for the $5. Thank you for letting me take your money. Thank you so much. Give me. Money. I'm taking all that shit, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Stolen. Look at that. Stolen.
Never had a real job.
Look at Parker. Never had a real job. He's just stealing money on the internet by going on the internet and saying, why do you support Trump? Look at this guy. He's stealing so much money. Look at this guy. He's horrible. We should put him in jail, right? Should I go to jail? You think I'm committing robbery?
You guys still have yet to make a valid point.
Wait, no. Do you think I should go to jail? You said I'm stealing from people. Should I go to jail for stealing from people? Or do you think stealing should be legal?
People are just giving you their money. No, you're not, I guess.
People. Okay, so I'm not stealing now.
But I don't know why they would give you money. You're a fucking loser. I don't really understand.
What makes you think I'm a loser? Taylor, thank you for the $5 for supporting a loser. Thank you so much.
What makes you a loser?
Linz, thank you so much for the $5 for stealing the money and supporting the loser.
You're a fraud. You're a fraud.
Okay, how am I a fraud?
You'll invite people on stream, ask for evidence, and when they go to look it up, you'll kick them off the stream. As soon as they make a valid point,
that's nothing that's ever happened on the stream before.
That's exactly what you do.
That's never happened on the stream before.
Valid point, and you don't like something they say, You kick them off the stream. Absolutely, you do
Okay.
that every
So do I
fucking
like
day.
what you're saying right now?
Probably not, but
So then why haven't I kicked you?
because I'm not making a absolute valid point that makes you look
You're not
stupid.
making a valid point.
If I were to bring up a valid point that goes against something you believe, you kick me right off the stream. I mean, you know.
I fucking love when
hilarious,
people say
you know.
this. This is like the funniest stuff ever. I
We're
love when
just-
people
we're
say
just
this
talking
because
as
it's actually so
people,
funny.
but-
You just got to me. I got you to concede that your argument
No,
is horrible
I'm
and
not
that it's
arguing-
not
I'm
valid.
not
I just
arguing
got you to
politics,
concede
bro.
that.
Yeah, this is me and you talking.
That your argument is dog shit. I can't believe you just conceded that.
No.
And you just like you keep making the point. He just keeps going. He just doesn't stop. He realizes the point. Doesn't make any fucking sense. He owned himself. He conceded the point and then still keeps making it.
No, I'm just not talking politics with you. And
You're not talking politics with me? What stream are you on? Do you know where you are, sir? You're not talking politics with me? Where the fuck? Hello? What's the title of the stream, sir? Hello?
15 minutes about.
Wait, the
how
title
you're
of the stream is
aggressive.
"Why do you support Trump?" This is a political debate
Right,
stream.
and we
What the fuck
started
do you
off
mean
on
we're
that,
not talking about politics?
And you and Dean fucking started talking a bunch of shit, right? Trump did this locker room bullshit, and I said, okay.
That's politics, by the way. That's talking about politics. Why you support
showered
Trump,
with his
the
daughter,
president of the
and
United States.
it turned into us talking about nothing more. If I were to bring up something, bro.
So we talked about nothing more than politics.
We talked about one thing, and then you guys tried to,
which was
talk a bunch of
political,
shit.
right?
Yeah. Biden.
Do you think the average
I said-
person would hear this conversation and be like, "Yeah, that was not a political conversation at all"? This guy's not talking about politics.
It started out as one, but then
Jose, thank you for the $5 for stealing your money. Thank you so much. Peter, I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much for letting me steal that money. Thank you. Matthew, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much for every time you say money, 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 money. It reminds me of Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob. That's actually the reason why I did it.
You've still not answered my question. So,
What's your question, bro?
Biden apparently showered with his daughter. What is any different from that? From you guys accusing Trump of doing what he did with E. Jean Carroll. What is the difference?
One, Ashley Biden never confirmed that this was her. It was stolen, and it was sold to a right-wing think tank. It was stolen and sold to a right-wing think tank. You know that, right? She literally came out and said there were false accusations targeted towards people that she loves, and misinformation spreading about them.
I'm sure. It's hilarious, right? Hilarious how that happens.
Yeah. It's hilarious how you don't acknowledge any of that context. That, like, I guarantee if it were the other way around, you wouldn't say that this is at all indicating anything of Trump. You don't believe that at all, right? No one believes that. Ashley Biden literally said that that's not applicable, and you don't believe her.
I don't believe E. Jean Carroll.
Of course you don't, because
believe
even though she held her abuser accountable in a civil court. Why? Because you're a rape apologist.
That's
Because
why.
you have TDS, you have Trump devotion syndrome. There's nothing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting the guy.
He literally went on it. I don't even really support him that much now, but at the same time, she
You
went
still
on
say you'd
the
vote for
news.
him over Trump?
Bro,
Is it just because you think that men are better at leading than women? Are you one of those guys?
They kicked her off the news for saying that rape is sexy.
No. She said most people think that, which, by the way, I disagree. I don't think most people do, but she's claiming that about other people. She said most people think rape is sexy, and she was saying that's a bad thing that perpetuates rape culture within our society. Again, I disagree. I don't think it's most people. I think it's a lot of people, and that perpetuates rape culture within our society. And I think she's also hyper aware of this as a victim herself. And we can disagree on that. And that doesn't mean that she was claiming herself that she thinks it's sexy. So it's disgusting that you're going to spin everything that she just said like that. Do you realize how disgusting it is for you to spin what she said like that?
You just didn't say anything until Trump's second term, right? Nothing. Just quiet. Didn't say anything until... Like, why did she come out when she did?
Because people like you exist that are going to not believe her, that are going to say horrible things about her, right? Regardless. And she didn't want to have to deal with that. She didn't know if she would have a community to support her in doing so. And that's why after the Me Too movement, right, she felt like she would have a community like that to support her, that would exist, right? It takes things like that for people to feel like they have community, they feel like they're going to be believed, to feel like they're okay in coming out. You know what I mean? Like you and other people create a society, right, that continually victim blames people, that says, oh, you didn't come out right away, therefore I'm not going to believe you because you didn't come out right away.
I didn't say that.
Even though she held her abuser accountable in a civil court for sexual abuse. There are 27 plus women that have accused this guy of sexual misconduct. You believe every single fucking one of them are lying after he himself is admitted to engaging in this type of behavior? It's disgusting. There's nothing that would get you to believe that this is true about Trump because you're a cult member. And there's nothing that will get you out of this thought process that Donald Trump's so great, amazing, actually, greatest guy I've ever seen, actually. Couldn't stop supporting the guy. So much better than the Democrats, actually. Democrats are the worst people on the planet, actually. They're horrible for this country, but actually Thomas Massey's even worse than that, actually.
I never said that.
That's what Trump said.
I dislike you.
Democrats are so bad. They're so bad. The worst in the country. Worst you've ever seen. But actually, Thomas Massey, worst congressional member I've ever seen. Actually, worst in our country's nation's history.
Yeah, I never said any of that. I just dislike you. You're disingenuous.
How am I disingenuous?
Because you, like I said a million times, you'll kick people as soon as they bring up a point against you.
That's valid. So what, you haven't been kicked because your point is invalid. Thank you very much for the concession.
Yeah, well, we're just having a conversation.
Renee, thank you for the gem gun. Thank you. I can't believe you just conceded that again. Holy shit, he just conceded that one more time. Amazing. Like, it's actually great to see. It's great to see. I'm keeping him on the stream because he's making invalid points. Look at that. Can you name one invalid point that I kicked someone after they made?
Not what I said. I said as soon as people bring up a valid point that you can't argue back with, you kick them. That's what you do.
Yeah, so meaning that you haven't brought up any point that I can't argue against, and I'm
not trying to. I'm talking to you as a human being. I'm not
I'm
not talking to politics. Like,
you're not talking about politics. How many beers have you had today, sir?
0. Yeah.
Are you sure about that one?
Yeah, 100%, bud. Just talking to you as a person.
I think you are more elevated than I am, bro.
Maybe.
At least I would hope so, dude.
I don't know, bud. Just you could be a real fucking dick. You just treat people like shit. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I'm so horrible. I agree.
You are. Mm-hmm. You treat people like shit. You talk to people like shit.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is.
Yeah. And like, would you say the same thing about Trump?
He can definitely be a dick sometimes. Yeah, for sure.
It's just sometimes he can just sometimes. Everybody.
He's not all the time.
Do you think I'm more rude than Trump?
I think you talk to people way worse. Yeah, I don't know what. You don't think you do? You talk down on people constantly.
I think you're fucking delusional. Trump has called for the deaths of some Democrats because they followed the law. They said to follow the law, to not follow unlawful orders. He said he's glad that Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller's dead. When have I ever done those things?
You're talking about when repeat that, Rob Mueller?
Yeah, Trump called for the execution of some Democrats, veterans in Congress, who specifically said to follow the law and to not follow an unlawful order if you're given one. And then he also said he's glad that Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller is dead. Right? People that, like, literally Robert Mueller just investigated into him. Okay, that was it. He just did the investigation. And he said he was glad that he was dead. So, like, have I ever done that before? Have I ever said that?
Well, I've watched you time and time again talk to people like shit and tell them.
Have I ever said that? Have I ever called for people to die?
I don't know about that, but you definitely talk.
No, I don't think I have. I don't think I've been calling for people to. So, can you explain to me why you think that he and I are on the same level, or like he's actually? You think I'm worse.
I never said that. No, I just said you talk to people like shit.
Okay, so Trump is worse than me.
I didn't say any of that. I just said you
so
talk to
is
people
Trump
like
worse
shit.
than Parker?
I'm not gonna say. I don't know you, Parker. I don't.
You don't know me? I thought you said you know me enough to say that I talk to people horribly. I call
Well,
people mean names.
I've watched your streams.
Yeah.
You do it constantly.
Yeah, based upon my streams. Make that evaluation based on my streams.
Well, yeah, because is that not you, or are you being somebody you're not?
Yeah, I'm definitely I'm AI Parker on the streams.
Okay.
I'm not real Parker on the streams, you know?
All I'm saying
I'm being someone else. What can I say? I'm being AI Parker, actually. AI Parker. What can I say? I just like immediately when I turn on the stream, it just like, whoa! I hop into like the DNC show mode.
Okay. Either way,
and then it just like works like that. You know what I mean? Like outside of that, I'm not DNC shill. Like it happens when I start on stream. Like you know, like my Severance character just like locks in. You know.
Okay. Yeah.
So I technically only exist on live stream.
I just think you and Dean, you're very rude.
I'm the version
people.
of Parker that's only on live.
Right. Okay. Well, hey, enjoy talking to people like shit. Enjoy being a dick.
Enjoy being a dick. Yes. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, fellow American. I appreciate you very much.
Salute to you.
Salute you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will keep perpetuating the DNC shill propaganda. Thank you very much. I definitely will. Thank you.
Exactly.
Yes, grift mentality. The grift mentality of the DNC shill operation. I got you. I will keep it on. I will keep on the propaganda like you've never seen before.
God bless, bud. I hope you
absolutely, sir.
Leave that hate from your heart.
Yeah, I'm gonna spread the hate even further. I'm gonna divide this country even more. Alrighty, let's go on, and we're gonna end it for today. Operation Grift mode initiated. Actually, Operation Grift. What can I say? You know, Operation Midday Grift. That's what it is actually. What's the schedule for tomorrow? I probably will go live later. I probably want to sleep in because I did another early live today. I probably want to sleep in tomorrow, so I'll probably be on live later tomorrow. Today was brutal, though. Today was brutal. I'm sorry that everyone had to deal with that, too. That was horrible. That was like, today was crazy, bro. I'm so sorry. Today was just unhinged. Well, yeah, thank you everyone for sticking with me through it. It was a bit of a brutal day. I haven't had a day like this in a while. EJ, by the way, thank you for the $2 for tax and stealing money. Thank you. Thank you. As well as, I think I'm fully caught up, actually. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up here on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that thumbs up, everyone. Before I do end it here. You go, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. And thank you for the $2 as well, twice. Thank you. As well as Mort. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the £10. Thank you very much for first grift contribution. Based. That's super based. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's. Thank you so much. Of course. So as Renee, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up, everyone, for today. I think I am. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up over on YouTube Super Chat. Let me make sure. I'm completely... Yes, I think I am. Elizabeth, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Sam, thank you for the $2 as well. And Keone, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. All right, everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. You can go join over Dean's Live, or I'm about to post my YouTube videos right now if you want to go check them out. I love y'all. And by the way, happy early birthday, Yehoshua. Absolutely. All right, everyone. Have a good night. I love y'all. Or good day.